Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2552, 2552. Translator, 549690339. Yuling's impression of Zhang Fei was actually quite complicated. In the beginning, Zhang Fei's understanding of the world had made Yuling's eyes light up. Therefore, she became interested in him. However, in the end, Zhang Fei said that Yuling had encouraged Huang Rinqian's arrogance. This was something that Yuling could not accept. Therefore, her impression of Zhang Fei was a little bad. However, today, Zhang Fei had stood up for his friend. Moreover, he was so brave to take responsibility. This made Yuling look at Zhang Fei in a new light. This guy is really strange. Yuling looked at Zhang Fei and thought to herself. Zhang Fei and Yuling did not wait for long. In about 2 hours, more than 10 streams of light rushed over from the horizon. When the streams of light landed on the ground, the members of the mysterious ice sect had arrived. When the leader saw Huang Rinqian's corpse, he cried out in grief and pounced on it. This person was none other than the right protector of the mysterious ice sect. His name was Huang Bingwen. When he saw his son die on the spot, Huang Bingwen cried like rain. He only had one son. Although he was not a good-for-nothing, he doted on him very much. Otherwise, he would not have developed such a domineering character like Huang Rinqian. Now that his son was dead, Huang Bingwen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. As he cried bitterly, he looked around. The fury in his eyes couldn't be any more. Who did this? Who did this? This place is the territory of the Heavenly Origins Sword Sect. I think they must be involved. Let's go. We'll go to the Heavenly Origins Sword Sect to settle the score with them. The members of the Dark Ice Sect who had come with Huang Bingwen were also furious. Although Huang Rinqian was not well-liked in the Dark Ice Sect, he was still a member of the Dark Ice Sect. That would be a slap in the Dark Ice Sect's face. Girl! Huang Bingwen stared at Yuling, who was not far away, as Zhang Fei did not show any signs of life. In their eyes, Zhang Fei was just a mortal. It was impossible for him to kill Huang Rinqian, who was a cultivator. Yuling stood up and replied, Good, good. Huang Bingwen was so angry that he kept saying good 3 times. At that moment, his eyes were red. Although I killed him, he deserved it. Ever since Huang Rinqian came to the territory of our Qianyuan Sword Sect, he has been acting recklessly. I have tried to stop him many times, but he has become even worse. Yuling said without fear. Good girl. I don't care how sharp-tongued you are or what my son has done. Huang Wenbing said. Yuling said very frankly. In fact, she had been prepared to pay with her life from the beginning. After all, Yuling was only in a state of excitement. She had no ability to resist at all. Oof. Little girl, you're dreaming. Huang Wenbing said angrily. Zhang Fei stood up and said slowly, Boy, who do you think you are? Huang Wenbing was furious. He had always been arrogant and looked down on the mortals. Now that he was angry, he was even more rude to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei smiled and shook his head. Huang Wenbing frowned. When he saw Zhang Fei's calm and composed appearance, his heart skipped a beat. However, he used his spiritual power to scan Zhang Fei's body from top to bottom. He did not detect any trace of a cultivator's aura on him. What's wrong with this kid? Huang Wenbing thought to himself. I don't care who you are. My son is dead. After confirming that Zhang Fei was an ordinary person, Huang Wenbing made up his mind. All right. Zhang Fei smiled. Stop trying to be mysterious. Huang Wenbing frowned and said to a disciple of the Dark Ice Sect beside him. The disciple, named Qing Yi, nodded. Then he took out his flying sword and charged at Zhang Fei. This disciple, named Qing Yi, was around the Aura's core stage. Among the human sects outside of the town star, a disciple who could reach this level at the age of 20 or 30 was considered an elite. The flying sword slashed at Zhang Fei's face. Yuling shouted. Then, she pulled out the sword on her back and tried to block it. As he was still weak, he could not even keep the flying sword in his body. If he wanted to fight against an opponent at Qin Ye's level, he would be courting death. However, Yu Ling still stood in front of Jiang Fei without hesitation. In her opinion, as a cultivator, she could not just stand by and watch Jiang Fei, a mortal, die in front of her. Jiang Fei stretched out his hand and pulled Yu Ling back behind him. Yu Ling had intended to fight against the sword with all her might. However, a gentle force came from behind her. Although the force was gentle, it was irresistible. Yu Ling could not help but be pulled behind Jiang Fei. At that moment, Greenleaf's flying sword was already in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei extended his right hand and pointed his finger at the tip of Greenleaf's sword. Following a clear sound of metal colliding, Greenleaf's flying sword instantly stopped in midair. Following that, something shocking happened. Greenleaf's flying sword actually broke bit by bit and fell in front of Jiang Fei. Qin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword that he had cultivated with his life was destroyed. He was also severely injured. Even though Jiang Fei did not use any spiritual energy, his physical body had already been strengthened to an extreme level. Not to mention a mere Aura's core stage cultivator. Even an ordinary true immortal would not be able to break through Jiang Fei's defense. Therefore, when faced with someone like Qin Yi, Jiang Fei's moves were useless. It was just a head-on clash. His fingers were even more careful than Qin Ye's flying sword. In an instant, the flying sword was shattered. What? How is this possible? Huang Wenbing was shocked. If it was just shattering Qin Ye's flying sword, Huang Wenbing could do it as well. Moreover, he could do it easily. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei's body did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. He was like a mortal. This was too terrifying. Huang Wenbing could not help but take half a step back. Does it matter who I am? Didn't you say that you want everyone within 100 miles to be buried with your son? Jiang Fei asked calmly. Huang Wenbing could not bring himself to be embarrassed here. He was thinking quickly in his mind about how to deal with the trouble in front of him. Chapter 2553, 2553. Translator, 549690339. Good. Huang Wenbing said. He was the right protector of the Dark Ice sect. He was the leader of tens of thousands of people. Usually, everyone would give him some face. Today, Jiang Fei had insulted him in front of him. He was a little embarrassed and angry. Even so, Huang Wenbing did not forget to support him with the entire Dark Ice sect. This way, even if he was no match for this guy in front of him, he could still go back and get his men to take revenge. From the beginning to the end, Huang Wenbing had underestimated Jiang Fei. However, this was only natural. As a master at the peak of the Mahayana stage, Huang Wenbing was considered a top-tier master outside of the Town Star. Even if he encountered a master at the Tribulation stage, he was confident that he could escape with his own secret manual. That was why Huang Wenbing dared to challenge Jiang Fei when he was unsure of Jiang Fei's strength. However, Huang Wenbing's strength and identity were limited here. In his opinion, a human cultivator at the Tribulation stage was already a top-tier existence. Why would a true immortal god waste his time talking to him here? The poor Huang Wenbing never would have thought that the great Jiang Fei in front of him was indeed not a true immortal. This was the legendary Immortal Lord. Moreover, he was also a top-notch expert among the Immortal Lords. In the entire 5 directions of heaven and earth, other than Yu Ting, who had survived since ancient times, no one was likely to be a match for Jiang Fei, who had the nucleus of will and the inherent space. In the entire world of the 5 directions, there would not be more than one slap. Moreover, other than Yu Ting, there was no other super expert like him. Jiang Fei laughed coldly when he heard that Huang Wenbing wanted to kill him. If he could really kill him, then the dragon race would be at an end. The entire world of the 5 directions would be decided by the humans. However, was that possible? The answer was clearly no. The ignorant and fearless Huang Wenbing shouted loudly. The disciples of the Divine Ice sect around him swarmed forward. One by one, they flashed their flying swords and charged towards Jiang Fei. Moreover, Huang Wenbing himself was not idle. He opened his mouth and spat out a small sword. The small sword grew in the wind as soon as it came out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flying sword. Under Huang Wenbing's control, it slashed straight at Jiang Fei's face. Yu Ling, who was standing at the side, was shocked. She had never seen a fight between masters of such a scale. Among the disciples of the entire Qianyuan sword sect, there were only a few who had exceeded the heartbeat stage. Not to mention, there was a large group of disciples who were at the Oris core stage and above. There was also a master who was at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Therefore, when Yu Ling saw so many masters charging at Jiang Fei, she subconsciously felt that Jiang Fei was doomed. However, just as Yu Ling was so frightened that she closed her eyes, she heard the sound of metal colliding. When she opened her eyes again, she saw countless pieces of flying swords scatter on the ground. The flying swords refined from these precious materials were scattered all over the place. It was a pity to look at them. However, the problem was that Yu Ling could no longer care about those flying swords. In her eyes, there were many disciples of the Dark Eye sect lying on the ground vomiting blood. In just the blink of an eye, these people were all seriously injured. All of them looked dispirited. Yu Ling widened her eyes. She could not understand how an ordinary person beside her could have such powerful strength. Jiang Fei was still teasing Yu Ling. As he could not bear to kill the disciples of the Dark Eye sect, Jiang Fei only shattered their flying swords. The disciples were all seriously injured because of the backlash. However, it was not fatal. They only needed to recuperate for a few months. They would be able to recover. However, there was still one person in the Dark Eye sect who was unharmed. That person was Huang Wenbing. Of course, this was not because Huang Wenbing was very strong. He stayed there safe and sound. It was completely because Jiang Fei had deliberately left him there. At that moment, Huang Wenbing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The flying sword that he had just slashed out was no longer coming back. The flying sword was originally aimed at Jiang Fei's face. It was as if a mud cow had entered the sea. There was no more news. Then, Huang Wenbing saw his flying sword hovering above Jiang Fei's head. No matter how he summoned it, there was no response at all. At that moment, no matter how stupid Huang Wenbing was, he knew how terrifying the other party was. Me? I'm just a passerby, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Huang Wenbing was so angry that he could not speak. However, at that moment, he did not even dare to run away because the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could not even muster up the will to fight back. At that moment, dozens of lights flashed across the distant sky. A large number of Dark Eye sect disciples had arrived. Huang Wenbing looked at the large number of disciples who had arrived. He was very troubled. If the sect master could defeat this kid in front of him, then this kind of expert would definitely have a lot of treasures on him. Then the mystic Ice Divine sect would be in great danger. At this moment, a stream of light landed on the ground. The person in the lead wore a black cloak and an exaggerated crown on his head. Huang Wenbing had no choice but to go forward and bow. Protector Huang, what happened? I heard that your son died in the territory of the Qianyuan sword sect. I was afraid that you wouldn't have enough manpower to rush here. So, I'll let a large group of people to follow, said the Mystic Ice sect leader. In fact, the Mystic Ice sect leader didn't rush here in time to support Huang Wenbing. He also had a purpose. All along, the Mystic Ice sect had the intention to annex the Qianyuan sword sect. Although the Qianyuan sword sect had declined, it had once been glorious. And such a sect usually had a lot of wealth. It would be a huge fortune. It was a pity that although the Qianyuan sword sect had declined, the mountain protection array still retained its power. Even if the Mystic Ice sect went all out, it would be impossible to take it down in a short time. Then the other sects that were spying on the Heaven Origin sword sect would also come when they heard the news. When that time came, the Mystic Ice Divine religion might be able to benefit others. Therefore, although the Mystic Ice Divine religion was the closest to the Heaven Origin sword sect, they had been unwilling to make a move. Now that the Right Guardian's son had died here, they could finally be justified. It was justified for them to besiege the Heaven Origin sword sect. And even if the other sects were envious, they would have no excuse to come over and take a share of the spoils. Chapter 2554. 2554. Translator 549690339. It was precisely because he wanted to take the opportunity to annex the Heaven's Origin Sword sect that the sect leader had brought almost all of the sect's experts. His goal was to besiege the Heaven's Origin Sword sect and take it down in one fell swoop. Sect leader, it was he who killed my son and injured our disciple, Huang Wenbing told the sect leader briefly. The leader of the mysterious ice sect frowned. If it was as Huang Wenbing had said, then there would be a debt to be repaid. Their revenge could only be directed at Jiang Fei alone. Although this matter was in the territory of the Prime Sword sect, they would at most have to apologize. Now that the murderer was still there, they had no reason to cause trouble for the Prime Sword sect. After killing and sizing Jiang Fei up, the master of the mysterious ice sect did not take him seriously. At that moment, Jiang Fei had released his own aura and pretended to be in the initial stage of the heavenly tribulation. This made sense. As an expert in the heavenly tribulation stage, it was not difficult for him to defeat Huang Wenbing and injure the disciples of the mysterious ice sect. However, the mystic ice sect master's strength had already reached the intermediate stage of the tribulation stage, so he did not take Jiang Fei seriously. He focused his attention on Yuling mainly because he wanted to implicate the Qianyuan sword sect. He had a good reason to make things difficult for Jiang Fei. Reporting to the sect master, this girl is the daughter of the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, Yu Kuai. One of the disciples of the mystic ice sect knew Yuling. The leader of the mysterious ice sect immediately smiled. To him, this was like eating a hail of ice. Now that Yuling was also present and standing with Jiang Fei, it went without saying that she was definitely involved in the murder of Huang Renxian. Moreover, Yuling was Yu Kuai's daughter. The celestial sect would not be able to escape this time. While the leader of the mysterious ice sect was happy, Jiang Fei smiled. Jiang Fei looked relaxed. It was obvious that he did not care about the members of the mysterious ice sect. Oof, you're too arrogant. The leader of the mysterious ice sect sneered. What? You have the cultivation of the tribulation stage? Yuling's eyes widened even more. She did not expect that the weak, ordinary person beside her was actually a super expert that was even more powerful than her father. You did not expect that, right? Jiang Fei winked at Yuling. The person opposite is the master of the Dark Ice sect. I heard that he had already broken through to the tribulation stage 50 years ago. Yuling asked with some fear. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just the Dark Ice sect? Jiang Fei smiled faintly. You, don't spout nonsense. It's said that the Shao family has immortals. Yuling said, for someone who came from a small sect like her, a true immortal was already a legendary existence. You're thinking too much. Let alone a true immortal. Even a stronger existence would not know that I'm scolding him from so far away. Jiang Fei laughed. So what if he was a top-tier immortal? He did not even feel anything when someone was scolding him from 800 miles away. At that moment, the Dark Ice sect master's face was livid. When he was talking to Jiang Fei, the other party only cared about talking and joking with the little girl next to him. She did not even pay attention to him. What was the greatest insult? Some people thought that it might be a verbal abuse, while others thought that it might be spitting. However, the real insult was to ignore him. When you're talking to him for half a day, he did not even look at you. This was the real insult. Therefore, the leader of the mysterious ice sect could not hold back his embarrassment. He initially thought that he was flattering Jiang Fei by taking the initiative to talk to him. However, he did not expect that Jiang Fei did not even put him in his eyes. Good. The leader of the mysterious ice sect was so angry that he said 3 good words in a row. Then, he pointed at Jiang Fei and said, "Today, I will let you have a taste of my power." As soon as he said that, the leader of the mysterious ice sect extended his hand and pointed a finger. An ice spike flew toward Jiang Fei. Yuling shouted loudly because she noticed that Jiang Fei was still facing her. It was as if he did not notice the ice spike behind him. Oof. Jiang Fei did not even turn his head. He waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Then, the icicle turned around and headed straight for the mysterious ice sect master. Good boy. The mysterious ice sect master waved his hand and shattered the icicle into dust. At the same time, he also realized that the spiritual power that Jiang Fei used was also of the water element. Sister, let me show you a magic trick. Jiang Fei ignored the master of the mystic ice sect and said to Yu Ling. Yu Ling was stunned. Then, Jiang Fei did not wait for her to answer. He waved his hands and drew a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand. As Jiang Fei moved his hands, ice appeared on one side and fire appeared on the other. Jiang Fei's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The ball of fire seemed to be caught in his palm and was instantly compressed into a little blue light. At the same time, Jiang Fei's left hand shook. The ball of ice instantly turned into an ice lotus. As Jiang Fei shouted, the flame in his right hand was thrown into the ice lotus. How is it? Jiang Fei asked Yu Ling with a smile. Yu Ling said from the bottom of her heart. She had never thought that spiritual power could be used in such a way. Jiang Fei said as he swung the ice lotus. The ice lotus went straight for the leader of the mysterious ice sect. The leader of the mysterious ice sect saw that Jiang Fei was only focused on picking up girls. He was already filled with anger when Jiang Fei ignored him. Now, Jiang Fei had actually used a flashy piece of junk to hit him. This made him even angrier. Seeing that the ice lotus was right in front of him, the leader of the mysterious ice sect waved his hand. More than 10 ice thorns hit the ice lotus, instantly turning it into dust. However, once the ice lotus was shattered, the leader of the mysterious ice sect regretted it. At the same time, a strong sense of fear arose in his heart. The moment the ice lotus was shattered, the blue flame instantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sky full of flames that charged straight at the leader of the mysterious ice sect. The patriarch shouted, and then he set up an ice shield to block it. However, the raging flames swept over, and his ice shield only existed for a moment before it was turned into nothingness, followed by the raging flames. The patriarch had originally planned to be seriously injured. After all, his ice shield was destroyed in an instant, and the intense flames were enough to seriously injure him. However, after the flames passed, the patriarch of the mystic ice sect didn't feel any pain at all, so he was very surprised. At this time, Yu Ling was laughing so hard that her flowers were trembling. It was because the cloak of the patriarch of the mystic ice sect had also been burned, his crown had been burnt, and his entire face had turned black. His eyebrows, beard, and hair had all been burnt to a crisp. Chapter 2555, 2555. Translator 549690339. The patriarch of the mysterious ice god sect was at a loss. He hadn't figured out what had happened yet, so he turned around to look at the disciples of his sect. At this moment, the expressions of the disciples of the mysterious ice god sect were very interesting. Some of them had serious expressions, while some wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. As for the elders and the protectors, they all had solemn expressions. What are you guys laughing at? The Dark Ice sect master looked at the low-level disciples and asked angrily. These low-level disciples clearly did not realize what had happened. They only felt that the sect master's current predicament was a little funny. However, none of the true experts could laugh at that moment. That was because Jiang Fei's move just now was too shocking. If Jiang Fei was able to beat the Dark Ice sect master to the point that he vomited blood, it could only mean that he was slightly stronger than the sect master. Jiang Fei was clearly toying with the leader of the Dark Ice sect. The sky-high flames could instantly melt the leader's ice wall. This meant that the power of the flames was enough to seriously injure or even kill the leader of the Dark Ice sect. However, it had only burned off his clothes and hair. What did this mean? This meant that Jiang Fei's control of power had reached its peak. When experts of similar strength fought, everyone would go all out. At that time, it was impossible to accurately control power. It was already good enough to be able to defeat the opponent. On the other hand, one side could accurately control spiritual energy. When one party could only injure and not kill, it meant that the other party's strength was far superior to the other party's. However, Jiang Fei did not kill the mysterious ice sect master. He did not even hurt him. He only used flames to humiliate him. That meant that the other party's strength was completely superior to his own sect master's. Therefore, when faced with such a powerful expert, how could the mysterious ice sect's experts still laugh? Those who wanted to laugh were just low-level disciples who did not realize how powerful Jiang Fei was. Sect master, you're... A few low-level disciples were terrified. Usually, they did not even have the right to speak to the sect master. All of them kept quiet out of fear. They quickly told the sect master what had happened. The patriarch of the mystic ice sect was stunned. Then he raised his arms, and sure enough, he felt a chill under his armpits. Looking down, the patriarch of the mystic ice sect shouted loudly. At this time, his clothes had almost been burned to ashes, leaving only a few pieces of cloth sticking to his body. Then he touched his head. The priceless crown had long been burned to ashes. The leader of the Dark Ice sect raised his hand, and an ice boundary appeared in front of him. He could see his pathetic appearance in the mirror. My beard, my eyebrows. After seeing his predicament, the leader of the Dark Ice sect could not accept this reality. A man can be killed. With a loud roar, the leader of the Dark Ice sect, who had become angry out of embarrassment, had forgotten the difference between him and Jiang Fei. He waved his flying sword and charged at Jiang Fei. Be careful. Yu Ling, who was laughing happily just now, shouted. Jiang Fei, who was facing Yu Ling, did not even turn his head. The master of the Dark Ice sect, who was charging forward, transformed into an ice dragon in midair. Powerful ice spiritual force covered his entire body. The ice dragon spat out ice breath and charged at Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei did not turn his head, his right hand snapped his fingers. Following the sound of his fingers, an earth pillar rose from the ground and instantly appeared beside the ice dragon that the leader of the Dark Ice cult had transformed into. 3 golden rings appeared out of thin air and directly tied the ice dragon that the leader of the Dark Ice cult had transformed into onto the earth pillar. Flames rose from the bottom of the earth pillar. The ice dragon that was the leader of the mysterious ice sect was instantly dissolved. Then, the leader of the mysterious ice sect was tied to the earth pillar by the golden hoops. This time, the leader of the mysterious ice sect could not cause any more trouble because the 3 golden hoops had sealed his dantian and sea of consciousness. At this time, the leader of the mysterious ice sect was not only unable to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, he could not even mobilize his spiritual energy. The members of the Dark Ice sect were dumbfounded. Although the experts had already seen that Jiang Fei was stronger than their leader, they had never expected that Jiang Fei would only snap his fingers. Their leader had been captured alive. It was easy to kill and injure him, but it was difficult to capture him alive. Moreover, what shocked the members of the Dark Ice sect the most was the ability that Jiang Fei had displayed. This dragon escape stance seemed simple, but it included the use of earth, metal, and fire attribute spiritual energy, in addition to the water attribute spiritual energy that Jiang Fei had just displayed. He could already control 4 types of spiritual energy. At that moment, a terrifying thought appeared in the minds of the Dark Ice sect's experts. Could it be that this mysterious guy in front of them was actually a monster with all attributes? Although there had been people with 2 or even 3 attributes among the cultivators, these people were already very rare geniuses. Their appearance often represented the glory of a sect, but since ancient times, there had never been any experts with all attributes. Wait, why do I remember that a master with all attributes once appeared in history? I seem to have some recollection as well. However, that person has disappeared for decades. Moreover, he is not in the year star. Could you be talking about Jiang Fei from the Valiant Martial Hall? Yes, it is said that he is Ji Chunhong's disciple and the Holy Maiden's master. However, there was no news of him after that. That's right, I remember that the legend says that he has all attributes. If it is him, then everything makes sense. He is the legendary true immortal. How could a mortal like us be a match for him? But that's not right. He does not have the aura of a true immortal. It seems that he is only at the beginning stage of the tribulation. Moreover, his age does not match. The few experts of the mysterious ice sect discussed among themselves. The legend of Jiang Fei had long been forgotten by people. One had to know that the 5 directions of heaven and earth had a 12 times time flow deficit compared to the outside world. It would take more than 10 years. Therefore, after a few decades, the name Jiang Fei had gradually been forgotten by the people of the Mystic Ice sect. Moreover, in the eyes of these people from the Mystic Ice sect, Jiang Fei was too young. If he was the legendary figure of the past, even if his appearance did not change, his temperament would also change. It was impossible for him to maintain his current appearance. Unfortunately, the members of the Dark Ice sect did not know that Jiang Fei could leave the world of the 5 directions. In fact, he had only stayed outside for a few years. Naturally, there would not be too much of a change. Just as these people were discussing, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in midair. Someone had used his power to forcefully tear open space. Chapter 2556, 2556. Translator 549690339. As the space was forcibly torn apart, an old lady with a dragon-headed walking stick walked out. The old lady asked angrily as soon as she came out, "Grandma?" The patriarch of the Mystic Ice sect saw that his backer had come and immediately shouted loudly. Seeing this, the old lady waved her hand, sending 3 ice blades straight towards the 3 golden rings on the fleeing dragon pillar. With 3 crisp sounds of collision, the ice blade shattered. However, the 3 golden rings were safe and sound. Huh? The old lady frowned. She asked coldly, "Who did this?" Huang Wenbing pointed at Jiang Fei and said. He did not expect that this time, the ancestor, who had lived in seclusion for many years, would be alarmed. This ancestor was the foundation of their mysterious ice god sect. It was also because of the existence of this true immortal that they were able to become one of the top sects in the entire age range. Oh! At this moment, the old lady finally turned her gaze to Jiang Fei. The old lady asked, "Old lady, you have lived for so long. Have you forgotten all the etiquette that your family had given you when you were young?" Jiang Fei smiled and said. The old lady was furious. As a true immortal, she was already one of the top existences in the human world. Even the town star, a true immortal, would receive due respect. Now, a young boy dared to speak to her like that. This made the old lady furious. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and ignored the old lady. "Old ancestor, this kid is not ordinary." Huang Wenbing whispered behind the old lady. The old lady nodded. She had always thought that Jiang Fei was extraordinary. With his tribulation stage cultivation, even a true immortal like herself could not easily break the spell he cast. So, he was a disciple of the valiant Marshal Hall. "I don't care who you are or what your background is. Let my grandson go now." Although the old lady knew that Jiang Fei might be related to the valiant Marshal Hall, she did not decline. This was the confidence of a true immortal level master. If you wanted to let him go, fine. He's right there. Jiang Fei's expression was still as calm as ever. The old lady laughed coldly. Then she said to Jiang Fei, "When I save my grandson, I'll teach you a lesson." "All right." Jiang Fei laughed. The old lady glared at Jiang Fei. Then she took 2 steps and walked in front of her grandson. The old lady asked, "Grandma, I'm fine. I'm just trapped here," said the master of the mysterious ice sect. "All right." The old lady nodded and prepared to save her grandson. Young. On the other side, Yuling did not know how to address Jiang Fei. Based on Jiang Fei's strength, she would have to call him senior. However, looking at Jiang Fei's age, she really could not bring herself to call him senior. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, "This old lady looks very powerful. She can actually tear space apart," said Yuling. Before this, she had never seen such an expert. "It's just tearing space apart. An expert at the tribulation stage can do it. However, this old lady is already a true immortal. That's why she can do it so easily, Jiang Fei said with a smile. What? Yuling was shocked. She stuttered and asked, She's already an immortal? Jiang Fei smiled. In his eyes, a true immortal was just a cultivator who had passed the heavenly tribulation. However, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, becoming a true immortal was equivalent to becoming an immortal. You're already an immortal, all right? Yuling rolled her eyes. All right, let's not dwell on this anymore. Jiang Fei smiled. At that moment, in midair, the old lady turned her palm into a blade. A stream of ice condensed on her palm and formed a blade. With a loud shout, the old lady made her move. Her hand blade cut into a golden ring. The hard ice blade collided with the golden ring and sparkled with bright sparks. However, after the sparks dissipated, the old lady's ice blade was already missing a hole. However, the golden ring did not even leave a white mark. What? The old lady was shocked. At the same time, she guessed in her heart, could this be a magic treasure of the valiant Marshall Hall? No wonder this kid is so sure. It turns out that he is certain that I can't break this magic treasure. The old lady felt that she had been played. She immediately roared at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not explain further. Oof. I'll say it one last time. Take this magic treasure, the old lady said angrily. Oh, then, don't be polite. Jiang Fei was a person who would not be swayed by force. The more the old lady threatened him, the more he would not compromise. Good, good. The old lady was furious. She immediately said to Jiang Fei, Baby, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect. As the old lady spoke, she turned the dragon head in her hand, and an ice plate appeared in front of the old lady. Immediately after, the ice plate shot out countless icicles. Although each icicle was only the size of a fist, the number of icicles was shocking. In the blink of an eye, thousands of icicles shot towards Jiang Fei in all directions. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He could also see that the Dark Ice sect was simply a system that worked from the top to the bottom. There was a reason why Huang Renxian was so hateful. Based on what Jiang Fei saw with his own eyes, there was no reasonable person in the entire Dark Ice sect. From Huang Renxian to this old lady who was at the true immortal level, they all felt that the big fist was the truth. Jiang Fei did not mind teaching them a lesson. The content of this lesson was that there was always someone better than them. Old lady, I have tolerated you a few times. As Jiang Fei roared, he made his move. As Jiang Fei snapped his fingers again, an earth pillar rose from the ground and directly shattered the ice plate that the old lady had summoned. Her body was bound by the 3 golden rings. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not burn her clothes with flames. Otherwise, the old lady would have run naked like her grandson. Chapter 2557, 2557. Translator, 549690339. Brat, who are you? Although the old lady was imprisoned, her words were still very powerful. How is it? Is there anyone in the Dark Ice Divine sect who can fight? Jiang Fei ignored the old lady and directly asked Huang Wenbing. Previously, Jiang Fei saw that the old lady was very old, so he took the initiative to talk to her. He did not expect this old fellow to be so arrogant. Now, Jiang Fei had only used one move to capture her alive. Then, what else did Jiang Fei have to say to her? The disciples of the Dark Ice sect, led by Huang Wenbing, were dumbfounded. Originally, they had come to annex the Qianyuan sword sect. In their opinion, this matter should be a piece of cake. However, they did not expect such a mistake to occur halfway. Not only was their sect leader captured alive, even the ancestor of true immortal level appears also be captured alive by one move. For God's sake, what kind of existence have we provoked? Could it be that our Dark Ice Divine sect has been destroyed just like that? Oh my God, please give us a way out. At that moment, everyone from the Dark Ice Divine sect fell into despair. Kid, you're good. As expected of someone from the valiant Marshall Hall. At that moment, The old lady still had a fearless look on her face. Old man, hurry up and admit your mistake. Young Master Wang is not that kind of cruel person. He will let you all go, Yu Ling shouted from below. This girl was indeed too kind. Did she not think about why she was so aggressive? She was here to destroy your Qianyuan sword sect. Why did she still persuade him to admit his mistake and let Jiang Fei let them go? After letting them go, would your Qianyuan sword sect still have a good ending? However, Yu Ling did not think that it was that complicated. She only saw that the old woman was already very old and was still tied up in the air. She looked very pitiful, so she gave her advice. Admit your mistake? The old lady did not appreciate it at all. Instead, she looked at Yu Ling with disdain. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "Kid, don't think that you are superior just because you came from the Martial Valiant Hall. Let me tell you, times have changed. Now, the Martial Valiant Hall has lost its previous power. There are many forces that are more powerful than the Martial Valiant Hall." Oh, Jiang Fei smiled. He was really curious about what kind of trump card this old lady had. All right, the old lady shouted angrily. Then, a strange small item popped out from her palm. Although her spiritual power was restricted, the old lady's hand was still able to move. She crushed the small thing in an instant. Then, a red light flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei smiled faintly when he saw the old lady calling for help. After all, the leader of the mysterious ice sect had done the same thing before. About 20 to 30 seconds later, there was another violent spatial fluctuation in the air. At the same time, Yu Kuai rushed over from a distance. Yu Kuai came to Yu Ling's side and asked. Although he knew Jiang Fei's identity, he did not expect the situation to be so violent. Even a true immortal-level expert had been alerted. How could this be? Yu Ling was very calm at this time. Anyway, the legendary immortal had come. He had been easily captured by young Master Wang next to her. It would not be surprising if more experts came, right? At this time, Yu Ling had developed a kind of blind trust in Jiang Fei. Although she might not admit it herself, subconsciously, she had already regarded Jiang Fei as an invincible existence. As the space was completely torn apart, the spatial rift was even larger this time. It was obvious that the thing that was coming over was not as simple as a human being. A gigantic sharp claw appeared in midair. Then a huge body squeezed out from the spatial rift. The huge beast appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei looked at the giant beast with interest. It was a giant beast that looked like a lion. Its entire body was covered in scales, and there were 2 dragon whiskers at the corner of its mouth. "Master, I am summoning you," the old lady said respectfully. Skyho looked at the old lady and recognized her. "Oh, it's you. Since you've been supporting me for so many years, I won't punish you for disturbing me." Wang Tianho asked. "My lord, it's like this. Our mysterious ice god sect is facing a disaster, so I hope you can help us. Otherwise, if our sect is destroyed, we won't be able to support you anymore," the old lady said. Oh, Sky-gazing Roar looked at the situation. As expected, the old lady seemed to have been captured. The old lady was the first to complain. "I see." Sky-gazing Roar looked at Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei's aura was only that of a new true immortal. Jiang Fei was nothing at all. The old lady hurriedly thanked him. In her opinion, the power of this sky-gazing Roar was definitely not something that a human could compare to. This ancient mutant was definitely able to take care of Jiang Fei. "Kid, although you and I have no grudges against each other, we can't do anything about it. I have enjoyed the worship of the Dark Ice sect for many years. Today, I have no choice but to help them," Sky-gazing Roar said to Jiang Fei. Without waiting for Jiang Fei to reply, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei. At that moment, even Yu Kuai was dumbfounded. He did not expect the Dark Ice sect to collude with ferocious beasts. This was a big taboo for humans. However, ever since the dragon race reappeared, the agreement between humans and ferocious beasts was almost non-existent. Although the valiant Martial Hall was still powerful, it had long lost its previous dominance among humans, Many sects that were unwilling to submit to humans began to collude with ferocious beasts in private. However, they did not expect that the mysterious ice god sect would actually collude with an ancient strange beast. Yuling did not know what the sky-gazing roar was, nor did she know how powerful the ferocious beast was. Therefore, she only reminded Jiang Fei as usual. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and extended his right hand. With a snap of his fingers, the hearts of the disciples of the dark ice sect jumped. No way. It's still the same move? Huang Wenbing had a bad premonition. Chapter 2558, 2558. Translator, 549690339. As expected, Jiang Fei used the same move after snapping his fingers. A pillar of earth rose from the ground. Before the blue light that sky-gazing roar spat out could hit Jiang Fei, it was shattered by the blue light. Immediately after, 3 golden rings appeared and directly tied the gigantic sky-gazing roar to the earth pillar. Sky-gazing roar roared. He wanted to struggle, but he found that his spiritual power was completely restrained. He wanted to use his physical strength to break free. However, he found that the golden ring and the earth pillar were formed from the purest spiritual power. No matter how hard he tried, the earth pillar and the golden ring did not move at all. The flames churned. In an instant, sky-gazing roar was roasted until it was 30% cooked. The fragrance of meat wafted down. He had finally become obedient. How is it? Who else? Jiang Fei shouted at the members of the mysterious ice divine sect. Although he did not do anything, the members of the mysterious ice divine sect were scared away. Wow! Yuling shouted happily. Among the people present, she was probably the only one who did not know what was going on. At this moment, Yu Kuai had also connected this young Master Wang in front of him to the legendary Jiang Fei who had disappeared for decades. Huang Wenbing and the other experts of the Dark Ice Divine Sect had the same thoughts. However, they were now filled with fear and were unable to speak. However, for the sky-gazing roar, he had never heard of Jiang Fei from the valiant Marshal Hall. Even if he had heard of him, he would not remember a single human. Now, he knew that he was injured and beaten up by a human. This matter could not end just like that. It must be known that the dragon race had just announced that they would accept all dragon race bloodlines and acknowledge the status of their mixed blood dragon race. The purity of their dragon bloodline was quite high. Although they couldn't enter the core of the dragon clan after returning, they had obtained a second-class identity. Among a mixed blood dragon clan, their status was quite prominent. Now that he was being bullied by a human, wasn't this a slap to the face of the dragon clan? Since he couldn't beat this abnormal human in front of him, he naturally had to ask for help. Thus, the sky-gazing roar secretly crushed a piece of dragon scale in his hand. After these mixed blood dragons joined the dragon clan, they had to find a dragon clan to rely on. Only then could they obtain the identity of a dragon clan. They were all able to pledge their loyalty to the elders of the dragon clan. Therefore, the piece of dragon scale in his hand naturally belonged to a certain dragon clan elder. After the dragon scale was crushed, a teleportation door immediately appeared in midair. This was the effect of the dragon scale, which could directly open a two-way teleportation door to its owner. Sky-gazing roar, what happened? Why are you so anxious to find me? An elder of the dragon clan walked out from the teleportation door. Sky-gazing roar immediately cried. What a waste. Ninth elder rolled his eyes. Because his back was facing Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei had concealed his aura, he did not realize who was behind it. It's my incompetence. However, this guy beat me up. It's also a slap to the face of our dragon race. Sky-gazing roar pleaded. Sai, I told you that the Sage King should not have given such an order. What's the point of accepting trash like you? Said Ninth Elder. Then he said, Sai, ever since the Sage King gave the order not to interfere in the affairs of the human race, the humans have become too arrogant. They actually dare to touch the people of the dragon race. It seems that if I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As he said that, the Ninth Elder turned around. When the Ninth Elder turned around, he saw Jiang Fei smiling at him. This scared the ninth elder. He rubbed his eyes hard. Then, he used the bloodline connection to identify Jiang Fei. It was not until 10 seconds later that he confirmed that the person in front of him was the Sage Lord. He then confirmed that the person in front of him was his own Sage Lord. Ninth Elder, it's this human. Sky-gazing roar was still fanning the flames. Even the well-mannered Ninth Elder was about to curse. He regretted taking in that brainless, sky-gazing roar. Under the gaze of all the members of the Dark Eye sect, Sky-gazing roar, and Yu Kuai, the Ninth Elder kneeled in front of Jiang Fei. Your humble servant does not know that the sage has come again, said the Ninth Elder respectfully. What? The entire place was silent. Wang Tianho was dumbfounded. The master of the Dark Eye sect and his grandmother, who were tied up, were dumbfounded. The group of people below were also dumbfounded. No one knew what had happened. The dignified elder of the dragon race had actually knelt before that brat, just like that. The dragon race was a legendary race. They had ruled over the 5 directions for millions of years. Until now, they had still ruled over this land. Moreover, this was the elder of the dragon race. That was one of the most powerful people in the dragon race. Everyone felt that their brains were enough. Their worldview was about to collapse. No one could understand what had happened, especially people like the mysterious Ice Sect Master and Huang Wenbing. They felt like they were going crazy. Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly and completely released his aura. The Ninth Elder stood up. However, the people from the Dark Eye sect behind him all knelt on the ground. There was nothing they could do. Jiang Fei's aura was too strong. With their average strength of only around the aura's core stage, being able to survive meant that Jiang Fei could control the strength of his aura. Of course, not everyone knelt down. Yu Kuai and his daughter were not affected by Jiang Fei's aura. However, Yu Kuai still knelt down. He was not a country bumpkin. Although the Prime Sword sect was lonely, the ancient records were still there. He knew very well what kind of existence the Dragon Sage was. Yuling was a little dumbfounded. She stood behind Jiang Fei and looked at him blankly. Kneel! Yu Kuai tugged at his daughter's lapels. However, Yuling was stunned. She did not have any reaction. Yu Kuai did not dare to move too much. In the end, he could only let Yuling stand there. Other than Yuling and the Ninth Elder, there were 3 others who did not kneel. However, it was not that the 3 of them did not want to kneel. Instead, they were tied to the soil pillar by Jiang Fei. They could not kneel even if they wanted to. Chapter 2559, 2559. Translator, 549690339 at this moment. The scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. Could actually implicate the legendary Sage Lord of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, these guys never expected that the Sage Lord of the Dragon Clan would be so young, and he even liked to play such a deceitful trick like secretly visiting in disguise. For Yu Kuai and his Prime Sword sect, this was not a bad thing. Even if the Dragon Sage did not have a good impression of them, they had always treated them with respect. At the very least, they would not have any feelings of disgust. Therefore, this time, seeing Jiang Fei was at most an eye-opener for them. They just wanted to see the big picture. However, for the members of the mysterious Ice God sect, their hearts were chilled to the bone. Although the mysterious Ice God sect was considered one of the largest sects on planet Sway, in the entire human society, the mysterious Ice God sect could only be ranked in the middle. After all, the truly powerful sects were all on planet Sway. Even the valiant Martial Hall, which was the strongest among the humans, was protected by Jiang Fei. That was why it was not ruled by the dragon race. Now, their small, mysterious Ice God sect had offended the dragon race's Sage Lord. Even if one were to think with their toes, they would not be able to avoid a disaster. Ninth Elder. At that moment, Sky-gazing Roar, who was tied to the earth pillar, shouted loudly. Jiang Fei looked at Sky-gazing Roar, then looked at Ninth Elder and asked. When he heard Jiang Fei call out his name, Ninth Elder broke out in cold sweat. Therefore, he quickly said, I have failed to discipline them. However, it is up to the Sage Lord to decide. The Sky-gazing Roar had just joined the Ninth Elder's sect. He did not even know much about the mixed blood dragons, let alone have any feelings for them. Therefore, he would not risk offending Jiang Fei to plead for the sky-gazing roar. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the ninth elder, "Do you still remember that I once issued a decree prohibiting the dragons from interfering with human affairs?" "Yes," the ninth elder quickly said. Jiang Fei said calmly. The ninth elder gritted his teeth. He had completely given up on the sky-gazing roar. Therefore, he chose the most severe punishment. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the sky-gazing roar, "Since you have already joined the dragon race, you should know the clan rules, right? Please spare my life, Sage Lord." The sky-gazing roar was truly afraid now. He had originally thought that joining the dragon race would allow him to receive the protection of the dragon race. However, he had not expected that he would be skinned alive after joining the dragon race for only a few months. Jiang Fei sighed. Although the sky-gazing roar was wrong, he would not be cut into pieces. However, since the ninth elder had chosen the harshest punishment, Jiang Fei could not say anything else. If Jiang Fei pardoned the sky-gazing roar, it would be the same as setting a precedent. At that time, the mixed blood dragons and even the pure blood dragons would be able to disobey his orders. Moreover, there would be no peace on the human side. Therefore, the sky-gazing roar was purely unlucky. As the saying goes, he would not beat those who did not work hard, and he would not beat those who did not have eyes. This sky-gazing roar was exactly the kind of person who did not have eyes. If he were to go against the muzzle of his gun, he could not blame anyone else. As Jiang Fei snapped his fingers, a whirlwind rose from the ground and slowly rose to the front of the sky-gazing roar. A cold light flashed in the whirlwind. Those cold lights were all fine metal-type astral energy. They swirled and closed in on the sky-gazing roar. The sky-gazing roar's heart-wrenching scream rang in the air. This scream made the members of the mysterious ice sect tremble in fear. After all, the sky-gazing roar was a member of the dragon race. Since this dragon sage was so cruel to his own people, how could he treat them well? However, at this point, the members of the mysterious ice sect did not even have the courage to escape. Under Jiang Fei's powerful aura, all of them were silent. They all knelt on the ground and could not move at all. After about 10 minutes, the sky-gazing roar was only left with a skeleton in the air. His immortal soul floated in the air and did not dare to run away. Jiang Fei said to the sky-gazing roar's immortal soul. The punishment was already very heavy. Jiang Fei did not want to kill them all. At this time, what else could the sky-gazing roar say? He could only kowtow to Jiang Fei in the air and run away. As for when the sky-gazing roar would be able to find a suitable body to possess and be reborn, it was hard to say. Moreover, even if he was reborn, he would not be able to find Jiang Fei and the dragon race to take revenge. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. Therefore, even if the sky-gazing roar hated the Dark Ice sect, he hated the Dark Ice sect. If it was not for these idiots, how could he have offended the dragon race's sage lord? How could he have ended up like this? After Jiang Fei finished off the sky-gazing roar, he turned to look at the sect master. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, "Sage, you don't have to mock me anymore. I brought this upon myself. It was I who failed to recognize Mount Tai that caused the sect to fall into eternal damnation. I only ask that you let my disciples go," said the sect master. Although he was a little overbearing and arrogant, he still wanted to protect his own disciples at this moment. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. The leader of the Dark Ice sect said with a cold smile, "You're not a dragon. You're not under our control." Jiang Fei asked with a smile. At that moment, the master of the Dark Ice sect remembered his arrogant words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "You're also standing up for the disciples." Jiang Fei waved his hand and put down the master of the Dark Ice sect and his grandmother. The reason why Jiang Fei did not kill the master of the Dark Ice sect and her grandmother was partly because of his concern for the humans. On the other hand, Jiang Fei could understand the actions of the master of the Dark Ice sect and her grandmother. That was because Jiang Fei was also such a person Therefore, from his point of view, the behavior of the leader and his grandmother was understandable. The leader of the mysterious ice sect was overjoyed. No one would want to die if they could live. However, you have angered me after all. Zhang Fei's face darkened as he said. The leader of the mysterious ice sect was shocked. Chapter 2560. Translator 549690339. My request is very simple. Zhang Fei said. No problem. The Dark Ice Sect Master asked. 50 years might be more than half a lifetime for an ordinary person. However, for cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. Zhang Fei extended his hand and pointed at Huang Wenbing. Huang Wenbing was so scared that he took a few steps back. Asked the leader of the mysterious ice sect. There's no need to kill him, said Zhang Fei. He was doing this for the sake of the primordial sword sect. The leader of the mysterious ice sect frowned. Although crippling Huang Wenbing could save the entire sect, as the leader of the sect, once he did something like betraying the sect in exchange for his life, his prestige would be completely destroyed. At this time, Huang Wenbing took the initiative to step forward. The leader of the mysterious ice sect and Huang Wenbing had a good personal relationship. He wanted to stop him, but he could not bring himself to say it. Leader, you don't have to say anymore, Huang Wenbing said as he shattered his meridians. His cultivation was crippled. As Huang Wenbing spat out a mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee on the ground. Then, he struggled to stand up and asked Zhang Fei, Sage Lord, are you satisfied with the result? Zhang Fei waved his hand. The mysterious ice sect master replied and was about to leave with the sect members. However, at that moment, Zhang Fei suddenly felt a warmth in his arms. Zhang Fei could vaguely see a faint red light on one of the dark ice sect disciples. Zhang Fei was shocked. He immediately shouted, Hold on. The leader of the dark ice sect turned around and asked. Although he looked calm, he was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Zhang Fei would go back on his word and leave all of them behind. Zhang Fei did not say anything. He walked straight toward the disciple whose body was glowing red. We meet again, Zhang Fei said to the disciple. Sage Lord, have we? The disciple of the dark ice sect was terrified. Zhang Fei asked. Sage Lord, I don't know what you're talking about, the disciple said nervously. Sage Lord, this is just a low-level disciple of mine. The leader of the dark ice sect came over and asked carefully. Zhang Fei glared at the leader of the dark ice sect. Then, he grabbed the disciple's shoulder and disappeared in an instant. The leader of the dark ice sect wanted to say something more, but Zhang Fei had already disappeared. All right, all you could go back first. The Sage Lord must have had his reasons for taking that disciple away, said the ninth elder at this time. Sigh. Grandson, let's go back first, the leader's grandmother also advised. It was already good enough that they could keep their lives. If they were to go against the Dragon Clan for a low-level disciple, it would not be worth it. The Mystic Ice Sect Master had no choice but to bring his disciples back to the sect. Ninth Elder said to Yu Kuai and his daughter. Yu Kuai bowed and then prepared to leave with Yu Ling. Yu Ling asked at this time. The Ninth Elder laughed. It was not because the Ninth Elder did not put on airs. Instead, it was because he realized that the Sage Lord, Zhang Fei, could actually tolerate Yu Ling standing without kneeling. What did this mean? This meant that the sage and this little human girl had a good relationship. After all, the sage's spouse was brought back by him from the outside world. The male dragon race was also famous for being lascivious. Who knew if this little girl was the sage's secret lover? Therefore, when a ninth elder spoke to Yu Ling, his attitude was so kind. At the same time, Zhang Fei grabbed the disciple's shoulder and flew far away. Finally, they landed on a remote hill. Saint Lord, what do you want to know? At that moment, the disciple was so scared that he almost wet his pants. What's going on? Zhang Fei frowned. From the disciple's behavior, he did not look like an apostle with a cheat. Moreover, Peter's previous behavior was very strange. Although he had parasitized a few people, they did not seem to be affected by him. What is Peter's purpose in parasitizing other people? Zhang Fei frowned even more From the looks of it, Peter did not seem to be very powerful. Other than being able to parasitize other people's bodies, he seemed to be unable to do anything else. Even if he could parasitize the host, he could not control the host's actions. This made Jiang Fei very confused. Previously, he had dealt with a few apostles. These people came to the game with a purpose. However, they had to do something. Peter was like a real parasite. He just chose a host to parasitize and did nothing. This made Jiang Fei feel very strange. Little Nine suddenly said. Jiang Fei frowned. Although Little Nine's suggestion was feasible, the risk was too great. If Jiang Fei wanted to let Peter parasitize him, he would have to turn off the player privilege. However, after turning off the player privilege, it meant that Jiang Fei was like the other local creatures. Once he had completely lost his protection, once he was activated by the apostle's ability, he might be killed instantly or be controlled. It was hard to say. Little Nine said. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. Little Nine's words were right, but he was still unwilling to take the risk. However, just as Jiang Fei was hesitating whether or not to temporarily turn off the player privilege, the red light suddenly moved. It followed Jiang Fei's hand that was holding the disciple and directly came to his body. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked and quickly waved his hand. However, it was already too late. The red light had already climbed onto his body. Chapter 2561, 2561. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei was so shocked that he quickly checked his body condition. However, even if he had activated the Eye of the Violet, he could still see that there was nothing wrong with his body. Jiang Fei frowned. The red light seemed to be fake. Other than being attached to his body and causing his jade pendant to react, it did not seem to have any other effects. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Jiang Fei's mind. Who? Jiang Fei, who was already nervous, was shocked. Logically speaking, with Jiang Fei's strength, he should not be making such a fuss. However, the situation was different now. He was infected by that Peter. He did not know what would happen. Jiang Fei would become very alert. You've been chasing me for so long, the voice said with a smile. I don't care who you are. This is my territory. Jiang Fei pretended to be angry. He did not understand Peter's ability at the moment, so of course, he could not confront him directly. The voice was stunned. I'm here for a big watermelon. The entire world of the 5 directions is my territory. Jiang Fei pretended to be very angry as he said, Hee hee, you're really lucky, kid. You actually monopolized such a dungeon. The voice laughed. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had misled it. Since you know about it, why don't you scram? Jiang Fei said. The voice asked with a smile. I had obtained a player radar from a quest before. It can locate the coordinates of nearby players. So, you better scram obediently. Jiang Fei made up an excuse. The voice was silent for a moment. Then, it said to itself, If I knew that you were not here for me, why would I go through so much trouble to hide? Jiang Fei said, Don't be afraid. I'm just going to stay on your body for a while. I can't do anything to you. The voice asked. Nonsense. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The voice laughed loudly. With a flash of red light, he came out of Jiang Fei's body and transformed into a man in his 20s in front of Jiang Fei. Hey, stop laughing. Jiang Fei asked. The person said. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he said to Peter, My name is Eamon. I was the one who found this dungeon first. You should leave quickly. This time, Jiang Fei did not hold back and used the rich player that he had met previously to block the attack. The asterisk Eamon. Peter had indeed heard of this name. Eamon was quite famous in the Gamma Dimensions gaming circle. Jiang Fei asked. Peter laughed. Since you know, get lost quickly. Jiang Fei was also an expert at drawing a picture. Peter laughed. Jiang Fei said, As expected of Eamon. Peter muttered to himself. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Boss Eamon, let's discuss it. I won't disturb you or snatch your resources in this dungeon. I'll just stay here for a while. What do you think? Although Peter was an apostle with a cheat, he still had to give some face to a well-known tycoon like Eamon. However, the problem was, what about the next game? After all, they were players, not NPCs. A game was just a small experience for them. There would be a lot of benefits. Jiang Fei frowned. Peter thought for a moment. If he did not tell Eamon the truth, he would not let it go. Although he had a cheat and Eamon could not do anything to him, it would offend him. If he met Eamon in another game in the future, he might not be able to protect himself with a cheat. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Peter decided to reveal some information to Eamon. It's like this. I'm here to look for something, said Peter. Asked Eamon. Peter did not hide anything. There were so many items in the game. He did not think that Eamon would have heard of it. Eamon did not know what the 9-turn astrolabe was. However, Jiang Fei was on the other side. Moreover, the 9-turn astrolabe was with him. Therefore, how could Jiang Fei not know what the 9-turn astrolabe was? What is the 9-turn astrolabe? Jiang Fei immediately asked. At this time, Peter was not telling the truth. However, even if he did not say it, Jiang Fei could guess it. It was obvious that Peter's plan was the same as Jiang Fei's. He planned to bring all the experts from the 5 directions and use them to fight against other players. However, Peter did not expect that his information was too old. The 9 revolving astrolabe had already fallen into Jiang Fei's hands. Although Jiang Fei understood Peter's purpose for coming to the 5 directions, he still had a lot of doubts in his heart. Peter shrugged and said, Jiang Fei was stunned. I thought that you were here to kill me, so I hid myself in these unremarkable people. I did not expect that you would still find me, Peter said helplessly. As the apostles had already lost 6 of them, the remaining few apostles were very careful. They also knew that the development team was thinking of ways to get rid of them, so they were all very cautious. Peter was the same. In fact, when Jiang Fei, the player, came to this town, he had already discovered him. Originally, this guy was staying with Yu Kuai. He was so scared that he immediately ran to Brother Qin. He did not expect that he would stay with an unlucky person. After he had changed a few hosts in a row, he realized that these mortals were getting more and more unlucky. He had originally wanted to leave this place with an inconspicuous disciple of the Dark Ice sect. However, Jiang Fei had even found out about it. Chapter 2562, 2562. Translator, 549690339. Chasing after you? Jiang Fei asked. No, nothing. Peter was flustered by Jiang Fei's question. Jiang Fei snorted in his heart. It was obvious that he had killed too many apostles, causing the others to become suspicious. However, even though Jiang Fei knew Peter's purpose, he still knew nothing about Peter's ability. Therefore, he did not know how to make a move. Jiang Fei was about to say something when he suddenly had an idea. Previously, Jiang Fei had used the instrument given to him by Vinolin to detect Peter's external attributes. However, it was useless. Now that he thought about it, it was because Peter was living in someone else's body. The device was only detecting the host body. Therefore, it was normal that it could not be detected. However, Peter was now in his real body. If he used the instrument to detect Peter, would he not be able to know Peter's ability? After thinking about it, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. If he were to test Peter in front of Peter, it would be easy to alert him. If Peter were to run away, Jiang Fei would have nowhere to go. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei changed the topic and asked, Then after you find the 9 rotating star plate, can you leave my territory? Peter said, All right, my identity here is the Dragon Sage. Jiang Fei asked, Yes. Peter nodded repeatedly. The reputation of a Dragon Sage was very well known in the 5 corners of the world. It was difficult for him not to hear of it. That's good. Follow me first. In a while, we will go to a dragon stronghold. Jiang Fei said. Peter's eyes lit up. If he had Jiang Fei, the Dragon Sage, to help him find it, it would be much easier than finding a needle in a haystack like this. It's okay, but let me be clear. Jiang Fei threatened. Don't worry, I still want to play a few more games. Peter laughed. That's good. Jiang Fei turned around and flew away on his sword. Peter followed closely behind. However, he did not notice that there was a small gadget in Jiang Fei's hand that was facing away from him. Holding the detector in his palm, Jiang Fei turned around and asked Peter, "Do you have any general information about the 9 revolving astrolabe? When the time comes, I will let the dragon race search for it purposefully." As he spoke, Jiang Fei waved his left hand at Peter. Peter was attracted by Jiang Fei's words, so he did not notice it. "No, I only know that it is in the 5 directions of heaven and earth." "I don't know where it is exactly," said Peter. Jiang Fei nodded and turned around. At this time, there was a row of information on the detector in his hand. Apostle number 7, Peter. Ability, parasitic control. After Jiang Fei read the information, he quietly put away the detector. Although there were only 4 words in the information about Peter, as the name suggested, he could roughly guess it. There was no need to talk about parasitic. This guy had shown it many times before. 80% of the time, he could control the host that was infected by him. However, this ability should not be effective on players. In other words, Peter could parasitize and control NPCs. However, when faced with players, he could only parasitize them and could not control them. After roughly understanding Peter's ability, Jiang Fei quietly spread out his spiritual power. Under Jiang Fei's spiritual power scan, everything within a radius of tens of miles was under his control. Peter also noticed Jiang Fei's spiritual power coverage. "Searching for the dragon race's stronghold," Jiang Fei said. Peter nodded. He did not think too much about it. As an apostle with a cheat, as long as he did not face people who specifically hunted him, he was not afraid of being attacked by ordinary players. Therefore, Peter did not think too much about it when Jiang Fei opened his mind. "There are too many creatures here. It's easy for this guy to escape." Jiang Fei made a decision in his heart. As long as there were no living creatures around, Peter's parasitic ability would be useless. Moreover, after knowing Peter's ability and knowing that it would not affect him, Jiang Fei was not afraid that Peter would parasitize him anymore. Jiang Fei even hoped that Peter would parasitize him again. After that, Jiang Fei suddenly turned around and flew in the direction of the year mark. Peter asked curiously when he saw Jiang Fei suddenly turn around. "Yes." Jiang Fei smiled and continued to fly in the direction of the year mark with Peter. As the year mark side was too cold, even cultivators and fierce beasts who practiced the ice attribute rarely set foot on it. In a vast ice field, it was simply too easy to find a place where there were no humans or fierce beasts. After more than an hour, Jiang Fei found a suitable location. He was ready to turn hostile. Suddenly, Jiang Fei turned his head. The Chunying sword was like a cold ray of light, piercing directly into Peter's chest. Peter was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Fei to suddenly attack him. Peter, who was not in a hurry to dodge, was pierced through the shoulder by Jiang Fei. Peter asked loudly, "Oomph." Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He did not have the interest to explain things to his opponent. Therefore, he continued to use Eamon's identity to attack Peter. "Eamon, I respect that you are a well-known player, so I'm talking to you nicely." Peter was also angry. Although his ability did not have any effect on players, the carriers used by the apostles were all first class. Therefore, he was not afraid of Eamon. Peter's carrier was not weak. Even among true immortals, he was a first-class expert. However, do not forget that he was not facing a top-tier player like Eamon. Instead, he was facing a top-tier boss like Jiang Fei. After just a few exchanges, Peter was already badly injured by Jiang Fei. F*CK, how are you so powerful? Up until now, Peter had never doubted Jiang Fei's identity. He still believed that Jiang Fei was the famous player named Eamon. In the face of danger, Peter knew that if he did not activate his cheat ability, he might be killed. Therefore, he instantly turned into a ball of red light and latched onto Jiang Fei. "Oomph." Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Chapter 2563, 2563. Translator, 549690339. When Jiang Fei saw that Peter had possessed him, he was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. "Oomph," Peter said proudly. "Is that so?" Jiang Fei smiled and immediately activated his inheritance space. Once the inheritance space was opened, Zhang Fei's figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already entered the space. Logically speaking, as a player, as long as Peter's carrier was still there, Zhang Fei would not be able to put him into the space. However, this guy was courting death by possessing Zhang Fei's body. Once Zhang Fei entered the inheritance space, Peter was also transferred into it. Peter was shocked. He wanted to get off Zhang Fei's body, but he realized that he could not move at all. In the inheritance space, time was frozen. Although Peter's mind was not restricted, many of his abilities could not be activated. "Welcome to my world," Zhang Fei said with a smile. You are not Eamon." A thought flashed through Peter's mind. It was exactly this thought that scared him to death. For players, dying in the game was nothing to be afraid of. No matter how miserable they died, they could still return to the safe zone to resurrect or log out and return to the real world in the gamma space. However, Zhang Fei was an exception. Although he could not completely kill a person's soul, he could use the inheritance space to permanently imprison these souls and make them suffer a fate worse than death. Once the souls were imprisoned, the players in the gamma space would become vegetative. Their families could also sue the development team and use a large amount of compensation money to maintain the lives of these vegetative people. However, the apostles who used cheats did not receive such good treatment. They did not enter the game using the equipment provided by the development team. Therefore, even if something happened, their rights and interests would not be guaranteed. Most of the apostles' families did not have much money. Therefore, once they became vegetative, one could imagine their ending. It was also because of this that Peter was so afraid after he had guessed Zhang Fei's true identity. They would really die. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Zhang Fei smiled slightly. So what if you came to kill us? Peter's tone was full of pride. Peter's ability was indeed very powerful. As a player, he was not afraid of spiritual attacks. Moreover, after he possessed Zhang Fei could not kill him. Naturally, Peter would follow Zhang Fei out. Therefore, although he was shocked by Zhang Fei's true identity, Peter quickly calmed down. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. Kid, don't be an alarmist. At most, we'll just stay here and waste time. Peter said very proudly. Is that so? Zhang Fei smiled. Then his body suddenly exploded and disappeared into thin air. What? Peter clearly did not expect Zhang Fei to commit suicide. Therefore, Zhang Fei's sudden explosion caught him off guard. Since Zhang Fei had disappeared, Peter, who had nowhere to hide, naturally revealed his true form. Peter shouted, "Sacrifice my life for you?" Zhang Fei's spiritual power came from all directions. The ability that Zhang Fei had just used was a new ability that he had mastered during his closed-door training. It was to instantly disintegrate his physical body through the adjustment of the energy string. After losing his physical body, Zhang Fei's primordial spirit would become extremely weak. If he were to encounter any magical artifacts or masters that specialized in dealing with spirit bodies and spiritual power, then he's exposing his weakness to the world. And one more thing, that is, after he disintegrates himself, he cannot delay for too long, and the surrounding matter cannot be greatly disturbed. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to adjust the vibration frequency of the energy string to allow his physical body to reassemble. This was because Zhang Fei's skill was based on the energy string. Every cell, every molecule, every atom, every quark, and even every material base point in his body had an independent formula. It was almost impossible to memorize all of it. However, if there was no interference after disintegrating, Zhang Fei only needed to return the frequency of all the energy strings to its previous state. That would be much simpler. Therefore, Zhang Fei could only use this skill in the inheritance space. Time was frozen here, and matter was almost constant. After he disintegrated, nothing would change in his surroundings. After Zhang Fei disintegrated, someone would throw a handful of sand at his position. He might be crippled. Initially, Zhang Fei thought that this skill was almost useless, so he did not take it seriously. However, He did not expect to use it here today. After disintegrating his own body, Peter had no place to stay. He could only reveal his true body. As soon as he appeared, Jiang Fei's body also reassembled. After seeing Jiang Fei's body reassemble, Peter wanted to use his ability again to parasitize Jiang Fei's body. However, this kind of parasitism required contact. In Jiang Fei's inheritance space, time was approaching a halt. He could not move his body at all. It was even more impossible for him to come into contact with Jiang Fei's body. Jiang Fei's shadow-bearing sword appeared and pierced Peter's heart. Don't kill me. Peter was really afraid this time. Although you have not done anything outrageous, I'm sorry. Jiang Fei sighed. However, so far, he had not done anything wrong. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei could not kill Peter. The development team had given him a time-limited quest. If Jiang Fei did not kill Peter, the development team would punish Jiang Fei. They might even target Jiang Fei's family. Therefore, although Jiang Fei did not have any enmity with Peter, for the sake of himself and his family, he had to sacrifice this guy from the high-dimensional space. As the sword flashed, Peter's physical body was killed. A soul soared into the sky and wanted to escape back to the Gamma dimension. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the imprisonment of the legacy space. Chapter 2564, 2564. Translator, 549690339. After confirming that his soul could not escape, Peter was completely flustered. Although from the beginning, Peter had already guessed that Jiang Fei might be the person who was hunting them down, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. His soul would be freed. However, Peter's hope was now gone. His soul was trapped in Jiang Fei's inheritance space. All right, stop struggling. If you can escape, your companions will not be unable to return, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Peter asked. Oh, killing people? Haven't you killed people before? Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. That's different. We're killing NPCs in the game. How is that killing people? You've now imprisoned our consciousness bodies, causing several people to die in real life. Do you know that? Peter roared. Really? That's not bad. I thought that before I went to your place, I would not be able to kill a few people to take revenge. Jiang Fei laughed. Although he had already guessed that this would be the result when he left Aisha and Lorna behind. When he heard Peter admit it personally, he still felt a sense of joy after taking revenge. Where we are, aren't you a player like us? It was only then that Peter realized Jiang Fei's true identity. Yes, I'm the NPC that you all speak of. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. You? Peter was speechless. Yes. These so-called players were killing almost every day in Jiang Fei's universe. The number of lives that had died at their hands was more than billions. Now that they had started to take revenge, what could they say? What were they even qualified to say? If you do not want to suffer, you had better tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I do not mind showing you my methods, Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. All right, what do you want to know? Peter was a bachelor. He knew that Jiang Fei was different from these players. These players might look like they were slaughtering everyone in the game. However, when they returned to reality, they were almost all losers. If they were asked to kill people in reality, it would scare them to death. However, the guy in front of him was different. One look at him, and one could tell that this guy was a real butcher. Countless lives had died at his hands. Peter could guess that Jiang Fei had the means to extort confession. It was definitely something that he could not even imagine in his dreams. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Actually, he had already learned a lot of things from other apostles. After all, Jiang Fei had already captured a few apostles. Moreover, he also had a powerful interrogation technique like mind reading. Jiang Fei asked. Actually, he already knew the answer to this question. Now, he was just using this question as an opening to see whether Peter was honest or not. Peter was silent for a moment. Then he said to Jiang Fei, according to our boss, that is because the players have destroyed your universe too cruelly. We want to save your universe and drive away those players. The answer that Peter gave was similar to what the apostles had said before. However, Peter immediately added, I'm afraid that there are only a few people who really have such thoughts. After all, the reason we joined this organization is to obtain this set of equipment. Is there really someone who has the same ideals as our boss? I don't know if there are any, but there definitely won't be many. Zhang Fei asked. I'm not too sure about others. Some of them are doing it to take revenge on the development team. Some of them are doing it to earn some money. There are also people like me who are doing it to have fun in the game, said Peter. Zhang Fei glared at Peter. He had discovered that Peter was lying through his mind-reading skill. Moreover, Peter's words could not help but be analyzed. In the beginning, there might have been some apostles who wanted to feel good. However, because of Zhang Fei's hunting, a few of them had already been turned into vegetative states. Some of them had even died. Peter still dared to use this cheat. How could he just want to feel good? Peter was stunned by the question. Zhang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he directly used his spiritual power to pierce Peter. The intense pain in the spiritual dimension almost made Peter faint. However, since he had lost his physical body, it was impossible for him to faint now. Peter became even more awake. The consequence of being awake was that he did not waste any of the pain. He experienced it all once. I beg you, big brother. I beg you. Please spare me. In the blink of an eye, Peter could not take it anymore. They were just a group of ordinary people. They had not experienced any anti-torture training. Therefore, they were unable to withstand the pain. Zhang Fei had already known the truth from mind reading. The reason why he interrogated them was to vent his anger. I'll tell you, Peter told Zhang Fei the truth this time. I have a few people who are actually using money to do other people's work. Continue. Zhang Fei knew that Peter was not lying this time. Open, Peter said. In the beginning, these apostles were indeed a bunch of motley crew. Their initial goal was to enter the game to feel good or get some equipment to sell for some money. Most of them did not take it seriously. Only people like Aisha and Lorna were really playing with the heart of a virgin. However, ever since the apostles entered the game, the development team had targeted them. Although this cheat was very powerful and the development team could not do anything about it, the cheat was dead and people were alive. The development team could not deal with the cheat. However, they could bribe the people who used the plugin, especially after Aisha and Lorna died in the gamma space. And a few people became vegetative. The remaining apostles were terrified. They had originally planned to give up. However, the development team took the initiative to pay them to continue using the plugin. Under the temptation of money, Peter and the others were tempted. So they gritted their teeth and continued to stay in the game and continued to use the plugin. Chapter 2565, 2565. Translator, 549690339. What? When Zhang Fei received the news, he was really shocked. Yes, they were the ones who paid us. In the beginning, we were just here to have fun. So, when there was danger, we naturally prepared to leave. But now, for the money, I'm going to take a risk. If I don't meet you, I'll be able to make a fortune, said Peter. What the hell is going on? Zhang Fei frowned. Since the development team had already bribed Peter and the others, why would they still want him to kill Peter? Peter said. Zhang Fei asked. Peter replied. Zhang Fei said as he pretended to launch a mental attack. Don't. Peter was immediately afraid. Tell me, the development team gave you money for a reason. Zhang Fei asked. They want us to start a larger war. Peter answered nervously. Zhang Fei muttered to himself. Yes. Peter nodded. Zhang Fei frowned and asked. There was no need for the development team to ask him to kill them. What they did was too illogical. You are also under the orders of the development team? They want to kill me? Peter was shocked. Zhang Fei immediately asked. Peter muttered to himself with a dejected face. If I had known earlier, I would not have been so greedy. Sigh. It was me who harmed myself. Zhang Fei frowned. He was certain that there was something going on. However, at that moment, Peter was in a trance. It was obviously not realistic to ask him anything. However, this was not difficult for Zhang Fei because he still had the ability to read minds. Very soon, Zhang Fei found out the reason why the development team was after him in Peter's mind. Although Peter was speechless and looked a little dazed, his mind was filled with these things. Therefore, Zhang Fei's mind-reading ability could easily find the information that Peter wanted to know. According to Peter's own guess, the reason why Peter was being hunted down by the development team was 80% because he was too greedy. That was because he was taking the reward money from the development team and preparing to create a bigger massacre in the game. He actually sold the information to a tabloid reporter. Such an extremely unprofessional behavior might have attracted the revenge of the development team. If it was in the Gamma space, the development team would not be able to deal with Peter, the big mouth. The risk of hiring someone to kill someone was too high. However, Peter was still in the game. This gave the development team a chance. Therefore, in order to avoid any more trouble, they directly gave Zhang Fei a time-limited mission to get rid of Peter. As long as Peter became a vegetable in the Gamma space, there would be no evidence to prove it. No one would believe such gossip. Moreover, after seeing Peter's end, the tabloid reporter would probably be shocked and would not dare to spread the news anymore. What is the development team trying to do? Zhang Fei frowned. At this moment, he was not sure if the development team really wanted to kill Peter to silence him, because all of this was just Peter's own guess. If it is really as Peter guessed, the development team killed him because of this matter. Zhang Fei thought to himself. Although the cost of the development team ordering Zhang Fei to kill someone was very low in the game, it would be too much of a fuss if it was just because Peter had revealed that the development team had bribed cheating players. Such a small matter was probably not worth it to kill someone to silence them. Therefore, Zhang Fei was certain that there must be a secret behind this. However, he still had too little information at the moment. It was impossible for him to deduce the real purpose of the development team. Hey, Zhang Fei gently used his mind power. The intense pain woke Peter up from his stupor. You. Peter was shocked. When he saw Zhang Fei, he instantly woke up. Let me ask you one last question. Zhang Fei asked. Our quest is the same, Peter replied. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he asked, do you know who else was bribed by the development team besides you? I don't know much about that. At least Dormer and Li Wei collected the money together with me, Peter said. Dormer. Zhang Fei muttered the two names in his mind. Zhang Fei asked. Li Wei is very tight-lipped. I don't know what his ability is. However, Doma mentioned to me before that his ability seems to be related to space. This guy is more talkative. He had a good relationship with Boss back then, so his cheat is stronger than ours, said Peter. Okay. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, Big Brother. Peter wanted to beg Zhang Fei to let him go, but he was afraid that he would anger Zhang Fei. You haven't done anything outrageous yet, so I'll let you live for now, Zhang Fei said. But Peter looked troubled. His soul was trapped in this place. Then his physical body in the Gamma space would definitely be reduced to a vegetable. Although he had received a sum of money from the development team, his family was not particularly wealthy. If his family gave up on his treatment, he would not be able to last long. Zhang Fei laughed coldly and left the inheritance space. At that moment, although Peter had not done anything outrageous, Zhang Fei would not let him go. After all, if he let the tiger go, there would be too many consequences. Chapter 2566, 2566. Translator, 549690339. After coming out of the inheritance space, Zhang Fei was stunned for a long time. This time, he had received too much information from dealing with Peter. He needed to digest it. The development team must be plotting something. Zhang Fei muttered to himself. According to Peter's description, there were at least 2 apostles working for the development team. One of them was Dormer, who had mastered the spatial ability, and the other was Li Wei, whose ability was unknown. If the 2 apostles did not do anything in private, the development team would not issue any missions to the 2 of them for a period of time. Even so, the development team probably would not let Zhang Fei be too idle. After all, according to the information that Zhang Fei had, there were still 6 apostles who were still alive. Other than Thomas and Li Wei, the remaining 4 apostles might have people working for the development team. However, they were definitely not all of them. At the very least, the boss was definitely not one of them. The development team would never allow these disobedient apostles to cause trouble in their game. However, to Zhang Fei, whether it was the apostles who worked for the development team or the apostles who continued to risk their lives in the game for their own ideals, they did not have anything good. The existence of these people was a threat to the universe. Regardless of their motives, in Zhang Fei's opinion, these people deserve to die. Forget it. If Vinylin does not provide me with information, it will be too difficult for me to find these apostles. Zhang Fei thought for a long time there was no good solution. When the apostles did not activate their abilities, they were no different from normal players. At this time, games were already very popular in the Gamma space. The number of players that had invaded Zhang Fei's universe had already reached more than 100,000. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Zhang Fei was a big target. These apostles were very likely to target Zhang Fei like John and Philip. Therefore, Zhang Fei decided not to look for them. He would just wait for them to come to him. Of course, if Vinylin sent him information, Zhang Fei would not mind taking the initiative to attack. He would kill all these people who threatened the stability of the universe. After making up his mind, Zhang Fei did not rush to return to the outer universe. Instead, he returned to the dragon race's territory. Sage Lord, you're back. Greetings, Sage Lord. Sage Lord, is there something important that you came back for? After returning to the dragon race's territory, the dragon race elders greeted Zhang Fei one after another. I'm Fina. I just came back to take a look. Zhang Fei smiled and went straight to his bedroom. Now, he had someone worth thinking about in the 5 corners of the world, and that was the Phoenix Spirit. At this time, the Phoenix Spirit had already been in the Dragon Clan's territory for a period of time. During this period of time, the Phoenix Spirit had become the treasure of the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Queen personally waited on her every day, and there were countless servants and maidservants under her. The most ridiculous thing was that Yu Ting actually came to check on Phoenix Spirit every day. If there was even the slightest discomfort, the previous Dragon Sage would not hesitate to use up his spiritual energy to send Phoenix Spirit over. As the Dragon Clan had not had a dragon whelp for hundreds of years, Phoenix Spirit, who was now pregnant, enjoyed the most meticulous care. When Zhang Fei returned to the bedroom, the Dragon Queen was holding Phoenix Spirit's hand and talking to her. There were at least 6 maidservants by Phoenix Spirit's side at any time. Good boy. Zhang Fei smiled as he walked in. Phoenix Spirit stood up. Due to the difference in the flow of time, Phoenix Spirit had been pregnant for more than a year. However, to the Phoenix Spirit of the something clan, her belly was not even showing. The Dragon Queen also stood up and bowed. Zhang Fei nodded at the Dragon Queen. Then he came to Phoenix Spirit's side and asked, "How have you been?" "Thank you for your concern, husband." "I'm doing well," said Phoenix Spirit. Although she was more casual with Zhang Fei when she was in the outer universe, it was different when she was back in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, especially in the dragon race's territory. The hierarchy here was strict. Even if Phoenix Spirit was pregnant with Zhang Fei's child, she had to be careful when she spoke. "Sage Lord, you guys chat. I won't disturb you anymore," the Dragon Queen said tactfully. "Okay." Zhang Fei nodded. After the Dragon Queen left, Zhang Fei waved his hand and asked the maids to leave. "How is it?" Zhang Fei smiled and said, "Sigh, how should I put it? Although I used to live like this, I still like the casual days in the outer universe," said the Phoenix Spirit as she shrugged. Since there were no outsiders, she naturally did not have to put on the airs of a sage spouse. She even leaned on Zhang Fei's body. Zhang Fei said, since Phoenix Spirit did not want to stay here, he did not want to let her be restricted. "Forget it. I'll just stay here." Phoenix Spirit said in Zhang Fei's ear. The hot air that she breathed out with the fragrance of the orchid tickled Zhang Fei's ears. To be honest, Phoenix Spirit had her own selfish reasons for wanting to stay in the world of the 5 directions. As the former female Beast Empress, Phoenix Spirit was not as innocent as the other girls. From Phoenix Spirit's point of view, it was not easy for her to be the first to conceive Zhang Fei's child. Naturally, she had to be born first to preserve her title as the eldest son of the first wife. However, the problem was that because of Phoenix Spirit's bloodline, she could be pregnant for decades and give birth again like it was nothing. If she went out, the other girls might even give birth to a football team for Jiang Fei. Her child was still in her stomach. Therefore, in order to let the child land early, not to mention the dragon race, she had to stay here even if the conditions were not good. Moreover, there was another reason why Phoenix Spirit had to stay in the world of 5 directions. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and it was good for the child's development. Otherwise, it would be more efficient to go to the time house in the technological universe. However, in order for her child to be outstanding, the world of 5 directions was clearly the best place to nurture her child. Jiang Fei did not think as much as Phoenix Spirit. He only felt that it was more lonely for Phoenix Spirit to stay here alone. However, since Phoenix Spirit had taken the initiative to request to stay here, there was nothing he could do. He could only bring the girls over to visit her more often. Chapter 2567. 2567. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei spent more than a month with the Phoenix Spirit in the Dragon's territory. Then, he returned to the outer main universe through Little Nine. Little Nine asked after he returned to Skoda Star, "I hope I can rest for a few days." Jiang Fei shook his head. Very soon, the news of Jiang Fei's return spread across Skoda Planet. Although Jiang Fei had stayed in the 5 directions for a long time, due to the time flow deficit, he had only left home for a little more than a week. The first person to notice Jiang Fei was still Aurelia, who was in charge of the planet's defense. However, before Aurelia could finish his sentence, a staff member barged in. The staff member said. Aurelia frowned. Jiang Fei did not hide anything from them. The staff member's attitude was very unusual. Jiang Fei frowned. Just by looking at the staff member's attitude, he knew that Vinolin had come. Aurelia nodded. She had also guessed a little, so she did not stop him. On the other hand, Jiang Fei followed the staff member to a quiet place. Congratulations. As expected, once the staff member opened his mouth, he was even more certain of Vinolin's identity. "Why are you in such a hurry this time?" "I just came back," Jiang Fei said with dissatisfaction. Previously, when Vinolin came to give him quests, there was always a gap. He had never been in such a hurry before. "Hee, don't be nervous. I'm not here to give you a quest this time," Vinolin said with a smile. Jiang Fei frowned. In his impression, Vinolin was the perfect example of a night owl who would come to the mansion for no reason. "Don't be anxious," Vinolin said with a smile. "A good thing?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "I'm here to give you a reward," said Varen. Jiang Fei was stunned. "Yes, you dropped Peter. The development team has specially given you a reward," said Varen with a smile. "Hee, what the hell?" Jiang Fei snorted coldly. He had done so many things for the development team. The development team had never given him any benefits. Even if they occasionally gave him some rewards, it was to deal with those apostles. This time, the development team actually took the initiative to give him some benefits. This actually made Jiang Fei somewhat suspicious. Vinolin said as he took out a small box. Jiang Fei did not reach out to take it. Vinolin shrugged. Jiang Fei frowned. "I really don't know. The development team only asked me to give this to you." Vinolin said. Jiang Fei reached out and took the box. He knew that if the development team wanted to kill him, they would have plenty of ways to do so. Even if he did not take the box, he would not be able to hide from them. After taking the box, Jiang Fei did not carry Vinolin behind his back. He opened it right in front of him. As the box opened, a small thing appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked as he looked at the eyeball-like object in the box. Vinolin shrugged and said. Jiang Fei asked. "No, they just said that you will need it when the time comes," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He could not do anything to the development team. "No, if there is a quest, I will come to you," said Varen. Jiang Fei said and ignored Varen. He turned around and left. After a short moment of daze, Varen's face became blank. Clearly, the staff member was very confused as to why he had come here. After returning to the front of Aurelia, Jiang Fei smiled and asked, "How have things been at home for the past few days?" "Nothing has changed. What? Aurelia asked. No, Vinlon did not come here to issue a quest, Jiang Fei said truthfully. Then, she showed the eye to Aurelia and said, He gave me this. Aurelia was also very curious. This thing looked like the eye of something, but the texture was like a gemstone. I don't know either. Vinolin did not say anything either. Jiang Fei said speechlessly. Sai, working with the development team is like asking a tiger for its skin. You have to be careful, Aurelia advised. How could I not know? Jiang Fei sighed. Of course, he knew that the development team had bad intentions. They would have killed him long ago. All right, let's not talk here anymore. Let's go home first. Aurelia also sighed. She also knew that it was not easy for Jiang Fei. For the sake of the entire universe, she had no choice but to shoulder the burden alone to fight against the threat of the high-dimensional space. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he returned home with Aurelia. After returning home, Jiang Fei first went to greet his parents and told them not to worry anymore. Then, he returned to the girl's side. In the next few days, Jiang Fei really lived a comfortable life. No apostles came to cause trouble, nor did Vinolin come to arrange missions for him. Even the battle report from the Empire was that the world was at peace. Jiang Fei even forgot how long it had been since he had lived such a peaceful life. After spending half a month with the girls, Jiang Fei suggested to them to go to the Five Directions world. After all, half a month outside was half a year in the Five Directions world. That would be a little too much for the Phoenix spirit who was nursing her baby. I'll go. Ariel had always been the most enthusiastic about such things. She had followed Jiang Fei to and from the Five Directions world the most. Moreover, once she went back, she would circle around the Phoenix spirit's belly. Unfortunately, the Phoenix spirit's belly was not visible at all. I'll go and take a look too, Nina said with a smile. Among the group of girls, apart from Hua Qingsheng, Nina was the one who had the best relationship with the Phoenix spirit. I've been there last time, said Hua Qingsheng. Because Jiang Fei could not bring too many people, she would not fight for the position. Jiang Fei nodded. Go and come back as soon as possible. Bella reminded. Her relationship with Phoenix Spirit was not good or bad. However, Phoenix Spirit's first pregnancy had indeed made Bella jealous. Bella also had a lot of thoughts, so Great Jiang had been going to Bella's room to serve her recently. Chapter 2568, 2568. Translator, 549690339. After bidding farewell to Bella and the others, Jiang Fei used Little Nine's ability to bring Nina and Ariel into the Five Directions of heaven and earth. Hubby, quickly bring us to the Dragon Clan's territory, Ariel said excitedly. Where does the baby come from now? There's still no sign of the Phoenix spirit's stomach, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Ariel said seriously. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Of course it's real. Ariel said. All right then. This time, you can teach me, Jiang Fei said. Ariel immediately nodded. All right, Fei, let's go, Nina said with a smile. She actually did not believe that Ariel could feel the existence of the baby. After all, the baby had not been formed yet. It was most likely due to Ariel's psychological influence. After all, she loved children too much. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he rode on his sword and brought Nina and Ariel straight to the dragon's territory. Soon, the three of them entered the dragon's territory. However, before Jiang Fei could meet the Phoenix spirit, a delicate figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Natasha said with a smile. Jiang Fei was stunned. It had been a long time since he had seen Natasha. My brother found out that I did something bad, so I was locked up for a period of time, Natasha said shyly. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Natasha that I told you about. Jiang Fei called Ariel and Nina over. Hello, Natasha. Ariel smiled and came over to greet them. I'm Nina. Nina also came over. She and Ariel were not the kind of people who liked to be jealous. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not hide the matter of Natasha from the girls. Therefore, they all knew about Natasha's existence. They also knew that Natasha had helped Jiang Fei a lot. Natasha greeted them obediently. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Natasha said with a matter-of-fact expression. Jiang Fei smiled. Although he was not clear about Natasha's identity, he was sure that this girl was definitely not an ordinary player, because even a top-tier player like Eamon would not be able to defeat a monster like Natasha. Natasha said proudly as she raised her little face. "All right, Nina, Ariel, you guys go and find the Phoenix Spirit first. I have something to say to Natasha," Jiang Fei said to Ariel and Nina. "Okay." Nina and Ariel nodded. Then, they flew to Jiang Fei's bedroom. As the two of them had been to the Dragon Clan's territory before, the Dragon Clan also knew them. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very relieved to let them enter by themselves. After sending Nina and Ariel away, Jiang Fei smiled and asked Natasha, "What bad thing did you do? How could your brother lock you up?" Natasha said as she covered her mouth. "All right, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Let's go and play," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "All right," Natasha said. "Planète Mars?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "The flame tree there has bloomed," Natasha said. "All right." Jiang Fei had always doted on Natasha. Firstly, Natasha had helped him a lot. Secondly, he also liked this little sister of his. Ever since he had little Nine, Jiang Fei no longer had to worry about traveling in the 5 directions. He directly summoned little Nine and activated his ability. He and Natasha were teleported directly from the dragon's territory to the flame forest on planet Mars. "Look handsome!" Natasha was very happy as soon as they arrived at the flame forest. The scenery of the flame forest was indeed very beautiful. The flame tree was a very unique tree. It could only be found on Mars. Except for its light blue leaves, it only bloomed once every 3 years. Or the shape of it. It's like fire. In addition to the fire tree itself is rich in fire spiritual power, so the entire forest in bloom, like a raging fire general. And every time this time, a large number of fierce beasts will also gather in the forest of fire, because at this time the fire nature of the most dense spiritual energy, especially suitable for fierce beasts to cultivate. Natasha slowed down. Jiang Fei smiled as he watched Natasha run happily into the forest. The corners of his mouth curled into a warm smile. After an unknown amount of time, Natasha was tired from running. Only then did she return to Jiang Fei's side. Natasha said as she pulled on Jiang Fei's arm. Jiang Fei nodded. "I really want to live here forever," said Natasha. "Silly girl, the more beautiful things are, the shorter they are." "The flowering period of the flame tree is very short," said Jiang Fei. Natasha lowered her head as if she was thinking about the decline of the flowering period of the flame tree. Therefore, she was a little unhappy. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Fei did not want Natasha to lose her playful nature because of his words. Therefore, he immediately took out a picnic cloth from the spatial ring and spread it on the lawn. Then, he filled it with delicious food. Wow! Natasha was still a child after all. Therefore, her attention was quickly attracted by the delicious food. While eating and drinking, Natasha suddenly noticed a small box hanging on Jiang Fei's waist. Natasha said, without waiting for Jiang Fei to answer, she directly took the small box into her hand. Jiang Fei was about to stop her, but Natasha had already taken the box away. The box was opened, revealing the strange eyeball inside. Natasha was slightly surprised. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although the development team had given him this thing, he did not know what it was used for. Now, that Natasha happened to know this thing, he naturally had to ask around. It also saved him from being cheated by the development team. "Yes, this is a very strange item," Natasha nodded and said. Jiang Fei asked, "Actually, it's not very useful. It's just that it can see things that are invisible under normal circumstances," Natasha said. Jiang Fei asked, "Not exactly. It can also see things like subspace, ethereal, and so on," Natasha explained. Chapter 2569, 2569. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei asked in surprise. He really did not expect the development team to give him such a useful reward. "That's true, but whether it's an ethereal or hiding in a subspace, brother, even if you see it, you can't do anything about it," said Natasha. "That's true, but at least it's good to see it. At least you can be on guard against it," said Jiang Fei. He was already happy that the development team had given him such a good thing. Asked Natasha suddenly. Although Jiang Fei did not reveal Varen's true identity, he did not completely hide it. Natasha fell silent after hearing it. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Huh? Oh. Natasha, who was thinking about something, was shocked by Jiang Fei, so she appeared to be a little flustered. Jiang Fei stroked Natasha's head lovingly. He knew that this little girl must be hiding something from him, but he did not continue to press her. She would definitely tell him. Natasha suddenly raised her little face and asked. Jiang Fei took out a small jade pendant. Natasha had given it to him back then. She said that he must bring it with him. However, after so long, Jiang Fei did not know what it was used for. Yes, Natasha said. Okay. Jiang Fei smiled. After the picnic, Jiang Fei played with Natasha for a while. However, Natasha seemed to be a little absent-minded. Jiang Fei asked, Huh? Oh, no. Yes, I'm a little tired, Natasha said. Then let's rest for a while, said Jiang Fei with a smile. No, I have to go back. After Natasha said that, she disappeared. Jiang Fei frowned, but he knew that there must be something going on. Since Natasha had left, Jiang Fei naturally would not stay in the flame forest to enjoy the scenery. Therefore, he directly asked Little Nine to send him outside the dragon's territory, because the dragon's territory was blocked by a barrier. Therefore, Little Nine could only send him here. After entering the Dragon Clan's territory, Jiang Fei went straight to his bedroom. At this time, Ariel and Nina were talking to Phoenix Spirit. Phoenix Spirit was like the mistress of the house. She stood up and welcomed Jiang Fei in. Nina asked, Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Phoenix Spirit asked, At first, yes. Jiang Fei told her everything. Nina said, Yes, this thing is definitely not ordinary. But I don't know what it does for now, Jiang Fei said. But at least one thing he was sure of was that Natasha would not harm him. Forget it. Don't think too much. At least now you know what the eye does, said Wind Spirit. Yes, husband, asked Ariel. Yes. Natasha has already taught me, said Jiang Fei with a nod. Said Ariel with a smile. That's true. Why think so much? Jiang Fei smiled and began to chat with the girls. Jiang Fei brought Ariel and Nina to stay in the dragon territory for 5 days. Then he brought them to bid farewell to the Phoenix Spirit and return to the outer main universe. 5 to 6 days was only half a day for the outer main universe, which had 12 times the time flow deficit. Therefore, when Jiang Fei and the others returned, they could even catch up to Bella and the others for dinner. How is it? Bella asked casually. Not yet. This race is really strange. It has been a year, but I can't even see the slightest bit of belly, Ariel said. Hee, don't worry about it. Without 10 to 8 years, the Phoenix Spirit's belly will not change, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Bella nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Come over to my place tonight. I have something to tell you. You don't have something to tell me, Sylvie said with a strange tone. What? You have a problem with it too? Bella glared at Sylvie. Sylvie said without showing any signs of weakness. Jiang Fei looked at the situation and his forehead started to sweat. Bella alone was enough to make him suffer. Now that the two of them were together, it seemed like he would have to work hard again tonight. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During that time, Jiang Fei had brought the girls to see the Phoenix Spirit a few times. The entire universe seemed to have returned to peace. None of them came to find trouble with Jiang Fei. During this period of time, Jiang Fei often went to the time house for closed-door training. He hoped to use this opportunity to understand the secrets of the legacy space. Then he could enter the gamma space to fundamentally solve the current predicament. However, the legacy space was much more profound than Jiang Fei had imagined. Otherwise, Yu Ting would not have spent hundreds of thousands of years and failed to understand the secrets of the legacy space. One day, Jiang Fei had just had breakfast with Bella and the others. He was about to go to the time house to cultivate for a period of time when a messenger came to him. Jiang Fei nodded. According to the report of the 9th Scout Fleet, an unknown spatial fluctuation has been detected in the Rei star area. The violent spatial fluctuation has caused the surrounding stars to be greatly affected. The messenger read. Zhang Fei was stunned. This was nothing new in the vast universe. He did not know why Peter Zhu had sent him such a message. General, His Majesty said that this has happened for the 5th time recently. Furthermore, the locations are very close to each other. The communicator said. Oh, Zhang Fei was stunned. If the black hole only appeared once, then it was indeed very normal. However, if it appeared 5 times in a row and the distance was not too far, then there must be something wrong. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2570. Translator 549690339. The Rai Star Area? Zhang Fei asked. It's in the Norcan Star Area. It's only 4 galaxies away from the Empire's core star area. The messenger replied. Zhang Fei was shocked. Yes. According to the calculations of the Universe Research Center, after the 5th black hole is formed, it will form a huge gravitational field with the other 4 black holes. Once another black hole is formed in this gravitational field, they will fuse together to form a huge black hole. The messenger said, All right, I understand. I will go and check on the situation. Zhang Fei nodded. The messenger turned around and left. At that moment, Zhang Fei could not sit still. The 5 black holes had appeared at the same time. It was obvious that someone was controlling them. Moreover, Zhang Fei had a suspicious target in his heart. When he was interrogating Peter, this guy had once given up an apostle named Dorma. This guy's ability was related to space. Therefore, Zhang Fei guessed that this matter was most likely related to this guy. Damn it, I was wondering why things have been so peaceful recently. It turns out that you did not come here to look for trouble. Zhang Fei was secretly angry. This Dormer was much more vicious than the previous few apostles. At most, the apostles, including Peter, were only trying to expand the scale of the war. However, Dormer was even more ruthless. He actually wanted to destroy the entire universe. Even the development team would not be able to stop it. This thing would grow bigger and bigger until it eventually swallowed the entire universe. Aurelia, I have to leave for a while. You can say hello to Bella and the rest. Zhang Fei said to Aurelia using the communication device. Aurelia asked. Clearly, she had received the news as well. Zhang Fei nodded. This time, he did not go to the spaceport. He teleported directly to outer space and summoned his yacht. Maleki, target the Raytheon Star area. Use my special permission to clear all obstacles along the way. Zhang Fei said. After Maleki received the order, he immediately controlled the spaceship to calculate the best route and began to warp. As he had activated his special privileges, the green passage was cleared out wherever Zhang Fei went. Even when he was passing through the Stargate, there was no need to queue up. There were already people who had isolated the other spaceships. Therefore, although the Raytheon Star sector was far from Skoda Star, Zhang Fei still arrived here on the 5th day. As soon as he arrived at the Raytheon Star sector, Zhang Fei sensed the terrifying spatial fluctuation. Zhang Fei frowned. Judging from the intensity of the spatial fluctuation, the opponent's control over the power of space had reached the limit. Even Nina, who had the spatial core, could not be compared to him. Forget it, I don't care. Zhang Fei took a deep breath. It was up to him whether he could kill the opponent or not. At the very least, he had to stop him. Otherwise, once more black holes formed, the universe would really be finished. When that time came, it would be too late to save it. With that thought in mind, Zhang Fei asked Maleki to switch the steering mode of the yacht to manual mode. Then, he drove the spaceship toward the core of the spatial fluctuation. The closer he got to the core of the spatial fluctuation, the more the spaceship trembled. At the back, the alarm inside the spaceship was already ringing. If he continued to sail, the entire yacht would be ruined. Sir, we can't get any closer. The spatial force field here is already very unstable. Although your yacht is very high-tech, it is not a battleship after all. It can no longer withstand this kind of spatial force field, Malachi reported. Zhang Fei nodded. Then, he waved his hand and put the yacht away. As soon as the yacht was put away, Zhang Fei could feel the terrifying power of space. Jiang Fei's body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a layer of dense spiritual energy covered his body and isolated the powerful power of space. Jiang Fei could almost find the source of the power of space without using his senses. Therefore, he quickly flew toward the depths of the vast starry sky. After a few hours, Jiang Fei finally approached a planet. This planet was very lonely. It was the only planet in this solar system. Moreover, the star that it orbited was also very huge. The sun was not even a sesame seed compared to it. Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he teleported and landed on the surface of the planet. Jiang Fei opened his mind and quickly found the player. Although he had not seen the player yet, after confirming that it was a player, Jiang Fei had already determined the identity of the player. Without any hesitation, Jiang Fei directly summoned the Chungying sword and flew towards the player's location. After a few minutes, Jiang Fei arrived near a large mountain. At that moment, the player was casting a spell at the top of the mountain. With a loud shout, Jiang Fei rode his sword down. As he was worried that the player might have some means to kill the NPC in an instant, Jiang Fei had already activated his player privilege. Who are you? Thomas was stunned when he saw Jiang Fei. He was indeed an apostle who had received money from the development team to work for the development team. The development team's mission was to create more deaths. Therefore, he came up with this idea. If he could create a super black hole, the black hole would gradually devour all the planets. This kind of killing speed was much more efficient than some kind of war. However, now, Doma saw a player suddenly appear in front of him. Therefore, he was very surprised. After all, the starfield that he was in was uninhabited. There was not a single NPC here. What was a player doing here? I told you to stop. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and directly slashed out a sword aura. F***CK. Doma stopped casting after being broken. He took a few steps back and pointed with his finger. The space in front of him froze, and Jiang Fei's sword aura was instantly blocked. This is my territory, Jiang Fei roared. Then, he flew out with his sword. The Chungying sword in his hand continuously slashed out more than 10 sword auras, forcing Doma to continuously retreat. Chapter 2571. 2571. Translator 549690339. Under Jiang Fei's continuous attacks, Thomas had no choice but to temporarily stop casting his spells. Moreover, he was forced to retreat by Jiang Fei. Who exactly are you? Thomas asked loudly as he dodged. It doesn't matter who I am. As Jiang Fei spoke, the attacks on his hands never stopped. What the hell? After a few rounds of defense, Thomas realized that he was no match for Jiang Fei. He immediately prepared to escape. Although his spatial ability was very strong, he did not have any offensive skills. Therefore, he could only defend himself. This made Thomas very unhappy. As soon as Thomas finished his words, Jiang Fei felt Thomas' figure suddenly turn illusory. Then, he disappeared into thin air. Jiang Fei was stunned. However, he felt that something was not right. If Doma teleported away, it would leave behind an obvious spatial fluctuation. However, the surrounding space was relatively stable. It did not seem like someone had teleported away. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered the eye of Nishiro on him. Jiang Fei's spiritual power entered the eye of Nishiro. In an instant, the eyeball-shaped gemstone was activated. In the light emitted by the gemstone, Jiang Fei found that there was a shadow not far away from him. This shadow was none other than Thomas, who had just disappeared. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Thomas did not teleport away. Instead, he hid in a subspace. This kid would be able to come back and continue casting spells. However, now that Jiang Fei had discovered Doma's tracks, he would not leave so easily. Although Doma was in the alternate dimension, Jiang Fei could not do anything to him. However, he could at least block the door so that Doma could not come out. Why is this guy staring at me? Doma looked at Jiang Fei in the distance and asked curiously. The attributes of this subspace were very strange. One could see the outside world from the inside. If the outside world wanted to see the inside, It would have to depend on whether the person who had opened the subspace had agreed. This subspace was like a glass that shone through one side. If the person who had opened the subspace did not open the visibility to the outside world, the person in the main space would not be able to see the inside. Of course, there were some special tools that could ignore this attribute of the subspace. For example, the Eye of Nishiro in Jiang Fei's hand. However, Doma clearly did not know that Jiang Fei had such a treasure. Therefore, he thought that Jiang Fei was just suspecting him. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to get out of the subspace. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground and left a trace of his spiritual power to pay attention to the subspace exit. After that, he entered a semi-meditative state. At this moment, Jiang Fei would not waste a single minute. He needed to understand the profoundness of the inheritance space and enter the gamma space. Moreover, this time was very tight. This was because Jiang Fei did not know when the development team would get tired of playing this cat-and-mouse game and directly wipe him out. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days had passed. Jiang Fei just sat there quietly and did not move at all. However, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. Thomas could not hold it in anymore. As a player, although Doma had taken the money from the development team, he had entered the game to play and to have fun. Every day, he would squat in a dark, narrow subspace. This was not the life that he wanted, because the subspace was a small space that was temporarily opened. It was like a box. People could not move inside. They could only enter and exit as they wished. Therefore, Doma was very anxious when Jiang Fei refused to leave. As Doma was not sure of Jiang Fei's thoughts, he could not leave the subspace for the time being. After another 3 days of stalemate, Doma finally could not hold it in anymore. In the past 3 days, Doma had logged off a few times in an attempt to fool Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei's inheritance space had similar effects. Before little Gio, his inheritance space would enter and exit as he wished. Therefore, he knew this very well. Even if Doma had logged off, he would not be affected. He just stood guard outside the subspace. Finally, Doma could not hold on any longer. Damn it! Doma gritted his teeth and jumped out of the subspace. The moment Doma walked out of the subspace, Jiang Fei opened his eyes. Jiang Fei said deliberately. He did not want Doma to know about him, because in Doma's eyes, Jiang Fei was also a player. Therefore, he was almost driven mad by Jiang Fei. After all, in Doma's eyes, Jiang Fei was a player who had nothing better to do. If he did not go out to enjoy himself with his top-tier equipment, he would be stuck here for a few days. Was he not bored? Humph! Jiang Fei said angrily. Doma listened to his also straight teeth. According to Jiang Fei, it was not easy for him to control the entire universe empire. If you were to think about it from another perspective, if Thomas had gone through his own painstaking efforts, from an ordinary player became the king of half the universe, then he certainly did not want someone to his territory to smash Ah. Doma did not know how to persuade Jiang Fei for a time. Now that Jiang Fei had interests related to him, it was obviously impossible for him to ask Jiang Fei to walk away without saying anything. According to normal logic, Doma could compensate Jiang Fei for his loss. For example, if he was given some money in real life to give up the game, Doma would be able to successfully complete the task given to him by the development team. With that thought in mind, Doma said to Jiang Fei, "How about this? Name a price. You can stop playing this game. I'll buy this thing for you, okay?" Jiang Fei laughed coldly. If he was really a player, he might really be tempted. As long as Doma gave him enough compensation, who would care about the contents of a game? However, the problem was that Jiang Fei was not a real player. This game was related to the universe that he lived in. It was related to his family and loved ones, as well as tens of billions of lives. Therefore, no matter what price Doma offered, Jiang Fei would never agree to him destroying this universe. Yes, you can say it. As long as it's about the same, I'm very easy to talk to, Doma laughed. He thought that Jiang Fei was just a normal player, so he tried his best to persuade him. Chapter 2572, 2572. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei roared and charged at Doma again. Although he knew that he could not kill Doma, Jiang Fei had to make his stance clear. He could also buy time to think of a way to deal with Doma. If he let Doma stay here, Jiang Fei would not have time to think of a way to deal with him. Once Jiang Fei left, Doma would have to resume casting spells. He would not be able to reverse the disaster. Therefore, the most important thing for Jiang Fei now was to get rid of Doma. Even if he went to another place to create a black hole, a single black hole would not be able to destroy the entire universe. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei could use this time to find a way to deal with Doma. "Why are you so stubborn?" Doma said as he dodged. "Game my ass. Is it easy for me to accumulate this fortune?" Jiang Fei was furious. His attacks were extremely violent. Even the planet under his feet was trembling. Doma had no choice. Although he could protect himself, he really could not beat Jiang Fei. Otherwise, he would not have discussed it with Jiang Fei so lowly. "Who?" Jiang Fei finally stopped after venting. It was not that Jiang Fei had let Thomas go, but he also realized that he could not kill him at all. If an ordinary person had this kind of power, Jiang Fei could still use his spiritual power to defeat the opponent. However, Doma was a player. Jiang Fei's spiritual power could not directly affect the opponent. Therefore, the current situation was a stalemate. "Have you fought enough?" Doma did not want to fight to the death with Jiang Fei. After all, he lacked offensive means. There was nothing he could do about Jiang Fei. Moreover, if he wanted to create a black hole, he had to focus on casting spells. If Jiang Fei continued to waste time with him, he would not be able to do anything. "Sha!" Jiang Fei glared at Doma. "Hee, this matter is dead." Doma smiled slightly. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I was also entrusted with the black hole. I took the money, so this matter cannot be changed. Then, let me tell you this. I worked hard to build this industry." Jiang Fei said without giving in. "Don't be so stubborn." Doma smiled and then said to Jiang Fei, "I know that you can't bear to part with this industry. How about this? I will give you a sum of money as compensation. Real money in reality." Before Doma could finish his sentence, Jiang Fei interrupted him. "No, I can't even give you money. I'm not done yet." Doma rolled his eyes. Then he continued, "I know that it might be a little difficult for you to give up on this game right now. After all, you have just conquered a kingdom and you haven't had the time to enjoy yourself yet. So let's discuss this. I'm not going to build a black hole here anymore. I'll go somewhere else to do it." Exclamation point. "What do you think?" Jiang Fei frowned. Although this was not a good idea, it was beneficial to him. Since Jiang Fei could not kill the other party right now, he could use the delaying tactic to stall for time. Jiang Fei pretended to be tempted. "How about this? I'll give you $10,000. Doma asked. Jiang Fei frowned. It was not that he felt that it was too little. It was just that he had no idea how much the gamma space was worth. At that moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power entered the inheritance space. Then, he looked for Peter and asked, "In your place, what is the concept of $10,000? How much did the development team give you?" $10,000 is indeed not a small amount. This is the income of an elite class for a month. If it were us, the lower class, we would be able to save half a year, said Peter. He was almost driven crazy by the loneliness of this space. Now that someone was willing to talk to him, he would naturally tell Peter everything. Jiang Fei nodded and signaled Peter to continue. 10,000 is the deposit, Peter continued. Okay, I understand. You stay put. If there's a chance, I might let you go, Jiang Fei said. He did not care about what Peter said and left the inheritance space. As time in the inheritance space was almost at a standstill, and Jiang Fei had entered it with his mind power, Doma did not realize that he had entered and left. 10,000? That's too little, Jiang Fei said to Doma. Actually, he did not care about the amount of money because it was meaningless to him. The main reason why he was bargaining was to make Doma believe that he really wanted to sell the Universe Empire. Doma shrugged speechlessly. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Look, I'm giving you time to enjoy yourself first. When you're almost done, you can sell the Empire in the game to someone else. After you sell it all, you can still get an additional $10,000 from me. That's great. The reason why Doma was so polite to Jiang Fei was mainly because he could not beat Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei insisted on causing trouble for him, he would not be able to complete the quest. By then, not only would he not be able to continue earning money from the development team, he would also have to return the deposit to the other party, if Jiang Fei agreed to his proposal. Although he would have to give Jiang Fei $10,000, he would still be able to get $20,000 from the development team. Therefore, the deal was worth it. As for when Jiang Fei sold the empire to other players, those people would not be able to stop him. Therefore, he did not care at all. All right, then you can leave, Jiang Fei said. Don't do that. Aren't you trying to get something for nothing? Doma rolled his eyes and said, Jiang Fei said. He did not dare to ask for a few years because Doma would not believe him if he said that. 3 months is too long, right? Doma said. 2 months. Jiang Fei continued to buy time. Doma said after thinking for a moment. All right, 1.5 months then. Jiang Fei threatened. Don't worry. Doma smiled and said. Chapter 2573, 2573. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei said as he looked into Doma's eyes. All right, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving now. Doma immediately activated his spatial ability and teleported away. D*M, this guy's spatial ability is too strong. Jiang Fei frowned. With his teleportation ability, it was almost impossible to kill him. After sighing, Jiang Fei looked around. Although Doma had already left, the spatial structure here was still very weak, especially the supergiant star in the distance. It was almost at the point of collapse at any time. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and asked Little Nine to send him back to the 5 directions. Brother, where are you planning to go? Little Nine asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. He did not know how much Yu Ting knew about this spatial ability. However, Jiang Fei did not want to disturb him at the moment. Little Nine nodded and sent Jiang Fei out of the 5 directions. After the 9 rotating astrolabe had fully evolved, Jiang Fei did not have to go in and out of the world of the 5 directions. He could also ask Little Nine to send him out of the world of the 5 directions. After coming out of the world of the 5 directions, Jiang Fei immediately summoned his yacht and ordered Maleki, return to Skoda, star first. Maleki immediately followed Jiang Fei's orders. After the spaceship adjusted its course, it immediately warped towards the Stargate. 3 days later, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda Star. You're back so soon, Aurelia asked as she guided Jiang Fei's spaceship into the airport. Sorry, it's not that simple. I just delayed it for a while. I don't have any good ideas yet, Jiang Fei said. It's okay. Don't worry. There will be a way. Aurelia comforted him. If it was a battle between fleets, Aurelia would be the best commander. She was not very good at it. Therefore, other than comforting Jiang Fei, Aurelia could not do anything else. Jiang Fei nodded. I will inform Bella and the others to come and pick you up now, Aurelia said. No need. Just ask Nina to come over, Jiang Fei said. He did not plan to stay on Skoda Star for long because he had only agreed with Doma for half a month. It had already been 3 days. Aurelia nodded and then informed Nina. Nicole, who had mastered the spatial core, quickly teleported to Jiang Fei's side. This time, Jiang Fei rushed back in a hurry to hear her opinion. Fei, what's wrong? Nina asked. Jiang Fei explained the situation in detail, especially Doma's grasp of spatial power. After listening to Jiang Fei's description, Nina took a deep breath. Then, she fell silent. Jiang Fei quietly watched as Nina fell into deep thought. He did not rush her. Instead, he waited patiently. After about half an hour, Nina raised her head. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, this Doma that you're talking about, his grasp of the power of space is much stronger than mine. However, according to your description, the reason why this guy can grasp the power of space is not because he has understood the rules of space. Instead, he is using external forces to cast his power of space, right? Jiang Fei nodded. Whether it was players or apostles, they were actually just a group of ordinary people in the gamma space. The reason why they were able to perform all sorts of abilities in this universe was entirely due to the convenience provided by the development team or the cheat. They did not understand the rules and did not know how they could achieve such an effect. This was because as long as they activated a certain skill, the ability would naturally be used. Nina nodded. Jiang Fei asked, I have an idea now, but I'm not sure if it will work. Nina said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Nina nodded. Jiang Fei nodded. Then I'll go back and make some preparations. Nina said and teleported away. Jiang Fei prayed in his heart. After about half an hour, Nina returned to Jiang Fei's side. She said to Jiang Fei, All right, I'm ready. When do we leave? Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he brought Nina back to the yacht and left the airport. Nina asked, I don't know, but he should be within the range of the resistance, Jiang Fei said. Because he had an agreement with Doma. Doma would not cause any trouble within the universe empire for more than a month. Then, other places that could cause large-scale deaths would be within the range of the resistance. Then, let's set off, said Nina. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he told Maleki, immediately head to the dominant galaxy and open the special channel. Maleki immediately adjusted the route after receiving the order. Then, he warped towards the dominant galaxy. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the Dominion Galaxy. This was the border between the Universe Empire and the Vizari Army. Once they crossed this border, they could enter the dominion of the other party. There were 2 routes from the Universe Empire to the territory of the Vizari Army. One of them was through the Dominion Galaxy. However, there would definitely be enemy fleets guarding the opposite side of the Stargate. The other route would be through the Saru Cloister. However, due to the bad environment in the universe, the Saru Cloister lacked planets as the base point for the warp. Hence, they could only travel through the sublight speed engine. However, this cloister might not be very wide. However, if they could not warp using the normal engine, it would take them a month to leave. Jiang Fei could not afford to delay this time. Sir, we are already close to the Stargate, Maleki reported at this time. Jiang Fei ordered. Maleki immediately changed the yacht's identity code according to Jiang Fei's order. As a top-tier artificial intelligence, such a small matter was nothing to him. Chapter 2574. Translator 549690339. Very soon, Maleki gave Jiang Fei's yacht a new identity, a smuggling merchant ship. When you're ready, cross the border, Jiang Fei said to Maleki. After Maleki received the order, he drove the yacht toward the Stargate. Main engine shut down, guiding to the Stargate. Orbital accelerator activated. Passing through the Stargate. Amidst a series of electronic mechanical voices, Jiang Fei's yacht rushed into the Stargate. In the wormhole created by the Stargate, Jiang Fei's yacht traveled at high speed. After about an hour, they arrived at the other end of the Stargate. Warning! Warning! The ship has been locked onto by the fire control radar. As soon as they passed through the Stargate, Jiang Fei's ship was discovered by the Vizari Army's battleship. Although the technology was very advanced, Jiang Fei's yacht was after all a civilian ship. Under the military radar, the ship was too eye-catching. It was difficult not to be discovered. Very soon, Jiang Fei received a clear message from the Vizari Army's fleet. Although the Universe Empire and the Vizari Army were in a state of war, the Vizari Army could not do without the support of the Empire. This was because the Vizari Army lacked a large amount of resources. These resources were all smuggled from the Empire. Therefore, the garrison fleet actually turned a blind eye to the smuggling ships from the Empire. The Universe Empire's predecessor was the Merchant Alliance. This group of profiteers only cared about profit. They did not care about any hostile countries. As long as there was profit to be made, these profiteers would even dare to sell their own heads. Therefore, even though the Universe Empire and the Vizari Army were in a state of war, the smuggling trade between the two sides had never stopped. Jiang Fei showed his identity number. Eugene's caravan. The Vizari Army's guard was checking his identity number while chatting with Jiang Fei. Yeah, things have been a little tense lately. We've been resting for a while, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Actually, this Eugene's caravan had been wiped out during the previous battle against the pirates. This Eugene's Caravan was a legitimate company in the God's Empire. However, they were actually specialized in smuggling pirate plunder. Originally, this was not a big deal because the profiteers had done this many times. However, the bad luck of the Eugene's Caravan was that when they went to pick up the goods from the pirates, they were caught by Aurelia's fleet. The result was obvious. The profiteers were blasted into dust along with the pirates. The ID code is correct. Very soon, the defenders had passed the verification. As it was only a civilian spaceship, they did not check it in detail. "This is a small gift for the generals," said Jiang Fei, as he threw a container from the back of the cabin. There were some belongings inside. This was the usual practice of smugglers. The next time they came, they would definitely be made difficult by the guards. Although Jiang Fei did not plan to do it a second time, all the smugglers did it. If he did not leave some valuables, he might be exposed. The Vizari army's guards did not stand on ceremony and directly sent a small boat to tow away the container. These guards were stationed at the front line. If the enemy invaded, they would immediately become cannon fodder. For second-line troops like them, the purpose of staying here was to put their lives at stake. As long as they found the enemy and sent the news back, their chances of survival would be negligible. Under such circumstances, the soldiers at the front lines naturally had to eat and drink. They would naturally not reject the bribes of these smugglers. After leaving behind the containers, Jiang Fei's yacht officially entered the Vizari army's territory under the escort of the garrison fleet. "Maleki, find a place with people," Jiang Fei said to Maleki. Maleki immediately adjusted the course and flew toward the nearest colonial planet. The administrative planet closest to Jiang Fei and the rest was Bertram Planet in the Ivan system. This was an early colonial planet. The inhabitants of the planet were mainly agriculture. Although the population was not very large, there were still several million people. After almost a day of sailing, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at Bertram Planet. Malachi asked, "No need. Just wait for us here," Jiang Fei said and gave Nina a look. Nina immediately activated her spatial ability and teleported her and Jiang Fei to Bertram Planet. Nina asked curiously. Jiang Fei said as he grabbed Nina's hand. Then, he sprinted toward a small city nearby. Soon, Jiang Fei and Nina arrived at the small city. The population of the small city was not very large, but it was not important to Jiang Fei. He went straight to the door of a small tavern and pushed the door open. "Joe!" As soon as Jiang Fei and Nina entered the door, someone whistled. Jiang Fei shouted loudly, "Vinlon? You got the wrong person. We don't have a Vinlon here." The bartender walked out and said, "Vinlon." Jiang Fei was unmoved. "Hey!" The bartender's face darkened. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a nose full of alcohol walked over. He then put his arm around Jiang Fei's shoulder and walked out. "When did old Donald change his name to Vinlon? I've never heard of him. Could it be that after his wife died, he wanted to start over?" On the other side, Jiang Fei and Nina ignored the people who were drinking. They followed the old man out of the tavern and came to a quiet corner. "Asked Vinolin," Jiang Fei asked directly. "How would I know?" Vinolin said with a confused look. "Cut the crap." Jiang Fei frowned and then threatened Vinolin. "If you still want to cooperate, it's best if you don't hide anything from me." "Ah Fei, it's best if you don't provoke Dorma," Vinlon said helplessly. "This matter is not negotiable. Just tell me where he is. Don't say that you don't know. This kid is creating black holes everywhere." Jiang Fei said, "I really can't tell you. Why don't we go in and have a drink?" Vinlon said with a troubled look. However, when he said this, his eyes were a little erratic. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then, he turned around and left with Nina. Chapter 2575, 2575. Translator, 549690339, Nina asked in confusion. "To the spaceship," Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded and brought Jiang Fei directly to the yacht. Jiang Fei asked. Maleki immediately started searching after receiving the order. Very soon, the answer was found. This Horus wine is a very expensive wine. It is only produced in the Valka region of the Vizari army. Maleki replied. "Very good," Jiang Fei immediately said. Nina finally reacted. Jiang Fei said, "Sir, the route has been adjusted." Malachi asked. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the yacht entered the warp mode again. After nearly 7 hours of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei's yacht finally arrived at the Vilka Star area. Vilka Star area was already considered the core of the Visari Army's territory. It was very close to the Visari Army's headquarters. Therefore, there were more and more ships coming and going. A large number of merchant ships and civil flights were constantly shuttling back and forth. Although there had been a lot of space wars recently, the people still had to live their lives. The merchants were even more happy to make money from such a national disaster. "Nina, we have to go to the surface later," Jiang Fei asked. As he spoke, he was also preparing himself. Very soon, Jiang Fei had changed his appearance. Moreover, his strength had been disguised to only around 8 million combat power. As he was not in the 5 corners of the universe, it was too rare to see a hermit-level expert with a combat power of more than 20 million in the outer universe. It was impossible to see one on a normal planet. Even for someone like Jiang Fei, the only hermit-level master that he knew was Tyrion. Although he knew about the existence of the Hermit Alliance, he had never seen it before. Therefore, if Jiang Fei and Nina appeared on an ordinary administrative planet with their real abilities, it would be too ostentatious. Nina nodded and suppressed her energy aura. It made her look like her combat power was only about 4 to 5 million. With such powerful combat power, she was already very eye-catching. Fortunately, Nina did not need to disguise herself because Doma did not know her. However, Jiang Fei could not. If he used his current appearance, he would definitely be discovered if he met Doma. When that time came, it would not be easy for Nicole to secretly observe Doma. When Jiang Fei and Nina had disguised themselves, Maleki had also flown the ship into the gravity well of KLA-PRA. "My lord, we have requested permission to dock," Maleki reported. Jiang Fei nodded. After entering Visari's territory, Maleki changed the ship's identity code again. At this time, the yacht had already been smuggled from the merchant ship. It had become an ordinary merchant ship in Vasily. Soon, Maleki brought good news. This was because this was the hinterland of the Vasily Legion. Moreover, the war had recently subsided. Therefore, the safety verification of planet KLA Pula was not as strict as before. Following Jiang Fei's order, Maleki controlled the spaceship to enter the docking procedure under the guidance of the guide ship. Soon, the spaceship entered the atmosphere of the planet. Then, the spaceship landed smoothly at the designated location. As the cabin door opened, Nina held Jiang Fei's arm and walked out of the spaceship. "Welcome to Planet Krupla. I am the guide of the airport. This is your stop pass. Please take care of your stop pass." A staff member came in front of Jiang Fei. "Okay." Jiang Fei took the stop pass. The staff member asked. Jiang Fei nodded. The staff member asked enthusiastically. Jiang Fei was silent for a moment. At the same time, he opened his spiritual power and searched for Thomas on KLA Pula. However, he found nothing. Moreover, the apostle tracking device on his body did not show any reaction. Jiang Fei finally decided. Although he had an apostle tracking device on him, this thing might not be fully functional. Previously, there were apostles who could escape the tracking of this thing. Therefore, Jiang Fei felt that it was necessary for him to bring a guide. As he was completely unfamiliar with this planet, Jiang Fei needed someone around him to consult him at all times. That way, he would be able to find Dorma, who might have hidden her identity. "Yes, sir." When the staff member heard that Jiang Fei was willing to hire a tour guide, he was overjoyed because he could get a commission from it. Soon, Jiang Fei and Nina followed the staff member to a hall. After they waited for a while, the staff member brought a red-haired girl. "Hello, my name is Martha. I would like to be your tour guide. My salary is $800 per day." The red-haired girl introduced herself and explained her salary. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. Money was just a number to him. He did not care even if the girl asked for more than $800. Masha was overjoyed when she saw that Jiang Fei did not even return the price. It seemed that she would be able to earn a small sum of money. "Sir, If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first, the staff member of the airport said with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded, and the person left. Masha asked with a smile. My name is David. Jiang Fei casually made up a name. Nina used her real name. Because she was not as famous as Aurelia or Bella, no one knew about her. Hello, Mr. David. Martha formally gave the two of them a very local etiquette. It was considered that the two of them had officially reached an employment relationship. Now, the two people in front of her were her bosses. Chapter 2576, 2576. Translator, 549690339, Mr. Martha suggested. This way, she would be able to drag out the journey as much as possible. She would also be able to bring the two employers to visit a few more shops. This way, she would be able to get more commission. As Jiang Fei and Nina were not short of money, Martha wanted to earn as much money as possible from them. There's no need. We came to Planet KLA, Pratt, mainly because of our reputation, Jiang Fei said with a wave of his hand. We came because of our reputation. May I know why you two are here? Martha asked. Jiang Fei said. So Mr. Martha smiled. The commission on the wine was unusually high. If these two employers were really here to buy wine, she would not have to bring them along. Instead, she went straight to the point. Jiang Fei nodded. The Horus wine on our planet KLA, Pula, is one of a kind. Martha said with a smile. No need, Jiang Fei said. I didn't expect you to know so much. Mr. Martha smiled and continued. All right then. I'll help you book your tickets now. We'll leave in the afternoon. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Thomas might be here, he and Nina could not simply use teleportation. Otherwise, they would definitely be detected by the other party. Soon, Martha helped Jiang Fei and Nina book their tickets. After the three of them had a simple meal, they went straight to the airport near the airport. The flight that Jiang Fei and the others took off on time. After about an hour, they arrived at Vika City, where Sappho Lin Winery was located. Let's go to Sappho Lin Winery. After walking out of the airport, Martha stopped a taxi and said to the driver. Said the taxi driver as he waited for Jiang Fei and the other two to get into the taxi. As Suffolk Winery was the symbol of Vika City, every taxi driver was familiar with the place. About half an hour later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the winery. After registering with Jiang Fei and Martha, they entered the winery. The Sappho Lin Winery was very large. It took up more than 1,000 hectares of land. From the outside, it looked like a huge manor. There was a castle, a swimming pool, and a golf course. It was simply a private manor of the rich. However, the castle, golf course, and even the horse farm only occupied a small part of the winery. The winery was more of a plantation called Shirya fruit. The famous Horus wine was made from the Shirya fruit, was brewed from this kind of Shirya fruit. At this time, besides Martha, there was also a sales staff from the winery accompanying Jiang Fei and the ladies. My name is Killian, the young and beautiful saleswoman asked with a smile. Yes, Jiang Fei answered as he looked around. He hoped to find Thomas traces, but the winery was too big, especially the Shirya fruit plantation. It was as far as the eye could see. It was not an easy task to find an expert who deliberately hid himself here. Nina asked quietly. I don't think so. Vinylin has no reason to lie to me, Jiang Fei said. Then, let's look carefully, Nina nodded. You should pay more attention to the subtle spatial fluctuations nearby, Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded and began to carefully observe the surrounding space. Our Horus wine is different from other wines, Killian recommended to Jiang Fei. Yes, my grandfather often drank this kind of wine. Martha agreed. On the other hand, Killian and Martha were singing along. They were praising the Horus wine to the point that it was like heaven and earth. Their goal was very simple. They wanted Jiang Fei to sign a big contract because one of them was the sales representative of the winery and the other was the tour guide. Both of them relied on the sales commission to earn money. Jiang Fei nodded as he observed his surroundings. He did not listen to what the two women were saying from the beginning to the end. Jiang Fei was actually not interested in the Horus wine. He was just pretending to be a wine merchant to sneak into the winery and look for Thomas. Along the way, they chatted and walked. Soon, Jiang Fei and the group arrived at the castle at the center of the manor. This was the reception center of the winery and also the wine cellar of the winery. Kulian said with a smile. Jiang Fei and Nina walked into the winery. As soon as they entered the castle, Nina said to Jiang Fei telepathically. Jiang Fei immediately asked. Nina said, "Something's wrong there?" Jiang Fei asked. "I don't know, but the space here is very unusual," Nina said. "Be careful," Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded. In order not to alarm Doma, Jiang Fei and Nina continued to act as if nothing had happened. They followed Crean and Martha into the hall on the first floor of the castle. The hall was filled with wine cabinets. Different types of Horus wine were displayed inside. Of course, these were all relatively normal new wines. Old treasures would definitely not be placed here. "Mr. David, you can try it." "Miss, you can also have a small drink," said Kulian as he poured 2 small cups. Then, he handed them to Jiang Fei and Nina. Jiang Fei picked up the wine cup and took a small sip. To be honest, he did not feel that there was anything different about this Horus wine. Jiang Fei was not a wine lover. He did not usually drink wine. He also preferred the good wine brewed by the cultivators in the Five Directions world. As for this Horus wine, Jiang Fei really could not taste anything good. However, this wine was so famous that it might be a little different for people who really knew how to taste wine. Nina, who was standing at the side, did not drink the wine. She just frowned and looked at it before putting it aside. Killian did not mind that Nina did not drink. After all, there were many women who did not drink. Mr. Killian asked. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just shook his head slightly. "It seems that, Mr. David, your taste is very high. It doesn't matter. These are just relatively ordinary new wines. Follow me. I will bring you to the wine cellar." Killian saw that Jiang Fei was not satisfied. He immediately invited Jiang Fei to taste the more aged Horus wine. Chapter 2577. 2577. Translator 549690339. Chapter Jiang Fei followed Crean all the way into the depths of the castle. He realized that there was something special about this castle. Although Jiang Fei was not a master who specialized in spatial elements, his strength was still there. He could clearly feel that the underground space of the castle was abnormal. The underground wine cellar was very deep, but there was no elevator installed. If they wanted to go down, they could only walk down the stairs. After walking for nearly half an hour, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the depths of the wine cellar that stored aging wine. Mr. Crean asked with a smile. "Yes," Jiang Fei said. This was a natural point where space overlapped. The space here was stable and chaotic. Therefore, there was a very complicated spatial energy resonance. Kulian asked with a smile. At this moment, a middle-aged man came forward. He was the person in charge of the wine cellar in the winery. "Aya, Butra, we are so familiar with each other. Why we need to register? My guest is an expert in wine tasting." Kulian spoke to the middle-aged man. He did not forget to suck up to Jiang Fei as well. Buttress said angrily. Their wine cellar was very special. Because of the complicated spatial energy, it was impossible to use any mechanical equipment. People had to rely on their legs to walk down. What was worse was climbing up. That was really tiring. If he did not allow the other party to enter the wine cellar and directly rushed back, then the guest would be considered offended. Therefore, Buttra only grumbled a few words to Kulian and then let them go. Kulian glared at Buttra. The middle-aged man seemed to be buying it. Seeing that Buttra had returned to his desk, Kulian led Jiang Fei and the other two into the wine cellar. According to the usual practice, Buttra had to accompany him in case anything went wrong. However, Kulian's glare seemed to be very useful. The guy immediately went back to his seat to do his work. Kulian was allowed to bring the person into the wine cellar. In fact, there was nothing special about this saffron winery. The Horus wine they brewed was no different from other wineries. The key was this wine cellar. The spatial energy of the artifact here gave the Horus wine a unique flavor, which was why saffron became the synonym of Horus. Of course, there were only a few people who could enjoy this kind of special aging wine. Usually, they would spend a higher price than other wineries to buy the most ordinary Horus wine. Mr. David, please try this. Klein took a small bottle of Horus wine from the wine rack. This super small bottle of Horus wine was actually for the guests to taste. They were produced together with the entire bottle or barrel of Horus wine. However, the bottle was filled in small bottles. This way, there would not be too much waste when tasting it. After all, opening the bottle was one's business. If the other party did not buy it after tasting it, the bottle would be useless. Zhang Fei took the wine glass and took a sip. At the same time, Kulian did not forget to help herself. She also poured a glass for herself. After taking a sip of the wine, Zhang Fei indeed felt a trace of spatial energy in the wine. However, the spatial energy was very weak. Nina, try it, Zhang Fei said to Nina. Nina nodded. At that moment, Kulian immediately poured a glass for Nina. Nina nodded. Then, she sent a voice transmission to Zhang Fei and said, "Now, I am very sure that Doma might be hiding here. This is very suitable for people of the spatial element to cultivate or live. Moreover, the taste of this wine is also not bad. If you like it, I can buy some later." Zhang Fei frowned. The space of the entire wine cellar was not very big. Zhang Fei even activated the Eye of Nishiro. There was no sign of Doma. At that moment, Nina suddenly closed her eyes. Zhang Fei asked, "I seem to have sensed him, but I'm not very sure," Nina said. Zhang Fei asked, "There was a very subtle spatial fluctuation that entered this place just now, but he immediately left when he found someone," Nina said. Zhang Fei thought to himself, because Buttra was only responsible for looking after the wine cellar, he usually did not enter this place. The owner of the winery was also a thief. When they chose the wine cellar manager, they specifically looked for people who were allergic to alcohol. They were afraid that these people would steal alcohol. It was also because of the alcohol allergy that Buttra did not enter the wine cellar when he was free. The door of the wine cellar was very tight. There was almost no smell of alcohol outside. That place would make him feel more comfortable. When there was no one around, Doma could use his spatial ability to avoid Buttra's gaze and enter the wine cellar. This was a very good place for him to rest. However, Doma went out to do something today. When he came back, he was about to get some wine. However, he realized that someone was coming. Therefore, he left first. "All right, it's good that we know he's here." Zhang Fei nodded to himself. After that, with Kreen's introduction, he tasted a few more older wines and expressed his strong desire to buy them. "Mr. David, how many do you want? 3 boxes? 5 boxes? Kreen was excited. She had already learned from Martha that Zhang Fei was a tycoon. Zhang Fei said casually. He really did not care about money. Since Nina liked this kind of wine that was rich in spatial energy, he naturally had to buy more. Really? Kreen was overjoyed. She had never seen such a tycoon who was so generous. After all, this kind of wine that was rich in spatial energy was a very expensive luxury item. Even if a top-tier tycoon came, they would only buy it in 1 or 2 cases. It was very rare for someone like Zhang Fei to talk about buckets. Chapter 2578, 2578. Translator, 549690339. Of course, Zhang Fei said calmly. "That would be great. Mr. David, please follow me." Klein said immediately. If this deal was successful, she would be very rich. Zhang Fei was happy to be the tycoon who bought things without asking the price. The group of people walked down the spiral staircase and returned to the castle. Zhang Fei and Nina were both super experts. This little walk was nothing to them. However, it was terrible for Kulian and Martha. These 2 girls were just ordinary people. Moreover, they were both wearing high heels. It was really hard for them to climb the stairs for half an hour. However, even so, the 2 girls were still full of smiles. This was because the commission for this business was too much. It was so much that they could even wake up from their dreams laughing. What else could they complain about? After arriving at the VIP room, the contract was signed very smoothly. Zhang Fei quickly paid the money. After seeing Zhang Fei pay, the 2 girls, Carrion and Martha, jumped down excitedly. As for the contents of the contract, Zhang Fei only looked at it briefly. As long as the year and quantity of the wine were right, it would not be a problem. The winery would not dare to deceive such a rich person. Although the rich people did not even blink when they bought luxury items, it did not mean that they would remain silent after being lied to. On the contrary, these rich people did not care about whether the items were expensive or not. They only cared about whether the items were good or not. If you dared to lie to them and play some kind of substandard trick, they would have 10,000 ways to take revenge on you and make you wish you were dead. Saffron Winery, who had been dealing with this kind of rich people all year round, naturally knew this. Therefore, after Jiang Fei paid the money, one of them immediately went to the wine cellar and delivered the few barrels of Horus wine that Jiang Fei needed. Jiang Fei waved his hand and stored the wine into the ring space. "Do you have a place to stay?" Jiang Fei asked. He had come for Doma. Now that he had found traces of Doma, he naturally could not leave easily. "Of course. We have the most luxurious presidential suite here. There are delicacies from all over the universe. There are horse farms and all kinds of entertainment facilities. You are our super VIP customer," Kulian said immediately. These rooms were the best for ordinary people. The prices were also very expensive. The winery was very willing to entertain them for free. This was because as long as they bought a few bottles of high-age Horus wine, all the money would be returned. After Klein brought Jiang Fei and Nina to a luxurious suite, he left with Martha, leaving only Jiang Fei and Nina behind. Nina asked. Jiang Fei laughed. Nina asked, puzzled. Jiang Fei had thought of this idea when he signed the contract. "You are the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire." Nina looked at Jiang Fei with a puzzled look. I think that Doma should have returned by nightfall. When the time comes, we will teleport in and knock out the guards. Then, we'll pretend to go in and steal the wine," Jiang Fei said. Nina asked, "If that Doma is hostile, we will use the power of space to attack him. We will also take the opportunity to observe him," Jiang Fei said. "But according to you, Doma's power of space is much stronger than mine," Nina said. "It's okay. This guy doesn't have any offensive skills," Jiang Fei said. "All right then," Nina asked. "Then we'll try to get close to him. Then you can take the opportunity to observe him more," Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded. "Come on, let's disguise ourselves." Jiang Fei laughed. Then he took out a full set of equipment from the ring space and began to adjust his appearance again. This time, Nina also changed her appearance. She did not want her real appearance to be captured by a surveillance camera or something. That would be too embarrassing. When the sky gradually darkened, Jiang Fei and Nina did not walk through the main door. The two of them immediately teleported out of the suite. With Nina's spatial ability, the security equipment in the winery was useless. She and Jiang Fei easily entered the wine cellar under the castle. Nina and Jiang Fei directly appeared in front of Butra. Butra was knocked unconscious by Jiang Fei before he could even speak. After that, Jiang Fei and Nina pushed the door open and entered the wine cellar. Oof. Jiang Fei immediately found Dorma hiding in the subdimension through the eye of Nishiro. Meanwhile, Nina did not even need any tools. With her knowledge of space, she had already figured out Dorma's approximate location. "Ha!" Jiang Fei laughed loudly. Although he had found Doma, he still had to act. As a holy maiden of the Holy See in the past, Nina had never done anything like stealing. Therefore, she was very embarrassed. Jiang Fei said to Nina as he put the Horus wine in the wine cellar into the ring's space. Although this girl had a good personality, her acting skills were too bad. That girl was a natural-born actress. Nina nodded. Then, she pretended to help steal the wine. However, she inadvertently turned to Doma. "Wait!" Nina suddenly shouted. Jiang Fei pretended to be surprised and asked. Nina said she was mainly talking to Doma. "Subspace." Jiang Fei put on an exaggerated expression. After Nina said that, she began to use her spatial power. As her strength was suppressed to around 4 to 5 million combat power, Nina did not use her full strength. She only used the power of space to squeeze the subspace. What Nina did not expect was that she did not use much strength to squeeze through Doma's subspace. Thus, Doma fell out of the subspace. Doma was shocked. He did not expect such a situation to happen, so he was shocked. Because the players used their skills directly and did not really grasp power, including apostles like Doma. However, he would not use the power of space to contend with Nina's power to maintain the stability of the subspace. Hence, when Nina made her move, the subspace created by Doma was crushed. Chapter 2579. Translator 549690339. Who are you people? Thomas was terrified when he was suddenly squeezed out of the alternate dimension. Zhang Fei pretended to ask. He was not in a hurry to attack Thomas. Although Nina had chased Thomas out of the alternate dimension, this kid's spatial ability was too strong. If this guy teleported and ran away, it would be difficult for Zhang Fei to find him again. Doma was stunned. He looked at Zhang Fei and Nina, but he realized that he did not know them. Players were different from experts like Zhang Fei. They could not judge a person's identity by their aura. Moreover, Zhang Fei and Nina had disguised themselves. Therefore, Doma did not recognize Zhang Fei's identity. Who exactly are you? Zhang Fei asked. Don't worry about who I am for now. Thomas frowned and asked. We? Zhang Fei said. Actually, there was a loophole in Zhang Fei's words. Although he and Nina had disguised themselves, the strength that they revealed was also in the millions. Why would such an expert come to steal wine? However, as a player, Thomas did not understand the common sense of this game world. Moreover, Zhang Fei and Nina had indeed been stealing wine, so he easily believed them. Me? Thomas said casually. His words were actually half true and half false. Ever since he had agreed with Zhang Fei on the date, Thomas had indeed planned to take advantage of this period of time to come over to Vazari's army to create some massacres. However, due to the delay in the final payment that the development team had promised, Doma decided to strike out in a fit of pique. Coincidentally, he had accidentally discovered that the aged Horus wine in Sappho's Lin winery tasted pretty good. Therefore, he decided to stay here. On one hand, he was waiting for the development team to pay him. On the other hand, he was waiting for time, then he would be able to complete the transaction with Zhang Fei. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such an accident after only staying here for a few days. Therefore, from a certain perspective, Doma was really here to steal the wine. However, he did not take the Horus wine away. Instead, he stayed here and drank slowly. When Zhang Fei heard this answer, he immediately let down his guard. Nina, who was beside him, also let down her guard. Doma replied, since we are in the same boat, I won't waste any words. We will split the wine here according to the number of people. Zhang Fei said, Why should we split it according to the number of people? You two are together, and we're two groups. Thomas said, actually, he did not drink much at all. Moreover, he did not intend to take the wine away in the first place. However, now that Zhang Fei said that he would take 2/3, he felt that he had suffered a loss, so he opposed it. Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows. Doma frowned. Zhang Fei immediately attacked. However, he still suppressed his strength and only used a few million combat power to attack. Zhang Fei's attacks were all blocked by Doma's spatial barrier. He could not be hurt at all. Don't just watch. Zhang Fei shouted at Nina, who was behind him. Nina immediately joined the battle. Through her understanding of spatial power, she was able to disintegrate Doma's skill with very little power. Doma's skill would lose its effect almost as soon as it was used. Doma was forced back by Zhang Fei. The spatial skill that he relied on to survive did not seem to be very obedient. The skill did not last more than a second before it was disintegrated. Zhang Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. It seemed that he might be able to take this opportunity to kill Thomas. However, at this moment, Thomas suddenly shouted, I can't beat you guys. I'm not playing with you anymore, okay? Zhang Fei knew that Thomas was going to run, so he immediately asked Nina, It's tough. I can only break the continuous type of skills. If he tries to escape, teleportation will happen in an instant. I won't be able to stop him in time, Nina replied. Zhang Fei sighed and suddenly stopped. Jiang Fei knew that if he continued to press on, this Doma would really run away. At that time, it would not be so easy for him to find this guy again. Therefore, in order not to scare Doma away, Jiang Fei stopped immediately. "How about it? I want 2/3. Jiang Fei asked. Doma was stunned for a moment. Then he asked Jiang Fei, "I was ready to give up completely. Why are you still saying such things?" Exclamation point. "We, the Bonnie and Clyde, are people who follow the rules. There are rules in Jianghu. When we meet in the same profession, we have to divide the spoils." Jiang Fei said with a disdainful expression. F***CK. Thomas was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. As Jiang Fei spoke, he had already stored 2/3 of Horus into the ring space. Thomas asked in disbelief, "Whether you want it or not is your business." After Jiang Fei said that, he brought Nina out. Thomas called out to Jiang Fei after putting away the remaining Horus wine. At the same time, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If this kid did not stop him, he would have to find a reason to stay. Previously, Jiang Fei had insisted on giving Thomas some Horus wine to arouse the kid's curiosity so that they could spend more time together. On the one hand, he wanted Thomas to lower his guard against him. On the other hand, it was also convenient for Nina to observe this guy. Jiang Fei turned around and asked. Doma asked curiously. He was really interested in these two NPCs. As there were only a few days left before the agreement with Jiang Fei, Doma could not be bothered to find a place to create a black hole. If you're to stay in the wine cellar for the next few days, it would be too boring. Therefore, he planned to play with the Bonnie and Clyde in front of him for a few days. Although he was an apostle with cheats, Doma was still a player. His goal in playing the game was to experience a different life. He wanted to experience adventures that were impossible in reality. Therefore, as for earning money from the development team, Doma also wanted to experience the fun of the game. Chapter 2580-2580. Translator 549690339. When Jiang Fei saw that Doma was interested in the two of them, he was secretly delighted. At the same time, he put on a vigilant expression. "Since we are in the same trade, of course, I want to join." Doma smiled and said, "I am sorry. We are used to traveling alone. We don't like to bring outsiders." Jiang Fei said. "Sigh, don't say that," said Doma with a smile. Jiang Fei said coldly. Doma lift. You're either scheming or scheming." Jiang Fei frowned and said, the more vigilant Jiang Fei was, the more confident Doma was in them. If Jiang Fei agreed to Doma's request to join them without hesitation, this kid would probably start to have doubts in his heart. You might have noticed it as well. I've just joined this industry, and I don't understand many of the rules. It's fine if I meet someone like you who obeys the rules. Doma found an excuse for himself. Jiang Fei muttered to himself and pretended to think about it. "Look, I'll learn the rules from you. After I get some benefits, I'll share a little less. I'll treat it as working for you to pay your tuition fees." Thomas saw that Jiang Fei was starting to think about it, so he immediately fought for it for himself. At this time, for some reason, Nina suddenly felt blessed and took the initiative to speak up for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Although he looked like he was tempted, he was actually praising Nina's acting skills. It's not bad to bring along a guy who doesn't get paid much. If he doesn't listen, just kick him out, said Nina. Jiang Fei nodded and said to Doma, "Do you understand? We can bring you along too. But if you don't listen, we can kick you out anytime." "Understood." Doma nodded repeatedly. He was just bored in the wine cellar. He wanted to find some fun for himself before the agreed time with Jiang Fei arrived. As for the threat of the Bonnie and Clyde in front of him, Doma did not care at all. "All right then." Jiang Fei nodded. Then Nina activated her spatial ability and brought Jiang Fei to the outside of the winery. Doma smiled. Then he followed after Nina's teleportation. When they were outside of the winery, Jiang Fei said to Doma, "Do you know anything about this galaxy?" Doma shook his head. Not to mention this galaxy, he did not know much about the entire game world. "Forget it." Jiang Fei shook his head. Then he said to Nina, "Let's go first. This planet has nothing good besides old Horus wine." Nina teleported again. She brought Jiang Fei directly to the airport. Naturally, Doma followed closely behind. The reason why Nina did not teleport to the spaceport in one go was not because she was not powerful enough. Instead, she wanted to lure Doma to use as many spatial abilities as possible so that she could observe his weaknesses. Holy sh**t. Doma said in surprise when he saw Jiang Fei's yacht. Jiang Fei pretended that he did not care. In fact, when he arrived at the spaceport, he had already regretted it a little. After all, he had driven the yacht to look for Doma. That would be bad. Fortunately, Doma was focused on creating the black hole. Moreover, Jiang Fei's yacht was not too close because of the unstable spatial structure. Therefore, Doma did not recognize the ship. All right, let's go. After Jiang Fei said that, he took the lead to board the spaceship. Nina followed closely behind, followed by Doma. After entering the spaceship, Jiang Fei did not summon Maleki. Instead, he went to the pilot's seat and sent an exit request to the spaceport. Your exit request has been approved. The spaceport quickly replied. After Jiang Fei paid the fees, he left the planet in the spaceship. After entering outer space, Jiang Fei quickly operated the ship's computer. As Doma was looking around curiously, he did not notice that Jiang Fei was searching for an uninhabited planet. He also did not know that Jiang Fei was choosing a graveyard for him. Very quickly, Jiang Fei decided on his target. It was a trash planet in the galaxy. The so-called trash planet was the garbage dump of the few administrative planets around it. In the era of the great cosmos, the standard of living of humans continued to improve. What followed was more and more garbage. Regardless of whether the garbage was burned or buried deep, it would cause great damage to the planet. Therefore, people would choose planets that were not suitable for living to dump their garbage. These planets that were thrown into the garbage were called trash planets. The reason why the planet that Jiang Fei had chosen was not because its atmospheric structure was not suitable for humans to live on. Instead, it was because the planet was extremely short of water. It was a desert planet. After choosing a destination, Jiang Fei personally flew the yacht over. After more than 4 hours of sailing, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at the gravity well of the trash planet. This planet looks pretty good, Doma said with a smile. From the porthole, the trash planet was a planet with a rough yellowish surface. It looked pretty good. Okay. After Jiang Fei said that, he had Nina teleport him down. Me? Doma muttered and followed. How is it? Jiang Fei took the opportunity to ask Nina. Nina shook her head. It's fine. I'll find an opportunity for you to observe again, Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded. At this time, Doma also followed behind. Damn! Doma was blown by the yellow sand all over his face. When he looked at Jiang Fei and Nina again, both of them had used their spiritual energy to protect themselves. Therefore, they were not as embarrassed as Doma. You guys are too unscrupulous. You know that the yellow sand is all over the place. Doma muttered. Then he also formed a space-type shield to isolate the yellow sand outside his body. Chapter 2581, 2581. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei gave Nina a look. Then, Nina retreated to the side. You. Thomas was also on alert. Nonsense. If you want to follow us, you have to show some sincerity. What do you know? Jiang Fei said angrily. Doma was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Nonsense. What else? If you don't know anything, why would we bring a burden along with us? This is a trash planet. There are not many people here. You can use your skills without worry. When the time comes, I will arrange jobs for you based on your abilities, Jiang Fei said. Phew, I jumped in the afternoon. Doma let out a long sigh. Are we the kind of people who don't follow the rules? We are thieves, not thieves, Jiang Fei said disdainfully. Doma smiled and said to Jiang Fei, I'm a space-type ability. Most people know it. What do you want to see? You're the best, Jiang Fei said casually. At the same time, he told Nina telepathically, observe carefully. Yes, Nina nodded. She knew that Jiang Fei had created this opportunity to let her observe Doma's spatial ability. Okay, Doma nodded and then used a spatial barrier. The spatial barrier lasted for a while. After seeing Nina nod, Jiang Fei said to Doma, "What is this?" "A spatial barrier." Doma said, "We are all in the business of stealing. We hardly ever fight with others." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Doma was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Then, he hurriedly changed his move. As the move was activated, Doma disappeared into thin air. Under the eyes of Nishiro, Jiang Fei knew that the kid had hidden in the subspace again. Seeing that the kid had gone into the subspace, Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just waited quietly. Anyway, his goal was to let Doma show off as much of his ability as possible so that Nina could find a loophole. After a long time, Nina shook her head. Then she directly intervened and squeezed Doma out of the subspace. Doma smiled embarrassedly. He had already used this move in the wine cellar. "This move of yours can only be used as a sentry." Jiang Fei frowned and said. Doma was a little embarrassed that Jiang Fei had belittled him. Although his spatial ability was quite strong, it was mostly in terms of movement and spatial control. Moreover, he did not want to reveal his strength. Therefore, it was really not good to show Jiang Fei and the others. "If this is all you know, then let's go our separate ways. Can you leave this planet by yourself? If you can, then we will leave first. If you cannot leave by yourself, we will send you to the next planet. Anyway, if this is all you have, then we will not carry any burden," Jiang Fei said. "Wait." Thomas was a little anxious when he saw Jiang Fei chasing him away. Therefore, he decided to reveal his core skill. Although Thomas had followed Jiang Fei and the others mainly to pass the time, there was nothing to lose even if he did not follow them. However, people tended to have habitual thoughts. He had already taken the test twice. If he gave up halfway now, he would feel that he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, without realizing it, Doma really wanted to join the Bonnie and Clyde. He did not really want to steal anything with Jiang Fei and the others. He just wanted to prove that he had the right to be accepted by others. It was precisely this kind of unyielding thought that made Doma even change his previous plans. He was ready to expose his strength. Doma took a deep breath. Then, he waved his hands and saw two small mountain-like garbage dumps moving in the distance. These two small mountain-like garbage dumps weighed at least 1,000,000 tons. However, under Doma's control, they gradually closed in and finally merged together. As the two garbage dumps merged, Jiang Fei's eyes twitched. Jiang Fei thought to himself. In fact, the effect of Doma's earlier move was easier to achieve with gravity. However, the method he used was indeed to compress space. He had forcefully merged the space where the two garbage mountains were. Nina could not do this kind of spatial manipulation. Jiang Fei looked at Nina. Nina shook her head first. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "His use of space is very direct. He can't sense any laws in it." Jiang Fei asked, "I have some ideas, but I haven't thought about it yet," Nina said with a frown. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, then turned to Thomas and said, "This move looks all right. You've passed." Thomas laughed proudly. "Then let's go," Jiang Fei said. Thomas asked. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Right now, he was deliberately pulling Thomas to prevent him from running away. Once Nina's ideas had matured, he was ready to take care of Thomas. Doma lift. At that moment, he did not realize that death had already arrived by his side. Therefore, he was still rather open. "Let's go back to the spaceship," Jiang Fei said to Nina. Nina immediately activated her ability and brought Jiang Fei back to the spaceship. Doma followed closely behind. After arriving on the spaceship, Jiang Fei opened the star map. Jiang Fei pointed with his finger. That was the headquarters of the Vizari army, Minsk. Doma also knew that this was the capital of the Vizari army. There would be a lot of interesting things to do here. After that, Jiang Fei entered the coordinates of the destination into the spaceship and activated the automatic navigation. "Nina, when we reach Minsk, I will go down with Doma. The spaceport will take care of the spaceship and prepare to meet us," Jiang Fei said to Nina. Nina nodded. She also knew that Jiang Fei was trying to buy her time so that she could quietly think of a way to deal with Dormer. Dormer, who was standing at the side, did not have any objections. After all, it was normal for a thief to leave a backup. He was now a new member of the gang. They would definitely not give him such an important task. Chapter 2582, 2582. Translator, 549690339. One day later, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravity well on Meng's star. Maleki had successfully disguised the yacht as a legitimate merchant ship in Vizari. Therefore, Jiang Fei's request to dock with the yacht was quickly approved. Let's prepare to land. Nina, you stay here. I'll go with Doma to do the business, Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded. Soon, the spaceship landed in the airport of Minsk. Jiang Fei and Doma walked out of the cabin. Doma asked with a smile. Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He had not forgotten about this old friend. Since he had chosen to scam people this time, he naturally had to choose their family. I've heard of him a little. This guy seems to be a high-ranking member of Vizari's army, said Doma. That's right. His family must have a lot of treasures. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Of course, Doma did not care. The more important the family was, the more dangerous the place would be. That would be more exciting. Anyway, he was a player, and he had the power of space to protect himself. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Let's go, Jiang Fei said as he led Doma around the central city of planet Minsk. The purpose of this trip was to buy time for Nina so that she could figure out Doma's weakness. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to go to Ano's house to cause trouble. He first brought Doma around the central city for half a day. Then, when it was getting late, they entered a rather unrated bar. Doma frowned. The environment here was simply too terrible. Not only were there noises, the lights were dim, and the smell was very unpleasant. In Doma's opinion, a thief of Jiang Fei's level was not one who lacked money. Even if he wanted to go to a bar, he had to go to a high-end place like that. Such a place was simply uninhabitable. What do you know? This is where we should be. Look, the environment here is chaotic, and the people are mixed. There are all kinds of people, Jiang Fei said as if he was experienced. Doma nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them walked around a row of dark brown sofas. On top of it, a man with a big beard was fooling around with a blonde girl. The two of them did not avoid the gaze of the people around them. Meanwhile, the people around them were drinking and cheering for the two of them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Doma was completely speechless. Jiang Fei also cried out in his heart. He had never been to such a place before. Although he had heard that this place was very chaotic, he did not expect it to be to this extent. As they walked deeper into the bar, the two of them soon arrived at the bar counter. 2 glasses of flame wine, Jiang Fei said to the bartender. The bartender replied and quickly handed over 2 glasses of red wine. Jiang Fei handed a glass to Doma. Doma took the glass and took a sip. The bartender was a sharp-eyed person. He could tell that Jiang Fei and Doma were not locals. Jiang Fei nodded. The bartender asked. Jiang Fei smiled. The bartender revealed a knowing smile. After all, people who did business would not come to places like this. After sitting at the bar counter for a while, Doma saw that Jiang Fei did not ask about anything. She could not help but feel a little puzzled. However, at that moment, a very seductive girl walked over. The girl squeezed herself between Jiang Fei and Doma and sat down. Give her a glass of lemonade, Jiang Fei said. Hee, you're really interesting, handsome. However, I don't drink lemonade. Buddy, have a glass of Horus wine, the girl said directly to the bartender. Doma raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this the kind of wine that they had stolen before? Why? The girl looked at Doma. Doma smiled. The girl smiled. Doma was just out for fun. As for whether or not he would steal from Ano's house, he didn't really care. Soon, the bartender handed over 2 cups of Horus wine, but they were the most common ones. They were not even produced by Sappho Winery. The girl took a sip, but she frowned. Obviously, she was not satisfied with this kind of Sappho Lin wine produced by other wineries. Dorma spat it out directly, and then he said to the bartender loudly, You King made fake wine to fool people. How is that possible? The bartender refused to accept it. These words were ruining their jobs. After all, if a bar sold fake wine, their reputation would spread, and they would not be able to work. Tui. Dorma was also angry. He had indeed drunk Horus wine before, but he had only drunk saffron winery. The aged saffron wine that had been fermented by the power of space couldn't be compared to the products of those crappy wineries. As the bartender spoke, he whistled behind him, and a few burly thugs rushed out from behind him. These people thought that Dorma was here to cause trouble. At the same time, the customers in the bar also surrounded him. After all, it was the nature of people to watch a show. Humph! What? Are you trying to be unreasonable? As Dorma spoke, he took out a bottle of aged Horus wine from his player's backpack. The bartender was dumbfounded, and so were the customers. The bottle that Dorma took out had the mark of Saffron Winery, and it was a 5-year-old wine. Huh. The eyes of the girl next to Dorma lit up. Although she often drank Horus wine from Saffron Winery, she couldn't afford to buy old wine. After all, the price difference between the two was more than 100 times. See? Dorma said proudly. Sir, you're going too far. You spent 30 yuan to buy a cup of Horus wine, and you want me to make you vintage wine from Saffron Winery. The bartender sneered. This was what he did, so he naturally knew the goods. Chapter 2583, 2583. Translator, 549690339. Hee, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He doesn't understand the market, said Jiang Fei as he stepped forward to smooth things over. Umph. All of you, be more open-minded. Although we don't bully customers here, don't try to take advantage of us, said the bartender with a cold laugh. Then, he waved his hand and the thugs left. This bar was open for business. The purpose was to make money. If it was possible to not fight, they did not want to cause trouble. After all, once the fight started, even if they won, the remaining customers would be scared away. They would not be able to do business anymore. Seeing that the few thugs had left, Dorma showed a hint of disappointment. He was not particularly concerned about whether he could get any information or whether he could successfully go to Ano's mansion to steal. He followed Jiang Fei out to kill time. Therefore, if he could cause some trouble, it would actually be quite fun. Jiang Fei looked at Dorma and laughed coldly in his heart. When Nina has figured out a way to deal with you, boy, your time is up. Jiang Fei and Dorma had their own ulterior motives. Neither of them had good intentions. Although the two of them were joking on the surface, there was no telling what they were thinking in their hearts. At this time, although the thugs in the bar had left, the girl who was dressed very flirtatiously did not leave. She was still sitting between Jiang Fei and Dorma. However, at this time, she was almost leaning on Dorma's body. Dorma did not seem to care. The girl winked at him. Dorma immediately filled the girl's glass. The girl took a sip. The taste that entered her mouth could not be compared to that of ordinary goods. How is it? Dorma asked with a smile. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at the bartender. Che, you're crazy. The bartender sneered and then ignored Dorma. On the other hand, Dorma and the girl began to chat with each other through the relationship of Horus wine. The more they talked, the more passionate they became. The girl was almost hanging on Dorma's body. The girl asked with a sleepy look in her eyes. This thing is very expensive. I gave it to you to drink. Dorma asked with a smile. The girl asked as she blew hot air into Dorma's ear. You, Dorma said with a smile. Another glass. I'm yours tonight, the girl said as she gently licked Dorma's ear. Jiang Fei quietly watched Dorma flirt with the girl. Although the girl was already very flirtatious, Jiang Fei still felt that this girl was not an ordinary call girl. Dorma filled another glass for the girl. Then, she held the girl's waist and stood up. Boss, I'm going out for a while. Dorma gave Jiang Fei a look that everyone understood. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he quietly split his spiritual power and stuck it to Dorma. After Dorma brought the girl out, Jiang Fei sat alone at the bar counter. He looked like he was drinking alone, but in fact, he was observing Dorma and the girl through his spiritual power. After the two left the bar, they walked toward a dark alley nearby. There were faint sounds of breathing coming from the alley. It seemed that there were quite a number of people working here. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, at this moment, two people suddenly appeared from the shadows. The two brawny men said to Dorma with weapons in their hands. Doma leaped coldly. At this time, the girl had already hidden behind the two brawny men. Clearly, the three of them were in cahoots. Cut the crap, one of the strong men shouted. Little girl, you are really capable, but do you think this is enough? Let me tell you, since you have promised to accompany me tonight, you have to accompany me. Dorma gave a lewd laugh, then he stretched out his hand and pointed. Dorma, who originally wanted to use the power of space, realized that his skill was not used. Aha, kid, I know that you are not an ordinary person. However, you have been poisoned by me. The lady laughed proudly. Kid, just accept your fate. The two brawny men laughed. Zhang Fei was stunned. If poisoning could easily kill Doma, he would have done it long ago. There was no need to go through so much trouble. At this moment, Doma's face was filled with pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his face. Boy, you sure talk a lot of nonsense. One of the brawny men walked up and hit him with the baseball bat in his hand. Bah! Crash! Doma seemed to be made of glass. As the baseball bat hit him, his entire body broke into pieces and turned into pieces on the ground. F***CK. He's dead. No way. The two brawny men and the lady were dumbfounded. However, Zhang Fei, who was secretly observing, frowned. F***CK. The pieces on the ground actually spoke. Then, they reassembled into Doma's body. How is this possible? The two brawny men and the lady were dumbfounded. As Doma pointed his finger, the space around the two brawny men was instantly frozen. Then, Doma came in front of the two brawny men. He grabbed the baseball bat and smashed it at the two brawny men. The two brawny men were smashed into pieces. They were also shattered into pieces like glass. However, the two brawny men did not have the ability to recombine. They could only waste their good lives. Zhang Fei thought to himself, if that was the case, it was the right choice for him not to poison them earlier. Otherwise, his identity would definitely be exposed. But how did this guy do it? Zhang Fei frowned. At the same time, Doma came in front of the scared girl. Dorma said with a smile. The girl screamed and wanted to pounce on the pieces of the two strong men, but she was stopped by Dorma. Dorma laughed lewdly and then stripped the girl naked next to the pieces of the two strong men's bodies. Don't! The dark alley was filled with the screams and pleas of the girl, as well as Dorma's lewd laughter. Chapter 2584. 2584. Translator 549690339. Zhang Fei spat in the bar. However, he did not stop Doma. Zhang Fei was already used to seeing such miserable lives. He could not manage all of them. After about half an hour, Doma returned to the bar with a satisfied look on his face. Doma greeted Zhang Fei and sat down. Zhang Fei asked calmly. No, Doma said. Zhang Fei nodded and did not say anything else. Doma asked, What's the rush? Zhang Fei rolled his eyes. Doma shrugged. Then, he took out another bottle of Horus wine and drank it. The bar was still as chaotic as before. As for the tragedy in the alley, it did not seem to have any effect on these people. Zhang Fei waited in the bar for a long time. He noticed that Doma was getting impatient. So, Zhang Fei stood up and said, Let's go. Doma was confused. The bar was too chaotic. He could not hear what these people were saying. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at Doma. He pretended to be enigmatic and walked out of the bar. Doma shrugged and followed him out. Doma asked after they came out. Zhang Fei decided to try his luck. Doma was stunned. I was worried about you just now, so I followed you out. Didn't you get broken by someone? Zhang Fei asked. He did not actually plan to let Doma tell him. He just wanted to be on the safe side. Huh? Doma was stunned at first. Then, a murderous intent rose in the corner of his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fei continued to ask. Doma was a little troubled. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Zhang Fei, This is actually nothing much. I just left a spatial mirror image first. My real body is hidden in the subdimension. Doma was telling the truth, because he felt that even if he told this guy who only had a few million combat power, he would not be able to do anything to him. Doma did not care. Zhang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the spatial ability to have such an ability. He also did not expect Doma to tell him so easily. "It's just a little trick," Doma said proudly. "Interesting." Jiang Fei smiled and led Doma straight to Ano's mansion. Jiang Fei stopped outside the side wall of Ano's house. Thomas looked at the huge mansion. Jiang Fei nodded. Thomas asked. Later, Jiang Fei said, in fact, whether it was dark or not made no difference to him. He just wanted to buy some time. Doma looked up at the sky. It was already evening, so he did not mind waiting a little longer. The two did not go far. They found a cafe nearby and sat down. Time passed by slowly. Doma was very excited. After all, he had just finished enjoying himself and could take an exciting risk again. Jiang Fei was praying in his heart, hoping that Nina could catch Doma's weakness. Soon, the sky turned completely dark. Although it was not so dark that one could not see one's fingers in the city, it was impossible to see one's tracks in a place where the lights could not find them. "Let's go," Jiang Fei said. Doma asked. "Over the wall," Jiang Fei said. Doma asked curiously. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Doma. "Can you do that? I always teleport directly." Doma looked confused, because the teleportation that he used was actually a player skill. This ability had been calculated by the game. Therefore, there was no way that he would be able to push people into the cracks in the wall after teleporting. Jiang Fei nodded. Since the player did not need to know the location of the target for teleportation, he could not be bothered to climb over the wall. With a flash of white light, Doma brought Jiang Fei directly into Ano's house. Doma asked, "The location of the treasure houses of the rich are all similar." After Jiang Fei said that, he went straight to Doma's treasure house. He could easily find Doma's treasure house, not because of the reason he said that. It was because Tyrion had mentioned the location of Ano's treasure house to him. As he knew the location and the method to open the treasure house, what happened next was much easier for Jiang Fei. The two of them took a few twists and turns. After bypassing a few waves of patrolling security guards, they arrived at the back of a rockery. Then, Jiang Fei gently dialed the mechanism. It was about the method to open Ano's treasure house. Previously, Tyrion had already told him about it. Therefore, Jiang Fei could be considered to be very familiar with the method. Following two soft sounds, the treasure house was opened. Not bad. Thomas was really impressed by Jiang Fei's ability to open the lock. "Let's go." Jiang Fei brought Thomas into the treasure house and then quietly closed the door of the treasure house. "You go first. You're not afraid of getting beaten up anyway," Jiang Fei said to Doma. Doma was stunned. Jiang Fei kicked Doma's butt. The kid lost his balance and took 2 steps forward. At that moment, 2 poison arrows shot out from both sides of the corridor. Doma was shocked. He quickly used the spatial barrier to block the 2 poison arrows. Doma turned around and scolded. "You're fine even if you're broken." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Doma shrugged. He also knew that the other party was using him as cannon fodder to explore the way. However, Doma did not really care about this. After all, he was here to take risks. If he just followed behind and watched, it would be meaningless. Moreover, from his perspective, it made sense. After the deed was done, he would still have to get a share of his wealth. If he didn't do anything, the other party would definitely not be happy. Thinking of this, Doma decided to just be cannon fodder. After all, his real body was hiding in the subspace and wouldn't die at all. Chapter 2585, 2585. Translator, 549690339. After making up his mind to be cannon fodder, Thomas began to walk deeper into the corridor. The wall on the left suddenly flipped open and shot out a row of poison arrows. On this side, Thomas hurriedly used a spatial barrier to block the poison arrows outside. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, 2 black tubes suddenly stretched out from the wall on the right. Immediately after, the 2 tubes began to spew out flames. The rising flames pounced towards Doma's face, scaring him into rolling on the ground. Having dodged the flames, Doma thought that this was the end. However, he did not expect that this was only the beginning. The ground beneath Doma's feet suddenly split open. Below it was a net of light formed by high-energy lasers. At the same time, a heavy hammer fell from the ceiling, wanting to smash Doma into the net of light below. At that moment, it was already too late for him to dodge when he had used up all his old power and had yet to produce new power. When he saw that Doma was about to be slammed into the web of light, the kid was also anxious. Because there was nowhere to hide, Doma had no choice but to hide in the alternate dimension. As the heavy hammer fell, Doma took the opportunity to come out from the alternate dimension. Then, he tapped the tip of his foot on the heavy hammer and leaped forward. "Be careful," said Jiang Fei, who was behind him. Thomas agreed. He was having a good time. After all, he was not in real danger. This kind of adventure was only exciting to him. There was no threat to him. The long corridor was filled with traps and ambushes. Moreover, these traps were very tricky. Even though Thomas had the power of space to protect himself and was on full alert, there were still a few wounds on his body. However, Dormer was very happy. He felt that this kind of game was very challenging. Therefore, although he had died a little, he was still happy to be at the front. "Haha, boss, how is it?" Dormer turned around and asked. At this moment, his face was full of pride. Previously, Jiang Fei had looked down on Dormer. Therefore, after Dormer proved himself, he felt a strong sense of achievement. After about half an hour, Doma finally passed through the long corridor and arrived at the entrance of a hall. At this time, Jiang Fei also followed. From Doma's point of view, this was because he had already explored the path ahead. Even if some of the mechanisms could be activated twice, Jiang Fei was mentally prepared. Then there would not be any threat. However, to Jiang Fei, it did not matter much whether Doma explored the path or not. This was because of the trap design of Ano's treasure house. Tyrion had already told him about it. Doma pointed at the hall and asked. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Doma. Actually, there were no more traps in the hall. Doma was even addicted to exploring the way. He felt that this kind of adventure game was too interesting. Jiang Fei shrugged. Since there were no more traps, since Doma was willing to go, then he would go. Doma agreed and then touched it. Jiang Fei looked at Doma's cautious look and could not help but sneer in his heart. At this time, there were no more traps in the hall. It was a pretty good pastime. Doma struggled in the hall for a long time, but none of the traps were triggered. After a long time, Doma also noticed it. Doma turned around and said. Jiang Fei pretended to ask. "Yes, I tried for a long time, but I did not find anything," Doma replied. "That should be it," said Jiang Fei calmly. Then, he walked into the hall. Asked Doma. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and began to search the treasure house. Asked Doma curiously. "It's really not difficult to get in. It's rare to find a way out. From the moment we entered, they had already noticed us." Jiang Fei shrugged and said. Doma asked, "There's a space suppression device here. Most experts can't teleport out. Not everyone has the power of space," Jiang Fei explained. "I see. It seems like I have the talent to be a thief," Doma said proudly. "All right, stop talking nonsense." At this time, Jiang Fei had already emptied Ano's treasure vault. Doma nodded and then led Jiang Fei out of the treasure vault. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei and Doma appeared directly in the airport. Soon, the two of them returned to the yacht. "How is it?" Jiang Fei asked Nina telepathically. "I have some leads," Nina said. Jiang Fei then told her that Doma was just a spatial projection outside. Nina was stunned. If that was the case, her previous thoughts would have to be reversed. "It's okay." Jiang Fei sighed. He knew that Nina could not be blamed for this. After all, no one had expected Doma to be so cunning. He had only left a mirror image outside. Nina nodded. At this time, Doma also walked to the cockpit. "Boss, where are we going next?" Doma suggested. As the agreement between him and Jiang Fei was about to arrive, he wanted to take the opportunity to go to the Universe Empire. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. In fact, he did not want to go to the Universe Empire. At this moment, the alarms in the entire port rang loudly. Following that, the radio in the port rang. "Attention all captains! Attention all captains! Due to a major theft on Meng's planet, the port is now sealed. Until the port is lifted, all ships are not allowed to leave the port. The *M in it." Although Jiang Fei looked annoyed, he was still happy. Doma muckered. "Looks like we can't leave for the time being. We have to stay on the Manx planet for a few days, Jiang Fei said. Doma asked. As he still had a few days left to make an agreement with Jiang Fei, he was not that anxious. Let's stop for a few days first so that we won't be targeted, Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2586, 2586. Translator, 549690339. No, it's boring to stay on the ship, Thomas urged. He followed Jiang Fei to have some fun. If he stayed on the ship all day, what was the point? If Jiang Fei insisted on staying on the ship, Thomas might as well have someone go to the Universe Empire in advance. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. He had also noticed Doma's thoughts. He knew that if he insisted on him staying on the ship, he might have to leave. How about this? Since Mengsk has sealed the port, let's go to other cities on this planet for a walk, Jiang Fei said. That's more like it, Doma said with satisfaction. In that case, the two of us should go down. Nina, you continue to wait for us on the ship, Jiang Fei said. As Nina needed to calm down and think, she definitely did not have time to go down and play. Nina nodded. Let's go. You can lead the way wherever you want to go, Jiang Fei said to Doma, and then waited for him to teleport. Let's go, Doma shouted and activated his ability. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei and Doma disappeared into the yacht. In the next second, the two of them appeared in another city nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Jiang Fei asked. Doma said with a lewd smile. Jiang Fei asked despite knowing the answer. Doma's smile became even more lewd. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. However, he knew that it was not the time to make a move. He might alert the enemy. Jiang Fei kept calling out his name in his heart. In the end, he suppressed the thought of making a move. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei brought Dormer onto the streets of the city. Actually, it was not too difficult to find such a chaotic bar. First of all, it was impossible for such a chaotic bar to exist in the rich area. Therefore, Jiang Fei asked around and went straight to the slum area. After arriving at the slum area, Jiang Fei looked around and soon found his target, a few ruffians with colorful hair and baseball bats in their hands. At this moment, these local ruffians were collecting protection fees along the street. The merchants on both sides of the street were not so much merchants as vendors. Their so-called shops were actually this small, shabby shack. Inside, they sold small, dirty-looking food. Other than the people in the slums, no one else would be able to eat these things. A small shop like this could not earn much money. They could barely make a living. After these local ruffians charged them for protection, they might go hungry. Hurry up and take the initiative. A yellow-haired ruffian pouted and shouted. Boss, isn't Mengsk the capital star of the Vizari people? Doma asked curiously. Jiang Fei sighed. If he had not stayed in the Vizari army for a period of time, he would have been as confused as Doma. However, after leaving Earth, Jiang Fei's first stop in the universe was the Vizari army. Therefore, he knew that the people in this slum area were a group of orphans and widows. The husbands or fathers of these people were also warriors of the Vizari army. However, they died prematurely in battle, or when they were alive, they did not leave enough wealth for their families to survive. As the Vasily Legion was the largest pirate group in the universe, they continued to follow a military salary distribution model. Among soldiers of the same rank, the soldiers of the Vasily Legion were usually paid 3 to 5 times the salary of the Imperial soldiers. However, the Vasily Legion did not have a pension system for soldiers who died in battle. They believed that the money should be given when one was alive. However, after a group of soldiers who risked their lives all day long received the cash, there were very few who were not addicted to eating, drinking, prostitution, and gambling. Therefore, most of the money in their hands was taken and spent freely. Very few people could have too much savings. Once these people died in battle, their families would naturally lose their source of income. Without money, they could only end up in the slums. However, for the children in the slums, it was not difficult to make a comeback. When they became adults and joined the Legion as soldiers, they would immediately receive a good salary and leave the slums. However, these children who lacked education and were used to being poor would often follow the same path as their parents when they suddenly had money, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and then dying on the battlefield They would leave the orphans and widows to return to the slums to wait for the next cycle. I see. The higher-ups of the Vizari army are quite smart. This way, they will never lack cannon fodder, Dorma said with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. At this moment, the few ruffians came before Jiang Fei and Dorma. Dorma saw that Jiang Fei could not be bothered with these people, so he walked forward with a smile. Since you are new here, then according to the rules, you have to pay the protection fee first, the yellow-haired guy said to Dorma. You? Dorma grinned. It was as if he was looking at a clown. Although the yellow-haired guy was noisy, his combat strength was only around 30,000 to 50,000. Although he was more than enough to bully ordinary people, in the eyes of people like Jiang Fei and Dorma, he was not even considered as a battle scum. The yellow-haired guy raised his eyebrows and then shouted at his little brothers, "Brothers, fight for me." "All right, yes." The little rascals swarmed up and surrounded Thomas. "Don't kill him. We still need them to lead the way to the bar," Jiang Fei said from the side. Thomas shouted and then rushed forward. In just one exchange, the yellow-haired guy and his little brothers were all lying on the ground. Two of them even died on the spot. Although Dorma didn't have any offensive methods, the strength of his carrier was obvious. These little rascals wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing that his little brothers were either dead or injured, the yellow-haired guy was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Dorma even walked up to him. Chapter 2587. 2587. Translator 549690339. Goldie shouted in fear. "Didn't you just say that you want to collect my protection fee?" Dorma asked with a smile, but in Goldie's eyes, his smile was even more terrifying than the smile of a demon. Goldie said in fear. "You don't want it anymore?" Dorma came in front of the yellow-haired man with an evil smile and squatted down. "You?" The yellow-haired man was so scared that he shrank back. Although he was so arrogant to the ordinary poor people, when he faced Dorma, this kid was like a young girl who was bullied. He actually looked pitiful. Unfortunately, Dorma was not a person who took pity on women. The girl from before was brutally raped to death by him. How could this yellow-haired guy in front of him have any special privileges? "Kid, let me ask you a question. You answer honestly." Dorma came to the front of the yellow-haired guy and said. I answered. "You?" the yellow-haired guy asked in fear. Dorma said, while baring his teeth. Perhaps he knew that he was going to die for sure, but the yellow-haired man still became stiff. "Oh, is that so? Death is different from death." Dorma's voice was very proud. However, to the ears of a human, it sounded extremely terrifying. "You!" the yellow-haired man shouted. "You are right." Dorma's voice was very soft. He thought that only he and the yellow-haired man could hear it. However, he did not expect Jiang Fei, who was beside him, to hear it clearly. "Oomph. You people who think that you are superior." Jiang Fei laughed coldly in his heart. "All right, I don't have time to waste on you. Hurry up and tell me," Dorma said as he casually broke one of Goldie's arms. I'll tell you," Goldie cried out in pain. He did not expect the demon in front of him to only want to ask about this. However, he had to pay the price with one of his arms. Dorma said coldly, "Go down this street and turn right." The yellow-haired boy said quickly. He was afraid that if he spoke slower, he would be raped by the demon again. Dorma smiled and was ready to kill the yellow-haired boy. "All right, let's go. Don't waste time," Jiang Fei said at this time. Then, he walked toward the location that the yellow-haired boy had described. Dorma shrugged. He did not have to kill Goldie. When he saw that Jiang Fei had left, he put down Goldie and followed him. When Goldie had just breathed a sigh of relief for his narrow escape from death, he saw that many half-grown teenagers had suddenly walked out from the surrounding shops and corners. "You!" Goldie shouted loudly. He wanted to use his own strength to scare off these teenagers. "You hit my father yesterday. Tell me, where did you take my sister?" A group of youths with red eyes surrounded the yellow-haired youth. The surrounding poor people also dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak out. But now, the yellow-haired youth had lost an arm, and his underlings were either dead or crippled. The adults in the slum area might still be fearful, but these half-grown kids could not sit still anymore. They felt that the opportunity for revenge had come. At this moment, A sense of crisis arose in the yellow-haired youth's heart. He knew that he might not be able to escape today. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not have cared about these half-grown kids. But now it was different. Half of his body could not move. Those underlings were even more miserable than him. He could not count on them at all. Now that he was facing a group of red-eyed half-grown boys, he was really doomed. Those half-grown boys picked up their wooden clubs and other weapons and rushed in front of the yellow-haired boy. The yellow-haired boy roared angrily. However, this time, he did not suppress anyone. Those half-grown boys swarmed forward. They did not give him a chance to resist at all. With a series of random punches, they knocked him to the ground. After that, it was a group fight. Half an hour later, the yellow-haired boy and his little brothers all died at the meeting point. These guys who usually bullied others had finally paid the price for their actions. "Brothers, why don't we team up?" One of the boys shouted loudly. "That's right. Let's team up." The other half-grown boys responded one after another. Soon, a new club was established. Although the original purpose of the club was to protect the village, these half-grown boys soon found that no one dared to provoke them in the entire block. Then, they went to the next block and fought for territory with others. As the territory expanded, their ambitions gradually grew. Gradually, another yellow-haired boy was born. However, they harmed another block and another group of poor people. Of course, Jiang Fei did not have the ability to foresee the future. He had no idea that these things would only happen in the future. At this moment, he brought Thomas to a small, dark door. On top of the small door, there was a light box that looked like a beer cup. However, the light box had been out of repair for a long time. It was no longer bright. Jiang Fei was about to enter with Thomas when he was blocked by a black-faced man at the door. The man asked, "Ah?" Thomas was stunned. "I don't usually, but I need it today," the burly man said. Dorma asked, "Miss KLA is holding a party here today," the burly man said. Dorma's interest was piqued when he heard that. At the same time, an unpredictable smile appeared on his face. At this time, a Deckard with a crocodile head walked over. After he showed the big man the invitation, he was allowed to enter. At this time, Jiang Fei reached into his pocket and actually took out the invitation from the ring space. When the Deckard took out the invitation, Jiang Fei saw the appearance of the invitation. Therefore, Jiang Fei easily used the factory in the ring space to make a copy. Chapter 2588, 2588. Translator, 549690339. The burly man rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and Thomas. Then, he pouted and said, "Go in." Thomas asked curiously after entering the bar. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, "F***, boss, you're really amazing." Thomas said with great admiration. Jiang Fei said disdainfully. Thomas shrugged. Because Jiang Fei was the super bandit in front of him, it was not surprising that he had the ability to do so. After passing through the long corridor, Jiang Fei and Thomas entered the bar's hall. At this time, there were already many people gathered in the bar. These people were swaying their bodies under the dim light. It seemed that the party had not started yet. Thomas asked curiously, "How would I know?" Jiang Fei guessed. "Who cares if she is decent or not? I'm concerned about whether she is decent or not," Thomas said with a smile. "You better restrain yourself. We are still wanted," Jiang Fei said. At this time, the entire Mengsk Star streets and alleys were all wanted for him and Thomas. This old man was furious. "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do," said Doma. Although he said that, he did not think so in his heart. He planned to play a game and leave. He was going to the Universe Empire to attend the appointment. As for whether or not the Bonnie and Clyde would be tricked by him in Mengsk, he did not care. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not care much about Doma's promise. Anyway, he just wanted to buy some time for Nina to reorganize her thoughts. When that time came, it would be time for him to take Doma's dog life. As he had an unusual purpose, Doma greeted Jiang Fei. Then, he pushed forward with all his might, hoping to see Miss KLA's beautiful face. He pushed forward with all his might. He even chatted with the people around him. "Hey, do any of you know this Miss KLA? Why are you looking for her?" "I'm here because of her reputation." "Reputation?" "Yes, I've admired Miss KLA for a long time. I'm here to pursue her. Doma was completely shameless when he spoke. It did not take long for everyone in the bar to know that a suitor of Miss KLA had arrived. Many of them raised their big fingers at Doma and wished him all the best. Doma waited for a long time, but he still didn't see Miss KLA. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't be anxious, brother. Someone beside him laughed. After a while, the bar suddenly became lively. Many people shouted, "She's coming! She's coming! Is it here?" Dorma was also excited. He stood on his tiptoes and looked forward. At this moment, the crowd parted, 6 meters in circumference, and had a pig's head appeared in the middle of the dance floor. Where's the guy who wants to pursue me? When Miss KLA opened her mouth, it was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. 18 strong men stacked together, and their voices couldn't compare to hers. After Dorma saw Miss KLA's true appearance, he was so scared that he shrank his neck. However, at this moment, the people around him betrayed him at the same time. Everyone stepped aside and then pointed at Dorma. Everyone shouted, "Joe, not bad." Miss KLA was overjoyed. Dorma's appearance was indeed not bad. He was a standard handsome guy. I'm not. Doma was so excited that he could not speak. How could he have guessed that the owner of the name, Miss Kala, would be such a good-for-nothing? Haha, handsome little guy, don't be shy. Miss Kala was very enthusiastic. She arrived in front of Doma in a few steps. At that moment, Doma was almost ready to die. I can't save you. You asked for sex yourself. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, No. Doma was about to explain to Jiang Fei when she was pulled over by Miss Kala. 6 meters tall, the entire dance floor echoed with Miss Kala's rough laughter. There were also more than 10,000 F***king motherfuckers in Doma's heart. At that moment, other than these 2 words, Jiang Fei could not find any other adjectives to describe her. You guys have fun at today's party. Let's talk about serious matters next time. After dancing for a while, Miss Kala did not even bother to talk about serious matters anymore. She pulled Dorma and walked towards the back door of the bar. At this time, Dorma had already suffered a mental breakdown due to the stimulation. He had even forgotten about his own strength and his spatial ability. Just like that, he was dragged away by Miss Kala with brute force. Jiang Fei did not bother with Dorma's cry for help. He just used a wisp of his spiritual power to attach himself to Dorma's body and then left it alone. Very soon, Doma was dragged out of the bar by Miss Kala. The rest of the people were dancing and chatting. To them, Doma was at most an interesting topic to talk about. In their hearts, Doma was just a guy with an extremely heavy taste. As Jiang Fei drank, he secretly used his spiritual power to observe the situation on Doma's side. This Doma seemed to have really been scared silly. He even forgot to resist. He was just dragged into the alley by Miss Kala with a terrified look on his face, then he was stripped naked. Jiang Fei really could not bear to watch what happened next. If he continued watching, not only would he be afraid that he would have needle eyes, but he would also have to spit out the food that he ate overnight. After about 2 hours, Doma leaned against the wall and returned to the bar. His face was full of fatigue. Doma looked at Jiang Fei with a bitter expression and asked, "She's just a little strong." "She's not strong. You didn't even resist." Jiang Fei shrugged and said, "It's not that I don't want to resist. This woman is too weird," Doma said with a sad face. Chapter 2589, 2589. Translator, 549690339. After hearing Doma's description, Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. If this Miss Kala really had such a superpower, would he still need Nina to think of a way? He would let Miss Kala hold Doma's hand. Then, he could directly deal with Doma. Little handsome. At this moment, Miss Kala barged in. She smelled Doma's voice and came over. Doma was immediately scared shitless. "Brother, I'm leaving now." Doma was so scared that he stumbled out of the bar. At that moment, Miss Kala arrived in front of Jiang Fei. "Hey," Miss Kala asked. He went out. Jiang Fei said. Miss Kala nodded. Then, she used her big belly to push the crowd in front of her, as if she was going to chase after them. At that moment, Jiang Fei hurriedly stopped her. Jiang Fei shouted. Miss Kala glared at Jiang Fei. Clearly, she felt that Jiang Fei was hindering her from pursuing her sexual pleasure. Jiang Fei asked tentatively. Miss Kala agreed immediately. Jiang Fei was delighted. He did not expect Miss Kala to agree so easily. However, I see that you're all right. Moreover, you sound strong. It's not difficult for me to help you. Miss Kla said to Jiang Fei with a sweet smile. Of course, this sweet smile was only for her. For Jiang Fei, he almost vomited the food from last week. Hello, miss. When Jiang Fei heard this woman's request, he was so scared that he turned around and left. Hey, don't go. Miss Kala shouted from behind. However, her voice allowed Jiang Fei to escape even faster. Just as Jiang Fei was about to squeeze out, he was suddenly pulled back by someone. What are you doing? Jiang Fei shouted, because Miss Kala had caught up from behind. Although she was huge, it was not easy to squeeze through. However, Jiang Fei did not want to take the risk of being caught by her. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Jiang Fei had once lost to Phoenix Spirit was still a super beauty. If he lost to her, Jiang Fei would not have the mood to save the world. He would most likely find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Although Jiang Fei did not know who that person was, Jiang Fei could tell from the tone that this person had been summoned by Vinolin. We'll talk about it later. Jiang Fei could not care less at this time. He brought Vinolin and squeezed out of the bar. Soon, Jiang Fei and Vinolin squeezed out of the bar. Then, the two ran for a distance before they stopped. Jiang Fei asked while panting. This stretch of road did not allow him to pant. It was because he had been too nervous earlier. There's an urgent matter, said Vinolin with a serious face. Ah! Jiang Fei was stunned. He was about to solve Doma. How would he have the time to care about the urgent mission? The development team has asked you to solve an apostle named Dada within 3 days, said Vinolin. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. Although the development team had always been threatening him, they had never used such serious words like today. The time has begun. You had better leave now, said Vinolin as he provided Jiang Fei with a very specific coordinates. Jiang Fei frowned. This distance was not close. Even if he immediately started traveling, he would only be able to make it in time. However, now that Meng's star had sealed the harbor, he had to show his ability. He kept the spaceship and teleported to the outer space of Meng's star in order to escape. However, if that happened, Jiang Fei would have to give up on his disguise in front of Doma. Moreover, he would not have time to kill Doma anymore. In fact, the development team had given such an urgent time-limited mission. Their purpose was to protect Doma because they felt that Jiang Fei was almost able to kill Doma. Therefore, they hurriedly sent him away. Even though Doma was an apostle, he was still working for the development team. Therefore, the development team had to ensure his safety before they used Doma. Otherwise, if Doma died, who would still work for them? All right, I've said what I needed to say, Vinolin said and left, leaving the customer in a daze. At that moment, Miss Kala caught up to him. A minute. Jiang Fei cursed under his breath. Then, he quickly teleported forward. Soon, Jiang Fei found Dorma. Miss Kala was also persistent. She did not know what method she used to locate Jiang Fei and Dorma. Just like that, her huge body caught up to Jiang Fei in a panic. F***CK. Doma was so scared that her hair stood on end when she saw Miss Kala. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and went straight to Doma's side. At this time, Doma had lost his ability to think. When he heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately did as he was told. Nina, come out of the spaceship for a moment, Jiang Fei said to Nina as soon as he was done teleporting. Nina did not waste any time and teleported out immediately. Jiang Fei waved his hand and kept the spaceship. What the F***CK? Thomas was stunned for a moment. To be able to keep a spaceship, this was not an ordinary spatial container. Jiang Fei said to Doma. Doma was stunned for a moment. Oh, what? Hurry up and do it. Jiang Fei asked coldly. Once the name of Miss Kala was mentioned, Doma stopped talking nonsense. He immediately activated his ability and brought Jiang Fei and Nina into outer space. Although the Meng's planet had also activated its space suppression device after the port was sealed, this thing was not effective in front of the cheat Doma. Jiang Fei asked telepathically. If Nina already had a way, he could act immediately. If it was not possible for the time being, he could only put Doma aside for now. Although the black holes that Doma had created were very terrifying, he still needed to create 2 more black holes before he could destroy the universe empire. However, if Jiang Fei did not go to the designated location to deal with Datai immediately, he would be killed instantly. Chapter 2590-2590. Translator 549690339. I have an idea. However, I can't do it here. Nina said. Jiang Fei was silent for a moment. Then, he immediately gave up on the idea of killing Dorma immediately. He did not have time to design a suitable tomb for Dorma. He could only temporarily give up on Dorma. Instead, he chose to deal with Datai first. Although this Doma was a greater threat to the universe, Jiang Fei still cherished his own life. After all, if he was finished, there would be no one to save the universe. After making a decision, Jiang Fei directly said to Doma, "The 2 of us have urgent matters to attend to. We have to leave first. You can think of a way to go." Doma did not know why Jiang Fei had suddenly left him alone. Jiang Fei immediately released the spaceship and teleported in with Nina. Then, he activated the warp drive. He did not have time to waste. Looking at the spaceship that had entered the dimensional space and began to warp, Doma sighed. Fortunately, it was not long before he and Jiang Fei agreed on the time. Therefore, he had to part ways with the Bonnie and Clyde. Although the separation was a little sudden, he could still make it to the universe empire. Jiang Fei was no longer in the mood to manage Doma's journey to the universe empire. After he had Maleki activate the automatic navigation, he began to study the information left behind by Vinlon. Actually, this time, Vinlon did not leave behind much information. He only gave Jiang Fei the name of the target apostle, Dada. Then, he gave Jiang Fei a set of coordinates. He did not tell Jiang Fei any other information. What the hell is the development team doing? They suddenly gave such an order. Jiang Fei frowned and thought for a long time. In the end, the answer that he could come up with was that the development team had forced him to give up on killing Doma. That was why they had arranged for such a time-limited mission. They wanted him to immediately head out of the 6-star regions. At that moment, Nina also knew why Jiang Fei had suddenly given up on killing Doma. She had rushed to the 6 galaxies in a hurry. It will take a little more than 2 days to reach the target location. Then, I have to find Datai and kill him. If everything goes well, it should be about the same. Jiang Fei frowned. The development team had given him too little time this time. There was no margin for error at all. Nina asked worriedly. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Sigh. Nina sighed. She knew that the entire universe's life and death depended on Jiang Fei alone. The pressure was naturally imaginable. However, although she and the other girls wanted to help Jiang Fei share some of the burden, there was very little they could do. Jiang Fei forced a smile. He could only take things one step at a time. Judging from a situation today, the development team was watching him more and more closely. Moreover, Vinylin seemed to have given up on him. This guy did not seem to be as desperate as before to cover for Jiang Fei. This caused Jiang Fei's every move to be exposed to the monitoring of the development team. Actually, Jiang Fei could understand Vinylin sometimes. When a development team had not targeted him previously, Vinylin could still use some methods to help him cover his tracks. If Vinylin made any more small moves, it was very likely that he would expose himself. If that was the case, it was definitely not good news for Vinylin. Therefore, in order to protect himself, it was understandable that Vinylin would no longer provide help and protection to Jiang Fei like before. Jiang Fei suddenly changed the topic. After all, after he had dealt with Data, he still had to get rid of Doma. Otherwise, he would keep this apostle who could create black holes to the entire universe. It was an unstable factor. Nina nodded and said to Jiang Fei, I have thought of a way to interfere with his spatial ability and make him reveal his true form. Jiang Fei immediately asked, the specific process is very complicated. It involves too many spatial laws. I can't explain it to you at the moment. However, there's one thing that I need to pay attention to. I need a special location to complete the above operations, said Nina. Zhang Fei immediately asked. Nina said. Zhang Fei was stunned. Even for a powerhouse like him, the black hole was still dangerous. Once it was sucked into the black hole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even a super powerhouse like Zhang Fei would not be able to escape from such a huge gravitational force. Moreover, the huge gravitational force of the black hole had caused the surrounding space to distort. Even Nina, who was proficient in spatial power, would not be able to teleport away. Therefore, the edge of the black hole was a very dangerous place. One might die in the black hole. Yes, the gravitational force there is strong enough. The state of space is also very strange. It can help me break Dormer's spatial ability, said Nina. Zhang Fei frowned and said. Nina shook her head and said, It's okay. You can think about it first. Anyway, I have to deal with Dada first. Zhang Fei took a deep breath and said. Nina nodded. During the rest of the journey, Zhang Fei and Nina were silent. Zhang Fei was worried about the situation in front of him, while Nina was focused on thinking of other ways to deal with Doma. 2 days later, Maleki's yacht arrived at Tropa Star in the Barty Galaxy. This was the coordinates provided by Vinlon. Nina, you can stay here. Zhang Fei adjusted his wristwatch. There was a countdown stopwatch on it. This time was designed by Vinlon for him. Before the countdown ended, he had to get rid of Dada. At this time, there were still 21 hours and 15 minutes left on the stopwatch. Nina nodded. She knew that she could not drag Zhang Fei down at this time. Moreover, she could continue to think quietly on the ship and find a safer way to solve Doma's problem. As a white light flashed, Zhang Fei teleported to the surface of Tropa Star. This was an Earth-like planet. Moreover, the planet was not very developed, and the environment was maintained very well. Chapter 2591. Translator 549690339. After arriving on planet Tropa, Zhang Fei took a deep breath. He still had about 20 hours left. That was actually no different from finding a needle in a haystack. In order to save time, Zhang Fei did not bother to hide his strength. He directly spread out his spiritual power. In a moment, Zhang Fei's spiritual power covered the entire planet. What's going on? Zhang Fei frowned. He did not find any signs of a player. Could it be that this Dada also has the ability to hide her identity? Zhang Fei's eyebrows were almost knitted together. The***. The development team is forcing me into a dead end. You must not let me seize the opportunity. Zhang Fei said in his heart. However, at the moment, Zhang Fei could not do anything to the development team. The most important thing now was to find a tie first. He could not give the development team a reason to kill him. After withdrawing his spiritual power, Zhang Fei teleported to a densely populated city. He hoped to find someone to ask, and that person could only be Vinylin. Vinylin! Zhang Fei shouted loudly. The people around him looked at him as if they were looking at a clown. Vinylin! Zhang Fei continued to shout, but no one paid him any attention. Damn it! Zhang Fei clenched his fists tightly. As the monitor of the universe, Vinylin would definitely know that Zhang Fei was calling for him. However, he refused to show himself. Therefore, his thoughts were self-evident. Zhang Fei took a deep breath. It seemed that Vinylin would not help him anymore. However, he still had to continue with his quest. The pocket watch that could search for players in Zhang Fei's hand. Zhang Fei took out the pocket watch from his body. There was no sign of players on it. It seemed that there were no signs of players within a few hundred miles. Zhang Fei stretched out his hand and summoned the Chongying sword. Then, he rode his sword and flew in a random direction. Vinylin refused to show himself. The search range of the player tracker was limited. Therefore, Zhang Fei could only do a blanket search. Zhang Fei flew aimlessly in the air. At the same time, Zhang Fei's eyes were fixed on the pocket watch in his hand. He had hoped that this thing would shine. However, the answer had disappointed him. Time flew by. The countdown on the watch gradually changed from 21 hours to 18, 16, 12. However, Zhang Fei's search still did not yield any results. Zhang Fei could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Ever since he left Earth, Jiang Fei could be said to have killed countless people. The number of lives that had died in his hands or under his orders could not be counted. This had made him very open-minded about death. However, Jiang Fei knew that he must not die. Once he died, the universe would be completely hopeless. The entire universe would become someone else's plaything and eventually be completely destroyed. I must survive. Jiang Fei reminded himself again and again in his heart. He was afraid that his will would be destroyed by the terror of death. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's will was not ordinary. In this universe, there were people that he loved, and there were also people that loved him. There were too many things that he missed. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not willing to die just like that. As time passed, Jiang Fei felt more and more depressed. In order to release this pressure, he could not help but roar at the sky. At this moment, a voice rang in Jiang Fei's ear. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. He had just roared to vent his anger. He did not expect to call out to Tai directly. If he had known it would be so simple, he would not have wasted so much time. Jiang Fei asked tentatively. A voice answered beside Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. The Tai said, Jiang Fei was stunned. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he activated the Eye of Nishiro. Under the Eye of Nishiro, the Tai appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Even so, his figure appeared to be fleeting and illusory. Ethereal. Jiang Fei shouted subconsciously. Data looked at Jiang Fei with interest. Previously, when he was with Doma, Jiang Fei had turned off the player privilege in order to deceive Doma. This caused Data to view him as just an ordinary NPC. Jiang Fei asked. Data asked curiously. Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had never thought that there would be an apostle in ethereal form, because in this state they could not do anything at all. It was as if Vinylin had not descended. They could only watch. Although Dada was a player, so he had some privileges compared to Vinylin, he could only talk to people. It was impossible for him to interfere with things in this universe. What's wrong? The Tai asked with a confused look. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally understood why the development team had given him the Eye of Nishiro. He had thought that this thing was used to deal with Doma. The development team had given him the Eye of Nishiro to deal with the Tai. Previously, he had found Doma hidden in the subspace through the Eye of Nishiro. That was just an accident. It was not part of the development team's plan at all. But what is the use of the development team giving me the Eye of Nishiro? Jiang Fei was confused. Even if he saw Dada, he could not kill her because ethereal spirits were invincible. Ethereal spirits actually did not exist in this universe. They were just a materialized concept. Just like Velen from before, they were more like the audience outside the television. Although this Dada could talk to the people inside the television through the microphone, how could the people inside kill the Dada outside the television? Chapter 2592, 2592. Translator 549690339. What Jiang Fei did not know was that the developers had given him the Eye of Nishiro not for his own good, but to make him suffer. Because in the eyes of the developers, most of the apostles in the game had been bribed by them. Then, what was the point of Jiang Fei? There was nothing left. As the saying goes, a bird that flies with the bow hides the best. A crafty rabbit that dies will be cooked like a dog. Now, Jiang Fei was no longer of any value in the eyes of the developers. So, what they had to do was to kill the donkey after the grind. As for the Apostle Dada, it was the execution ground that the development team had prepared for Jiang Fei. The purpose of giving Jiang Fei the Eye of Nishiro was nothing more than to increase his pain. Because Dada was an ethereal form. Even if Jiang Fei had great abilities, he would not be able to kill him. In that case, the development team would be able to kill Jiang Fei. Although it was easy for them to kill Jiang Fei, these dimensional creatures stood on a higher level. They often liked to stand on a moral high ground. Therefore, although they could easily kill Jiang Fei, killing Jiang Fei for no reason would make them seem too evil. Although they had done nothing but kill Jiang Fei, they were not willing to bear this moral judgment. This way, Jiang Fei would be given a quest that he could not complete, causing him to fail the quest and be killed. This would make sense. By then, the development team would be able to kill Jiang Fei without having to worry about being accused of morality. The purpose of Inishiro's was for Jiang Fei to be able to find a Tai, but not kill him. Then, he would watch the time limit of the quest slowly pass, and eventually face his own death. If Jiang Fei had been looking for the Tai all this time, he might not have paid too much attention to the passage of time. In this way, the horror of death that was constantly approaching could not be expressed to its fullest extent. The development team's bad taste could not be satisfied. That was why they gave Jiang Fei the Eye of Nishiro. However, it was definitely not out of kindness. Unfortunately, up until now, Jiang Fei had not realized the development team's evil intentions. He was simply worried about not being able to kill the Tai. Data asked curiously. He did not know that the young man in front of him was the guy who was chasing after the apostle. Jiang Fei asked back. Nothing much. I just like to look around, Data said with a smile. He did not seem to care that Jiang Fei did not answer his question. Jiang Fei asked directly after a moment of silence. Data was stunned. Jiang Fei nodded. I really do not have any specific purpose. Boss wants us to save NPCs like you. However, our strength is too weak. Moreover, my cheat ability is useless. So, I can only look around and record your life paths. Then, I will let the world know that you once existed. Data shrugged and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. That's it, Dada said helplessly. As a cheat, he could only watch and not interfere. Although he was absolutely invincible, it was really not of much use. Jiang Fei sighed. If possible, he did not want to kill a person like Dada. Although he was also a creature of the gamma space, this guy had a good heart. Of course, on the other hand, Jiang Fei did not have the ability to kill Data. As an ethereal, Data was immune to all attacks. No matter what tricks Jiang Fei used, it would be useless against the other party. On the other hand, Jiang Fei and Data chatted nonstop. However, time never stopped. The minute hand and hour hand on Jiang Fei's wristwatch went round and round. The deadline given by the development team was just over an hour away. Jiang Fei sighed. In fact, when he discovered that the Tai was an ethereal, he had this premonition. At this moment, Jiang Fei, who knew that he was going to die, actually wanted to return to Skoda Planet to reunite with his parents and girls. However, the distance between Tropa Planet and Skoda Planet was so far. He had already discovered Data. There was no time for him to rush back. Forget it. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. At this point, he no longer felt afraid. Instead, he felt relieved. What? Data asked. No, I need to say goodbye to my family, Jiang Fei said. Ask the Tai. Jiang Fei was stunned. Ask the Tai again. You. Jiang Fei was stunned. Of course, I am also an ethereal, said the Tai with an enigmatic look. So what? Don't bother me anymore. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Knowing that he was going to die, he was no longer interested in these things. What a pity. Someone left you a life-saving item. Data sighed. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Handsome, you must keep it close to your body. Natasha's voice echoed in Jiang Fei's mind. Jiang Fei hurriedly took out the small jade pendant from his pocket. Datai's milid. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, use your spiritual power to activate this jade pendant. Then use it on me. Who are you? Jiang Fei asked. It doesn't matter who I am. You just have to remember that my name is Data. As for this thing, of course, it won't kill me. If I have to use my life to save you, I'm not that noble. This thing will only give me a permanent title. Data smiled and said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, a permanent title. It's still my identity code. So, I can't enter this game anymore. To that group of people, it's equivalent to killing me, Data said with a smile. Jiang Fei bowed to Data. It seemed that this guy had been pulling him to chat with him all this time just to test him. In fact, he had already known Jiang Fei's identity. Therefore, when Jiang Fei first arrived on this planet, he had already followed him. Okay, Datai nodded. At that moment, Jiang Fei activated the jade pendant. A ray of light shot toward Datai. Following that, A black light flashed, and Datai disappeared. Chapter 2593, 2593. Translator, 549690339. Jiang Fei looked at everything in front of him in confusion. Data had disappeared. Moreover, the jade pendant in Jiang Fei's hand had also dimmed. Clearly, this item that could forcefully seal a title was also a one-time use item. At the same time, in an office far away in another dimension, a guy with an indescribable appearance slammed the table hard. Bah! After slapping the table, this guy did not seem to be able to vent his anger. He scolded angrily. Why is that variable able to forcefully seal the accounts? We can't even seal the accounts of those apostles. How'd he do it? Another guy said. The guy on the far left asked. The boss panted heavily, but he did not speak. How about? The guy from before suggested tentatively. TSK, he has completed the mission, yet you still want to kill him. Do you want to die? If you want to come, you come. I will not participate. A person with eyes said with a sneer. The others also spread their hands, indicating that they would not participate in this matter. The person who had suggested killing Jiang Fei previously complained while holding his head. However, he did not really kill Jiang Fei. They were also subject to an additional restriction. That was, the people of the Gamma space could not casually kill creatures of low-dimensional space. Let that creature of low-dimensional space die under the rules, or make an agreement with a creature of low-dimensional space. When the creature of low-dimensional space could not fulfill the agreement, they could directly kill it. Other than these two methods, if a gamma-dimensional space creature wanted to kill a low-dimensional space creature for no reason, the space rules would make it pay with its life. As a high-dimensional space creature, no one would sacrifice themselves to kill a low-dimensional space creature. It was just like how no one on Earth would sacrifice their lives to erase a person on a canvas. Therefore, as the development team of Gamma Dimension life forms, they had only two ways to kill Jiang Fei. First, they had to set rules. For example, they could create a huge rock above Jiang Fei's head and then smash it to death, or they could provoke Jiang Fei to fight with others and let Jiang Fei be killed by his people from the same dimension. However, with Jiang Fei's current strength, there were almost no people or methods that could kill him in his universe. Even if someone could defeat him, they might not be able to kill him. With Jiang Fei's senses, he would be able to escape from the dangerous area before the black hole formed. Therefore, unless the development team completely gave up on the game and changed the rules in Jiang Fei's universe, it was almost impossible to kill Jiang Fei. Another method was to make an agreement with Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei could not fulfill the agreement, the development team would be able to kill Jiang Fei as promised. This was what the development team had been doing all along. Originally, they were about to succeed. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to kill an ethereal spirit like Data. However, he did not expect that at the last moment, Jiang Fei would come up with a title that the development team did not have. He gave Data a title. This meant that Jiang Fei had fulfilled the agreement with the development team. The development team could not kill him again unless someone from the development team was willing to pay with their lives. However, it was clear that no one was willing to make such a sacrifice. In fact, as long as Jiang Fei did not admit to the agreement with the development team would not be able to kill him. However, he did not understand the rules of the Gamma space. Let alone him, even most people in the Gamma space did not understand the rules. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to come into contact with creatures from the lower dimensions. Just like the people in the three-dimensional world, you could come into contact with the two-dimensional plane every day, but have you ever seen a life form inside? Have you ever seen a two-dimensional life form? No. The Gamma people living in the four-dimensional space were the same. Although they could see a large number of three-dimensional forms every day, the vast majority of people had never seen a three-dimensional life form. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill these three-dimensional life forms, it was impossible. Since they could not touch them, it was even more impossible for them to understand the spatial compensation mechanism. However, the development team was different. They had unintentionally come into contact with Jiang Fei's universe and developed it into a game. After that, many programmers who were lacking in skills were killed by this compensation mechanism. Therefore, they were very clear about the consequences of killing Jiang Fei for no reason. Therefore, if Jiang Fei knew about this spatial compensation mechanism, when the development team gave him a quest and told him that if he could not complete the quest, he would die, he would only have to say, "Go and play." The development team could not do anything to him. However, as long as Jiang Fei agreed to the treaty in his heart, even if he was cheated without knowing it, he would have to complete the quest. Otherwise, the development team could logically kill him. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei knew the rules, he actually did not have much of a choice. Although he could ignore the punishment of the development team, his family and friends could not. If he did not complete the mission, he would create a black hole on Star. Then, Jiang Fei would have to submit obediently. Because Jiang Fei could escape in time, it did not mean that his family and friends also had the ability to do so. Therefore, even if there was a spatial compensation mechanism, the high-dimensional creatures still had an absolute advantage. They could still be like gods. They could dominate the low-dimensional creatures. It was just that they could not directly kill people. Forget it. In the end, the boss finally spoke. Since Jiang Fei had completed the mission to kill Tai, his subordinates would definitely not sacrifice themselves to kill him. Therefore, he could only let Jiang Fei live for a few more days before finding a chance to kill him. At the same time, Jiang Fei was still a loss on planet Trappa. He did not know that he had walked through the gates of hell. He also did not know how angry the development team was that they were unable to kill him because of the spatial compensation mechanism. At that moment, the only thing that Jiang Fei was glad about was that he had gotten to know this little sister of his, Natasha. If it was not for her, he would have died a long time ago. Jiang Fei said to himself. Chapter 2594-2594. Translator 549690339. Jiang Fei saw that the timer on his wristwatch had already exceeded the countdown timer. He did not wait for the development team to wipe him out. At that moment, he finally confirmed that he was fine. Phew! Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, Jiang Fei teleported away from planet Trappa and returned to the yacht. How was it? Nina asked, as if she knew the answer. However, it showed that she cared about Jiang Fei. Yes. Jiang Fei briefly described the process. After listening to it, Nina was still terrified. Then, Jiang Fei would have already ended the game. Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention this to Bella and the others, lest they worry, Jiang Fei said to Nina. Nina nodded. Then, she asked Jiang Fei, "Then, where are we going next?" "Of course, we're going to finish the unfinished business. First, we'll go to the Rei Star area and settle the matter with Doma," Jiang Fei said. Nina nodded. After that, Jiang Fei transferred the responsibility of piloting the spaceship to Malekith. He went back to his room to rest. After everything that had just happened, Jiang Fei's mind was in a mess. He needed time to sort it out. Natasha. Jiang Fei stared at the ceiling as he muttered to himself. Jiang Fei had known Natasha for a long time. However, her identity was a mystery. From the very beginning, Vinolin had told Jiang Fei to pay attention to a girl named Natasha. He said that she was the key to Jiang Fei's success. Later on, Natasha did provide Jiang Fei with a lot of help. This time, she even saved Jiang Fei's life. However, whether it was Vinolin or the other players, Jiang Fei had once inquired about Natasha. However, these people either did not know about it or kept it secret. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have any clue at all. However, after experiencing what happened to Data, Jiang Fei was almost certain that this Natasha must be related to those apostles. At the very least, those apostles who had the power of law to protect themselves seemed to be not as powerful as the infinitely precious Natasha. Jiang Fei thought of the other apostles as he could not figure out what was going on with Natasha. According to the statements of the previous apostles, there were a total of 12 apostles other than the boss. Now, Jiang Fei had killed 8 of these apostles, either by killing them, leaving them behind, or giving them titles if Thomas was killed, then there would only be 3 apostles and the boss standing in front of Jiang Fei. Time is really running out. Sometimes, Jiang Fei was so anxious that he was scratching his own hair. He watched as the number of apostles dwindled. How could he not be anxious? Now, the development team had already shown their killing intent towards him. If all the apostles were killed, would the development team still be able to keep him alive? Therefore, whenever he thought of this, a wave of anxiety would rise in Jiang Fei's heart. Jiang Fei tried to calm himself down and allow himself to calm down and enter a state of cultivation. He made use of all the time he had to study his inheritance space. However, this time he failed. No matter what, he could not calm down. A few days later, the yacht that Maleki was piloting entered the Raytheon star area. As soon as the spaceship arrived, Jiang Fei felt a strange spatial fluctuation. It was obvious that Doma, who had returned earlier, had started to do the same thing again. It was time to create the 4th black hole again. At this time, Maleki reported to the police. No matter how advanced the yacht was, it was still a civilian ship. The spatial energy in front of it was too unstable. It would probably disintegrate. Jiang Fei nodded and put away the yacht. Jiang Fei nodded at Nina. Nina immediately activated her space ability and teleported her and Jiang Fei to Doma's planet. With a flash of white light, Jiang Fei and Nina appeared not far away from Doma. Boss. Thomas was very surprised when he saw Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei had not removed his disguise, he and Nina still looked like Bonnie and Clyde. That's not right. Who are you? Thomas realized that something was not right after he blurted out those words. Before this, Jiang Fei and Nina had only played the roles of the female and male bandits. They only had a few million combat power. In such a place where spatial energy fluctuated, they could no longer hold on. How could they look at Doma so calmly? Who am I? Jiang Fei activated his player privilege and tore off his disguise. Jiang Fei. Doma was stunned. Even now, he still thought that Jiang Fei was a player. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. It's none of your business. Doma did not care. Then, he continued to say to Jiang Fei, Look, the time we agreed on has come. Give me your account number. I'm going to start working. I don't have my account number. The deal is canceled, Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Doma said anxiously. He could not defeat Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei could not kill him, he could not work if he kept causing trouble for him. Jiang Fei cursed angrily. Then, he made his move. Doma did not waste any time. He immediately stopped casting spells and hid in the subdimension. He knew that even if he used the spatial barrier to block, it would be in vain. As Nina shouted, Doma was squeezed out of the alternate dimension. F***CK. Doma cried out in his heart. With Nina, a spatial master, many of his skills would be ineffective. Forget it. I can't beat you guys. Doma immediately wanted to teleport away. Jiang Fei shouted. However, teleportation did not require casting time. Nina had no time to stop him. Although she did not have the time to stop Doma from casting teleportation, Nina could use her understanding of the laws of space to quietly change the direction of Doma's teleportation. When Doma appeared again, he was already at the edge of a black hole. This was just a critical point. Only people with powerful spatial abilities could escape the gravitational pull of the black hole here. The rest of the place was very dangerous, even if Jiang Fei was deep inside. Chapter 2595, 2595. Translator, 549690339. Seeing that Doma had been teleported to the edge of a black hole, Nina's eyes lit up. Jiang Fei said, No, you don't understand the laws of space. Nina refused flatly. At the same time, she activated her spatial ability and teleported herself to Doma's side. You're the only one chasing me. Doma laughed coldly. The main reason he could not kill Jiang Fei was because he did not care much about Nina, who only had a little over 20 million combat power. Although Nina had repeatedly destroyed Doma's spatial spell and caused a lot of trouble for Doma, her true strength was still here. Killing intent rose in his heart. Unlike others who like to talk tough, Nina did not make a sound. She directly used the power of space to create a spatial depression. Doma did not know this kind of spatial skill. He could only tell that this skill was not very strong from the strength of the energy. Doma leaped forward. Although he lacked offensive skills, the strength of the carrier was there. Once he got close to Nina, he could kill her with both fists. Nina remained silent. She did not even try to dodge Doma's attack. Just as Doma was about to reach Nina, she suddenly put her hands together. At the same time, her eyes shone with a silvery white light. Potential activation? What is Nina doing? Although Jiang Fei could not see the actual battle from afar, he could feel Nina's aura suddenly increase. Just as Doma rushed to the depression in the space, Nina opened her eyes. Afe! Nina did not turn her head. Her eyes were fixed on Doma, but she was mumbling to herself. From Nina's eyes, Doma could see that she was reluctant to leave. It was not known whether it was because of her attachment to living or her reluctance to leave Jiang Fei. Other than that, there was more determination in her expression. "What are you doing?" Doma was shocked. Although he did not know what Nina was trying to do, he knew that she was going to fight with her life on the line. Forget it. There's no point in fighting with her. Doma immediately wanted to use teleportation. However, the distance between them and the black hole was too close. As a result, the space was extremely unstable. Even if he used teleportation, there was still a slight delay. There was a very slight delay. This delay was less than half a second. For an ordinary person, it might be over in a moment of carelessness, but for Nina, this was the time difference she needed. With Nina's delicate shout, cracks actually appeared on her body. These cracks were not caused by her skin cracking, but by the space she was in starting to collapse. The cracks continued to spread and instantly appeared in front of Doma. Doma had been teleporting earlier, and because the space was unstable, he had hesitated for half a second. But now, even if he canceled his teleportation, it was too late. Under his feet was the space depression that Nina had created earlier. This depression was currently producing a huge gravitational force. A miniature black hole was born. This black hole, that was only the size of a wash basin, was actually nothing. It would fill up very quickly and explode in the form of a white hole, releasing all its energy. However, its position was too special. This was the edge of a huge black hole. Although the black hole that Nina had created was very small, its gravitational force was also very huge. As soon as it appeared, it had formed a connection with the huge black hole. The strong gravitational interference caused the dangerous area of the giant black hole to suddenly expand by a distance. Although the distance was not very long, it was only a few hundred kilometers. For the giant black hole, a few hundred kilometers was negligible. However, the problem was that Nina and Doma were at the edge of the black hole at the moment. They were already at the critical point of danger and safety. Now that the dangerous area had suddenly expanded, they were immediately included in it. Nina wanted to turn around and look in Jiang Fei's direction, but it was too late. The gravity of the black hole quickly swallowed her and pulled her into the endless abyss. Thomas cried out. However, he could no longer withstand the gravity of the black hole. 5-second delay made it impossible for him to leave because he had already been captured by the gravity of the black hole. The state of the space here was completely different from normal space. At this moment, the skills that he had been given by the cheat had instantly lost their effect. Thomas wanted to struggle, but it was futile. Jiang Fei shouted from afar. Although he could not see the scene in front of him, he could feel the edge of the black hole expanding instantly. Immediately after, Thomas and Nina's breathing had decreased. Jiang Fei knelt on the ground. There was a time when Bella and Ariel had died in the game to save him. Jiang Fei had sworn in his heart that he would never hide behind a woman again. He would never let the woman he loved die in front of him again. However, today, Jiang Fei had become one of the most powerful people in the universe. However, Nina still died in front of him because of him. Moreover, Bella and Ariel had only died in the game. Their consciousness bodies had been protected very well by 0541. In the end, they had been resurrected in reality. Today, Nina had been sucked into the black hole. Even her soul could not escape. Even if Aisha and Lorna's abilities were still there, they would not be able to do anything about it. let alone Jiang Fei. Development team, you bastards of the Gamma Dimension. Jiang Fei knelt on the ground and roared at the sky. A terrifying aura rose into the sky. The ground beneath him shattered inch by inch. After a moment, the soaring aura dissipated. Jiang Fei's black hair had turned silver-white. His black eyes that belonged to Chinese people had turned into a pair of blood-red eyes. Hee. I've broken through. I've actually broken through. Jiang Fei stood up abruptly. He placed his right hand on his forehead and laughed maniacally. At this moment, his combat power had already broken through the critical point of 70 million. He had officially entered the next level, which was the highest level that Yuting was at. After laughing maniacally, Jiang Fei soared into the sky. After he had climbed to a certain height, his fist suddenly landed and instantly shattered the planet beneath him. Development team, Gamma Space. Jiang Fei's malicious consciousness reverberated throughout the entire space. On the other hand, he had directly teleported back to the 5 directions of heaven and earth, because returning to Skodastar for the 5 directions of heaven and earth was much closer than returning from here. Chapter 2596. Translator 549690339. After returning to the 5 directions, Jiang Fei was about to let Little Nine send him out. However, at that moment, a white light suddenly flashed beside Jiang Fei. Handsome, you're finally here. Natasha suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei. However, when she saw Jiang Fei's current appearance, Natasha's little face was stunned. Natasha's eyes were filled with heartache as she asked. Jiang Fei wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked. He could not say a word. Handsome, did something happen? Natasha asked with concern. Jiang Fei said with a face full of grief. What? As Nina had been to the 5 directions, Natasha also knew her. Jiang Fei then told Natasha about Nina and Thomas dying together. Natasha actually knew more than Jiang Fei. Natasha asked. Jiang Fei nodded with red eyes. Natasha advised. What? Jiang Fei heard something from Natasha's words. Natasha shook her head. Jiang Fei's mood immediately sank. But handsome, you have to hold on, Natasha said. Jiang Fei asked. Natasha shook her head. Jiang Fei held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Natasha was just like what Vinlan had described. She was the key to Jiang Fei's comeback. Handsome, you don't need to do anything now. What you need to do is live. You have to live, Natasha said. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Yes, I have to live. Although Nina is gone, I still have other family members. If I die, they will be finished. Moreover, I have to live to avenge Nina. Natasha nodded. Jiang Fei said. Natasha reminded him. Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, sacrifice. Handsome, you might lose everything. But remember, as long as you can live to that critical point, all the sacrifices will be worth it, Natasha said slowly. Jiang Fei asked, I'm sorry, handsome. I've said enough. Natasha shook her head. All right, Jiang Fei said. Initially, he wanted to ask Natasha about her identity, but now it seemed that Natasha would not tell him. All right, handsome. I don't have much time. Natasha waved at Jiang Fei and then disappeared. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Sacrifice? How else do I sacrifice? Jiang Fei closed his eyes in pain. Little Nine asked it this time. Jiang Fei closed his eyes. He had originally planned to visit the Phoenix Spirit, but now he wanted to go home to see his parents and Bella. Little Nine sent Jiang Fei out of the boundary of the 5 directions. Then, Jiang Fei summoned the yacht and had Maleki set his destination on Skodastar. After that, Jiang Fei returned to his room and locked himself inside. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei did not enter a state of cultivation. At this moment, his mind was in a mess, and he could not enter a meditative state at all. What does Natasha mean exactly? Jiang Fei still could not understand the hidden meaning behind Natasha's words. A few days later, the spaceship docked at the airport of Skodastar. Aurelia was at the berth to welcome Jiang Fei back. Fei. When they met, Aurelia was also shocked by Jiang Fei's appearance. If it was not for Jiang Fei's aura that had not changed, she would not even dare to recognize him. Jiang Fei said with a blank expression. Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei said expressionlessly. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already walked out of the cabin. Following that, the cabin door closed. Where's Nina? Aurelia asked. She? Jiang Fei said with a blank expression. Gone? Aurelia did not know what to say. She's gone. Jiang Fei cried. What? Aurelia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Nina had the best personality among the girls. She was also the most gentle. None of the girls hated her. Jiang Fei then told Aurelia what had happened. I'm going into seclusion. Jiang Fei really could not face the girls. He was the one who had brought Nina out. However, he did not bring her back. Aurelia was also stunned. By the time she reacted, Jiang Fei had already entered the time room. He needed time to calm himself down. Soon, the news of Nina's sacrifice was known to Bella and the others. All the girls cried. Although Bella and Nina were enemies at the beginning, Nina was a person that people could not hate. Therefore, Bella and Nina had a very good relationship. After learning about Nina's sacrifice, the girls were very touched. They knew that Nina was willing to die together with Thomas for Jiang Fei and for everyone else. Don't worry, Nina. Bella clenched her fist and asked Alyer, where is Jiang Fei? Alyer said, yes. Bella nodded and walked towards the time house. After arriving at the time house, Bella did not waste any time. She opened the door and walked in. As soon as she entered the time house, Bella felt her body sink. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had already adjusted the gravity of the place to its maximum. An ordinary cultivator would be reduced to a meat patty if they stood there. Even if they stayed there, they would still feel pressured. Chapter 2597, 2597. Translator, 549690339, Bella called out after entering the time house. The time house was completely silent. Bella's call didn't receive any response at all. Bella called out as she walked deeper into the time house. This time house was actually a huge simulation training ground. This place looked like an endless prairie. As far as the eye could see, there were endless green grass everywhere. It was impossible to see the end of it. It was not easy to find a person here. Moreover, because Jiang Fei had adjusted the gravity of this place to the maximum, even Bella, who had already reached the true immortal level, could not fly here. She could only walk on the ground with difficulty. Bella shouted loudly. Jiang Fei had appeared beside Bella without anyone noticing. Bella was shocked by Jiang Fei's current appearance. In the past, Jiang Fei had always had the image of a sunny boy. However, at this moment, he had a head full of silver hair and a pair of blood-red eyes that emitted a suffocating cold light. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. No, your appearance is not scary. What's scary is your heart. Bella shook her head. She could no longer see any hope in Jiang Fei's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Fei's eyes were only filled with despair and fury of revenge. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly, then he said in a desolate voice, I can't even protect my own woman. You, Ariel, and now Nina. All of you died for me. What right do I have to talk about hope? We did sacrifice ourselves for you. Bella asked. Jiang Fei was speechless. However, the feeling of helplessness did not change. Jiang Fei, you have to pull yourself together. Even though Nina has left, you still have many people to take care of. Think about your parents. Bella asked. Jiang Fei shouted as if he had gone mad. If he really had a way to change everything, he would have done it long ago. He would have turned the place into a Jura purgatory long ago. However, the problem was that Yu Ting had spent hundreds of thousands of years, but he had not been able to find a way to enter the gamma space. How could Jiang Fei solve the mystery in such a short time? I heard from Aurelia. Bella said. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Yes, she gave me advice, but she only wanted me to live. She also told me that the sacrifice was not only limited to Nina. Jiang Fei closed his eyes in pain. The reason why he was so sad and depressed was not only because of Nina, but also because he was worried about his family and the girls. Jiang Fei knew that the development team would not let it go just like that. The people around him might continue to be sacrificed, That was the main reason why he was helpless and depressed. Forget it. Don't think too much. Didn't Natasha say that it doesn't matter if there are sacrifices? Bella comforted him. Perhaps. Jiang Fei asked with a bitter smile. Perhaps? Who knows? The people in the gamma space are like gods to us. Although Bella knew that the possibility of this was not high, she did not take it seriously. However, since she was comforting Jiang Fei, she naturally would not take it seriously. Jiang Fei asked. Actually, he knew that it was impossible. However, at this moment, what a person was looking for was psychological comfort. Bella said. Jiang Fei nodded. All right, I'll go out first. After all, Nina has left. There's still many things to deal with. Bella patted Jiang Fei's back and walked towards the exit of the time house. Jiang Fei sat down on the ground. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. When Bella came out of the time house, she began to organize people. Although Nina had been sucked into the black hole and ended up dead, there was still a memorial ceremony and a funeral. After all, this was also a place for the living. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. For the time house, that was 5 months. After such a long period of calm, Jiang Fei finally walked out of time house. Bella came to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Nina's death had made him extremely sad, he still had to care about the dead and the living. Now, the gamma space was still a threat to the entire universe. The other girls and his parents were still in danger. Therefore, at this moment, Jiang Fei had also come to an understanding. Instead of being immersed in grief, he might as well give it his all. After all, it was a death sentence. If he really gave it his all, he might be able to fight for a chance at survival. Bella asked. At that moment, the other girls also came over. Yes, I've thought it through. I'll go to my parents' place first. When I come back, we'll have a meal together, Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. This time, Jiang Fei planned to take the initiative to hunt down the remaining 3 apostles. Although he did not know where they were, it was not difficult for Jiang Fei to find them after he had thought it through. This guy would definitely reveal the location of the apostles. Previously, Jiang Fei had always treated Vinolin as his ally. However, he did not expect that this guy would abandon him at the critical moment and watch him die. Then, Jiang Fei could not be blamed for being unrighteous. Okay, good. At this time, the girls had nothing more to say. Jiang Fei had regained his fighting spirit. This was already good news for them. Just as Natasha had said, at this point in time, their chances of winning were close to 0 against the gamma space, which had a dimensional advantage. If they were still afraid of sacrifice at this time, there was even less chance of winning. All right, Jiang Fei bowed to the girls. He owed the girls too much. After leaving the girls' place, Jiang Fei went to his parents' place. Little Fei. Seeing Jiang Fei's appearance, his mother's tears fell. Chapter 2598, 2598. Translator 5496903339 mom, I'm fine. Jiang Fei did not want his parents to worry, so he lied. His mother asked. Apparently, Jiang Fei's parents had also heard the news. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. What a pity for this child. Nina is so obedient. Her mother's tears fell. Nina's death reminded her of Shang Wanqi. Jiang Fei's father sighed, then he said to Jiang Fei, Son, you have grown up. Your father cannot control your affairs anymore. However, you must not let those girls down. Jiang Fei nodded. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with his parents for a while. However, because of Nina's death, the topic was a little heavy. Finally, Jiang Fei stood up. Dad, Mom, I have to go, Jiang Fei said. Jiang Fei's parents waved their hands. Jiang Fei immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to his parents. He did not know if he could still come back. He did not know if he could protect his parents. Jiang Fei's parents quickly helped him up. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving, Jiang Fei said and walked out of his parents' residence without looking back. It was not that he did not want to look back, but he was afraid that tears would fall when he looked back. After leaving his parents' residence, Jiang Fei spent half an hour to calm himself down. Then, he went to look for Bella and the others. Jiang Fei and the girls had a reunion dinner. However, no one had a smile on their faces. This was not only because of Nina's death. The girls also knew that Jiang Fei was about to embark on an expedition. Moreover, it was an expedition that was uncertain of his life and death. After eating the reunion dinner, Jiang Fei went straight to the airport. Then, he drove the yacht that had finished resupplying and left Skodastar. Maleki asked. Jiang Fei said. After Maleki received the order, he immediately adjusted the navigation mark and jumped straight to Capital Planet. A few days later, Jiang Fei landed in Pizern's airport. Jiang Fei shouted loudly in the airport's departure hall. What the hell? What is this person doing? Why does he look so familiar? Holy shit, could this person be the Grand Marshal? Hide a little. There are more than 10,000 bodyguards around this kind of person. If they misunderstand us, they will lose their lives. The surrounding people quickly dispersed. It was not that they did not want to watch the show, but Jiang Fei's status was too high. These people were afraid that they would be accidentally injured by the bodyguards, so they all hid far away to watch. In an instant, Jiang Fei's surroundings became a vacuum. However, Vinolin did not respond at all. Vinolin, if you don't come out now, don't blame me for being rude, Jiang Fei said loudly. An airport ground crew suddenly appeared beside Jiang Fei. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Jiang Fei, Hey, we worked well together before. You're already like this. Why do you have to drag me down with you? Vinolin felt very bitter. Although he was the supervisor of the universe and had some authority, he could quietly erase Jiang Fei's words and actions from the development team. Previously, he had done this when he helped Jiang Fei clean up his mess. However, the problem was that the development team had already set their eyes on Jiang Fei. Who knew when they would be monitoring his every move? If the development team happened to be watching when Jiang Fei was spouting nonsense, it would be too late for Vinolin to erase the traces. Jiang Fei asked coldly. Vinolin rolled his eyes. Then he said to Jiang Fei, Do you know that the development team has already set their mind on killing you? The last time, they wanted to use the tie to kill you. In the end, you narrowly escaped death. Of course I know, Jiang Fei said coldly. Then what can I do? The development team is watching you. What can I do? Asked Vinolin. Jiang Fei snorted. Of course, he knew that Vinolin was not willing to die with him. Don't harumph. If I don't expose myself, I might be able to avenge you one day. Vinolin asked back. Jiang Fei said disdainfully. How can this be called betraying me? Vinolin said. Jiang Fei said coldly. Don't be unhappy. You're still the same pawn. Moreover, I've prepared a lot of pawns. It's just that you've crossed the river. That's why I paid attention to you. However, if you could threaten me, of course, I would not put myself in danger, said Vinolin, as if it was a matter of course. Fine, do whatever you want. Jiang Fei said. Vinolin asked. Jiang Fei said. Vinolin asked. Jiang Fei said. Vinolin asked. Jiang Fei threatened directly. Vinolin said angrily. It doesn't matter whether I'm being a scoundrel or not. Jiang Fei felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Previously, in his cooperation with Vinolin, Vinolin had always been the dominant one. He could only follow orders. Now, the tables had turned. As the saying went, a barefooted person was not afraid of wearing shoes. Now that Jiang Fei was willing to risk his life, he had nothing to fear. After all, his identity had been exposed to the development team. Therefore, Vinolin had nothing to hold him back anymore. On the contrary, Vinolin had become the passive one. Because his identity had not been exposed, he had no choice but to compromise with Jiang Fei for the sake of his own life. Although there was a certain risk in providing information to Jiang Fei, which might be noticed by the development team, if he did not provide information, Jiang Fei would keep spouting nonsense. Who knew when the development team would look at him? At that time, Vinolin would be in trouble. Chapter 2599. Translator 549690339. All right. Vinolin finally compromised. Vinolin knew very well that, just like the development team could not tolerate the existence of Jiang Fei, they could not tolerate Vinolin's self-awareness. Then, their priority to eliminate Vinolin was much higher than Jiang Fei's priority. Moreover, the development team did not have to go through so much trouble to eliminate Jiang Fei. Vinolin was not a life form of the lower dimensional space. He did not enjoy the protection of the spatial compensation mechanism. Then he would be immediately killed. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Vinolin would definitely make a compromise. Vinolin gave Jiang Fei a coordinate. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and turned around to leave. Sigh. Vinolin looked at Jiang Fei's back, and his heart was filled with killing intent. However, because Vinolin was unable to directly interfere with the things in this universe, if he wanted to kill Jiang Fei, he would have to plot even more. For example, this time, he had chosen Li Wei as Jiang Fei's target. There was no lack of thoughts of letting Jiang Fei die at the hands of Li Wei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not leave the spaceport at all. Although he had arrived at planet Pizerns, he had no intention of meeting Jupiter. After walking away from Vinolin, he went straight back to his berth. Then, he drove the yacht and set sail. This time, Jiang Fei was going to the Dominican Galaxy. This was the border between the Universe Empire and Vazari's army. It was also the base camp of the Universe Empire's players, such as Aemon. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he walked on the yacht. Under normal circumstances, apostles with cheats would not be able to deal with players. Even if they were paid by the development team, they would not bother to be with ordinary players. They would not mind torturing noobs. However, this Li Wei was different from the others. He actually stayed with other players all day long. Li Wei. Suddenly, Jiang Fei felt that this name was somewhat familiar. It seemed like Peter had mentioned this name to him before. Are you an apostle who has been bribed by the development team? Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he arrived on the yacht. Malachi asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Malachi asked again. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He wanted to go and say goodbye to Han Tianyu. Yes. Malachi immediately began to adjust the route after receiving the order. Then, he went straight to planet New China. A few days later, Jiang Fei's spaceship arrived at the gravity well of planet New China. After requesting to dock, Han Tianyu immediately received the news of Jiang Fei's arrival. Han Tianyu immediately picked up the call with Jiang Fei. When he saw Jiang Fei's expression, he was dumbfounded. Han Tianyu was shocked by Jiang Fei's current appearance. Jiang Fei smiled bitterly. Han Tianyu said with an unhappy expression. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. Sure, Han Tianyu knew that. He knew that something must have happened to Jiang Fei. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. During the chaos of John, the guy had brainwashed Bella and the others and made them fight against Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not end up like this either. Therefore, Han Tianyu was sure that Jiang Fei was in big trouble. Soon, Jiang Fei's yacht landed at the airport of planet Xinhua. At that moment, Han Tianyu personally drove over to pick him up. Brother, don't say anything else. Let's go. Follow me home. As soon as they met, Han Tianyu held Jiang Fei's hand and left. Jiang Fei nodded and followed Han Tianyu into the hover car. After speeding all the way, Han Tianyu brought Jiang Fei back to his official residence. Oh, Aisha smiled as she walked out. Although she had lost the power of the rule given by the cheat, she and her sister had been nourished by love. Now, they looked even better. Okay. Jiang Fei squeezed out a smile from his face. You guys chat. I'll get someone to prepare some food and wine. You guys take your time to drink. Lorna is not feeling well. I have to go take care of her. Aisha could tell that Jiang Fei had something to do, so she found an excuse to leave. Jiang Fei said politely, It's okay. There's a ready-made chef. You guys can chat while you drink in a while. Aisha smiled and walked out. Brother you, this sister-in-law is really not bad, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. Isn't that obvious? Han Tianyu said proudly. The two of them chatted for a short while before an attendant came to inform them that the dishes and wine were ready. As the governor of a planet, Han Tianyu had a few chefs at home. Would it not be easy for him to prepare the dishes and wine? Let's go. Han Tianyu did not wait for Jiang Fei to express his opinion. He pulled Jiang Fei to the table. As a man, it was more convenient to talk at the table. Jiang Fei really wanted to use alcohol to numb himself. After they arrived at the flower hall and took their seats, Han Tianyu did not wait for Jiang Fei to speak. He picked up his glass and said, Brother, don't say anything. One of you will leave first. Han Tianyu then poured himself a glass. Jiang Fei did not say anything else and followed suit. Han Tianyu continued to persuade Jiang Fei one glass at a time until the bottle of wine was almost gone. Jiang Fei did not use his spiritual power to suppress the alcohol, so his face turned pale. At that moment, Han Tianyu said to him, "All right, I'm almost done drinking. If there's anything, tell me." When Jiang Fei opened his mouth, tears began to fall. If he was not affected by the alcohol, he would not have been so weak. However, this time, Jiang Fei deliberately did not suppress the alcohol. It was to vent the emotions that he had suppressed in his heart. He did not want to let Han Tianyu down. What? Han Tianyu was shocked. He did not expect Jiang Fei to say such bad news. Jiang Fei told Han Tianyu about what had happened. Sigh. Han Tianyu sighed. He did not comfort Jiang Fei. Instead, he asked, "Brother, what do you plan to do?" Chapter 2600. Translator 549690339. At the wine table, Jiang Fei released all the pin-up feelings he had during this period of time. Han Tianyu, on the other hand, acted as a listener and comforted him. Han Tianyu asked, "Things have already come to this point. I think that hiding is no longer a problem. Therefore, I plan to take the initiative to attack. First, I will get rid of the apostles. Next, I will try my best to survive. According to Natasha, as long as I live long enough, there might be a chance for things to turn around," Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked, "Not at the moment. Actually, I only came here to say goodbye to you. If I need your help, I won't stand on ceremony," Jiang Fei said. "Let's not be strangers." Han Tianyu patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and said. Jiang Fei nodded at Han Tianyu. The relationship between the two of them was still there. There was no need to say anything unnecessary. After chatting with Han Tianyu for a while, Jiang Fei directly used his spiritual power to force the alcohol out of his body. He had wanted to vent his emotions just now. Now that he had vented his emotions, it would be a mistake to keep the alcohol in his body. "Brother, I won't send you off." Han Tianyu saw that Jiang Fei was about to leave and stood up. Jiang Fei teleported to the airport and entered his yacht. Soon, the request for the yacht to take off was approved. Jiang Fei left planet Xinhua. "What's wrong?" After Jiang Fei left, Aisha walked up from behind. "It's nothing." Han Tianyu smiled. Although the matter that Jiang Fei was facing was related to the survival of the entire universe, Aisha and Lorna, whose souls had already been solidified in this universe, were no longer able to help him. Their fate was now bound to this universe. With no way to solve it, Han Tianyu did not want them to worry anymore. After Jiang Fei came out from Xinhua planet, he asked Maleki to adjust the direction and head straight for the dominant galaxy. "Maleki, you will pilot the spaceship." After Jiang Fei said that to Maleki, he returned to his room and went into closed-door cultivation. Although Jiang Fei knew that the chances of him understanding the ultimate mystery of the inherited space were very slim, he was not willing to give up so easily. A few days later, the spaceship entered the dominant galaxy under Maleki's control. At this time, the galaxy, which was originally busy with flights, had become empty. The spaceships of the universe empire rarely stepped into this place anymore. Maleki woke up Jiang Fei, who was in closed-door cultivation. Jiang Fei opened his eyes. Although his strength had exceeded 70 million, and he had the power to rival Yuding, he had no idea how to comprehend the inherent space. "Switch to manual control," said Jiang Fei to Maleki. Maleki immediately gave Jiang Fei the authority to operate the ship. Jiang Fei then flew the ship straight to the safe zone of the player. According to Vinylin, the guard was right there. When he entered the player territory, Jiang Fei immediately activated his player privilege. In this way, the safe zone system determined that Jiang Fei was just an ordinary player. Therefore, there was naturally nothing to stop him. Although after activating the player privilege, Jiang Fei's identity could be exposed if he met players that he was familiar with. Therefore, Jiang Fei had disguised his aura and appearance in advance. He made himself look like a real player. Although Jiang Fei had already thrown caution to the wind, he still did not want to cause trouble in the safe zone. Once his identity was exposed, his player privilege might lose effect. If the safe zone system attacked him, it would be very dangerous. Jiang Fei still remembered the huge golden battleship from before. After successfully entering the safe zone, Jiang Fei activated the tracker on his body and began to search for the whereabouts of the apostles. This was because the place was full of players. Therefore, the tool used to track the players was useless. Now, Jiang Fei could only rely on the close-range search to find the guard. Jiang Fei muttered as he drove the spaceship closer to the core area. Although he knew that the leeway was here, the safe zone of the player was still quite wide. It would not be easy to find a player in this area. Damn it, why am I so stupid? Jiang Fei had an idea and drove the spaceship out of the safe zone. After leaving the safe zone, Jiang Fei directly jumped to the back of the nearest planet. After confirming that there was no one around, he not only removed his disguise, but also turned off the player privilege. Then, Jiang Fei drove the yacht to the safe zone of the player in a grand manner. Wow, the big boss is here. Such a high-level friendly boss. Why is he here? The players in the safe zone were mostly newbies. They suddenly realized that the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire had flown into the safe zone with a huge title. All of them were shocked. What's going on? Is there another quest? Maybe. Hurry up and go. Last time I heard, there were a bunch of guys who made a fortune doing quests. A few old players had seen the world. Back then, Jiang Fei had also used the clone of the Grand Marshal of the Empire to come to the safe zone. Then he had given some quests to the newbies. Those new players had obtained a lot of good things through these quests. Therefore, when Jiang Fei came again, the old players who had experienced it once were all excited. Very soon, the news that the Imperial Army's Grand Marshal had arrived at the safe zone spread among the players. Previously, Jiang Fei did not want to enter as the Grand Marshal because he was afraid of being targeted by the development team. Now he had thought it through. The development team had long since targeted him. If they wanted to find him, it would be easy. Even if he tried to hide, it would be useless. He might as well come out in the open. Not long after, Jiang Fei's yacht was surrounded by a large number of novice ships. They tried to send messages to Jiang Fei, hoping to receive a quest. However, Jiang Fei rejected all of them. Your levels are not high enough. Please work hard to increase your strength. Jiang Fei recorded a message. Whenever a player contacted him, he would send this message to them. Have you heard? The Grand Marshal has come to issue a quest. If your level is too low, you will not be able to receive it. It seems that this quest is extremely rare. Very soon, the news spread throughout the player circle. Chapter 2601, 2601. Translator, 549690339. Your levels are not high enough. Please work hard to increase your strength. Come and find me when you are stronger. Your levels are not high enough. Please work hard to increase your strength. Come and find me when you are stronger. Jiang Fei's yacht kept playing the recording. A large number of players swarmed over and left in disappointment. Some of them were players who had come from far away. They had heard that the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army had issued a hidden quest in the safe zone. All of them had wasted their time and rushed over from far away. In the end, they only received such a reply. Jiang Fei had waited in the safe zone for almost a day. The person he wanted to see had finally arrived. Eamon's communication link was connected to Jiang Fei's yacht. Yes, Jiang Fei checked. At this time, Eamon's military rank had already reached the rank of general. It seemed that he had not been idle during this period of time. He must have led the players of the Imperial Army to do a lot of PvP quests. I wonder, Grand Marshal. Eamon continued to use the same cliché that he used when accepting quests to talk to Jiang Fei. Yes, Jiang Fei said. Eamon asked. He had heard that Jiang Fei's quest was very demanding. Hundreds and thousands of players had failed to accept the quest. Jiang Fei's words made Eamon's heart sink. He was already the best among the players. If he could not accept the quest, who else could? Grand Marshal, is this quest very difficult? Eamon asked. In his opinion, The reputation of others in front of Zhang Fei was very low. Therefore, after he was rejected, they ignored him. Eamon was different. He had done many quests with Zhang Fei before, so his reputation value should be relatively high. That was why Zhang Fei was willing to talk to him so much. Then, Eamon wanted to learn from Zhang Fei about the conditions for accepting the quest. If there was not much difference, he could think of a way to make up for it. Zhang Fei said. Eamon was a little dumbfounded. If Zhang Fei said that his spaceship was not strong enough, he could change to a more expensive ship or equip stronger equipment. He could exchange for items to equip it. However, what the hell was this lack of luck? How could he make up for it? It's like this. I have carried out a random selection among all the reinforcements. Only certain people can participate in this mission. Your name is not on it. Zhang Fei said. Eamon asked. Very difficult, said Zhang Fei. Eamon asked tentatively. Zhang Fei opened his mouth and drew a large pie. A large pie that was big enough to move Eamon's heart. As expected, Eamon's eyes lit up. Due to the rules of the game, each player faction could only have one Titan. Eamon and the others already had one. It was impossible to spend money to buy it. However, there was one exception. It was to obtain it from an NPC. Now, Zhang Fei had provided him with such an opportunity. That was why Eamon was firmly attracted to this bait. Grand Marshal, such a difficult quest. Eamon asked. That's true, Zhang Fei said. Eamon rolled his eyes. He had seen this kind of random quest in other games. It was nothing more than a lucky draw by the system. A certain player was chosen as the lucky one. Only he could lead the team to participate in this quest. Eamon asked with a smile. Zhang Fei hesitated for a moment and then replied, All right. Then, Zhang Fei sent a list to Eamon. This list was completely made up by him, except for one name, Li Wei. In Zhang Fei's list, other than Li Wei, all the names were made up by him. Therefore, Eamon naturally could not find a player with the same name. Moreover, even if he found a guy with the same name, Zhang Fei could also find a reason to say that the person was not right. Therefore, Eamon would definitely help Zhang Fei find Li Wei in the end. This was exactly what Zhang Fei needed. All right, great general. After Eamon received the list, he did not leave. He directly posted the message in the guild channel. After the message was sent, Eamon uploaded the name list. At this moment, Eamon's guild was already dominating the Empire Army. Almost 2/3 of the Empire Army's players were members of his guild. Hence, Eamon felt that it should not be very difficult for him to find the people on this name list. Boss, why are you looking for these people? Yeah, is it related to that hidden quest? However, after a long time, no one took the initiative to contact Eamon. Instead, many people curiously asked Eamon why he was looking for these people. Eamon asked in the guild, I don't think so. I don't know them. However, the reply from the guild members still disappointed Eamon. Since you do not know them, go and look for those who are online. Eamon had really invested a lot for the Titan that Zhang Fei had promised. All right, boss, don't worry. We will go and look for it now. The guild leader of a large guild like Eamon had quite a lot of authority. The moment he opened his mouth, the members under him started to take action. Members of Eamon's guild were everywhere. They asked around about the members on the list. Very soon, almost all the players in the Imperial Army knew about this matter. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Finally, Eamon received a piece of good news. A newbie player shouted excitedly. Eamon's attention was immediately drawn over. Although there were many people on the list, there was no guarantee that some of them were not online or simply not playing. Hence, it was not easy to find them. The novice player said, and that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.